Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Call out. A flash of cold light tore through the air. The vacuum slash cleaved vertically and horizontally, splitting 3 buildings at the port clean in half. The sniper evaded it with practiced grace, driving his heel into the enemy and kicking him aside with brutal force. In one fluid motion, he raised his rifle, aimed, and fired. Bang! The bullet struck true. The iron-cutting swordsman's head burst like a melon, scattering blood and bone across the sky. In that moment, the roles of hunter and prey reversed. The iron-cutting swordsman, a hockey user feared by many, was nothing more than an insect before a wounded sniper. Instant kill. Oh! Enel raised an eyebrow. He's got observation hockey, and armament too. Impressive. To dodge an ambush like that? Observation hockey. To punch through a hockey-reinforced skull with a bullet? Definitely armament hockey. A dual hockey sniper of this caliber was rare. Too rare. Lucifer watched, eyes narrowing. Not bad. Might be worth recruiting. His ship lacked a doctor and a sniper, 2 of the rarest talents at sea. A skilled doctor was hard to come by, but a top-tier sniper? Practically born, not made. This one, delivered straight to his doorstep, had talent that couldn't be faked. Bang! 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 3 more pirates dropped, each bullet finding its mark. 1 shot per kill. Within minutes, over half the pirates chasing him were wiped out. And then, the pursuing pirate ship docked. A tide of bodies surged forward, hundreds of pirates flooding from the ship, rushing the sniper's position. But he didn't falter. Retreating while firing, he dropped them one by one. The pile of corpses grew. Over 100 men fell, and still he stood. Even the pirate captains, strong seasoned men, couldn't withstand his shots. Their chests exploded, their eyes still wide with disbelief. In the world of One Piece, guns were often mocked. But in the hands of a true expert, a gun was death itself. The remaining pirates panicked. Their formation broke. They turned and fled. Idiots, Lucifer muttered. Enel nodded in agreement. Turning your back on a sniper was a death sentence. And so it was. The sniper stopped retreating. He stood his ground and fired, each shot a judgment. Bang! 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 Each pull of the trigger brought a body to the ground. Headshots. Always headshots. Moments later, silence returned to the port. Blood pooled on the stone. The sniper had eliminated a 200-man beast pirate squad, all while seriously wounded. Cough. 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 The sniper finally stumbled, coughing up blood. He nearly collapsed, barely managing to keep himself upright with his rifle. He looked like death, but still stood. Crack. 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 Applause echoed from the shadows. Who's there? The sniper barked, instantly turning and firing toward the sound. Bang! The bullet shot clean toward Lucifer's forehead, only to be snatched from the air by 2 fingers. Lucifer smirked. Nice hockey. He released the bullet. It fell to the ground with a dull clink. You're the demon Lucifer. The sniper gasped, eyes wide with recognition. He instinctively took a step back, grip tightening on his rifle, ready to flee or fight. Lucifer's reputation preceded him. The world knew his name, and feared it. You've got guts, killing beasts pirates like that, Lucifer said casually. That's my problem, not yours, the sniper growled, voice rough and sharp. True, Lucifer said, smiling faintly. But I'm interested in you. He stepped forward. White Shinigami, Simon High. Right. Simon froze, then sighed. Yeah. That's me. Lucifer tilted his head. Hard to believe you're the White Shinigami. You look more like a half-dead stray dog. Simon High, the legendary sniper of the New World, captain of the Shinigami pirates. His bounty, 335 million berries. A man said to shoot the wings off a gnat at 2,000 meters. An assassin who killed without being seen. And now hunted. Broken. Alone. Lucifer guessed the burning wreck from earlier was the Shinigami pirate's ship. If so, then Simon was all that remained. Kaido won't let you live, Lucifer said. Even if you survive today, more will come. The monsters haven't even shown up yet. Simon clenched his fists. Yeah, my crew is gone. But I won't die that easily. His voice cracked with rage. They'll have to try harder to kill me. He was a man with nothing left. And those with nothing to lose were the most dangerous. Lucifer looked at him for a long moment. Come aboard my ship. Simon blinked. What? Then, without hesitation, he stumbled forward, fell to his knees, and bowed. Please. Let me join you. Let me avenge them, he cried out. I'll give everything, even my life. Before Lucifer could speak, Simon began slamming his forehead into the ground. Thud. 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 His skin split. Blood flowed. Yet he didn't stop. Pain meant nothing now. His only purpose was vengeance. Even Enel, who usually sneered at such groveling, watched quietly. Cavendish and Baby 5 arrived, but said nothing. No one mocked him. He wasn't begging for survival. He was begging for revenge. Enough, Lucifer said finally, hooking a finger and pulling Simon upright with a flick. You'll die if you keep that up. Lucifer's voice softened, just a little. Baby 5. Treat him. Don't let him die. Yes, Captain. She nodded, rushing to his side. She helped the bleeding sniper onto the nether and began first aid. Cavendish came closer. Captain, he's Kaido's enemy. Are you sure we should bring him aboard? Lucifer smiled faintly. What about it? Let Kaido come. I'm not afraid of him. What about Kaido? Others fear him, I do not. Lucifer's voice was calm, detached, his expression unreadable as the sea breeze tousled his coat. He shook his head slightly, unconcerned. Simon Hay was no ordinary man. He was a rare talent, a sniper of the highest caliber, exactly what the Nether Pirates lacked. Now that fate had placed him in Lucifer's path, there was no reason to let him go. And as for Kaido? Lucifer had long been marked for death. Sooner or later, their paths would cross, Simon Hay or not. Let's move. We're done here. The Nether unfurled its sails and slipped away from Sakura Flower Island, vanishing into the vast blue beyond. Half an hour later, another pirate ship reached the island. A distinct flag flapped in the wind, the skull and crossbones of the Whitebeard pirates. Sakura Flower Island fell within Whitebeard's territory. To stir up chaos here was to insult the Emperor himself. If Whitebeard turned a blind eye now, it would invite chaos from every corner of the seas. Stepping off the ship was Foil Vista, commander of the 5th Division. Sent to investigate the incident, Vista quickly pieced together what had happened. The details were straightforward, the culprits notorious. It was a conflict between the Beast's pirates and the now decimated Shinigami pirates, with the demon Lucifer caught in the aftermath. Vista retrieved a transponder snail and called Whitebeard directly. Hey Dad. It's me, Vista. The snail's face morphed into Whitebeard's. Gurararara. Vista, what's the story? Who the hell's causing trouble on my turf? Pretty simple, actually, Vista said. Beast's pirates were hunting the Shinigami pirates. The fighting spilled over to the island. Some civilian casualties, a few damaged buildings, not too serious. He paused. The Shinigami pirates are gone. Wiped out. Only their captain, Simon Hay, survived. He killed the pursuers, and then was taken away by Lucifer. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Lucifer. The name clearly meant something. He didn't remember Simon Hay, just another face in the sea of pirates. But Lucifer? That was the madman who brought Mariehua to its knees. Was Lucifer involved from the start? No. Eyewitnesses say he was just watching. Once the dust settled, he took Simon Hay. The guy was half dead, bleeding out, but managed to kneel and beg to join. Whitebeard was silent for a beat. Fine. Come back. Should we retaliate? Vista asked. Whitebeard's grin stretched. Of course we are. Kaido dared to start trouble in my territory, he won't get off easy. His deep voice rumbled with laughter. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. I need the exercise. Vista nodded but couldn't help asking, and Simon Hay? Him. Whitebeard scoffed. Let him be. His crew's gone. He's nothing now. Had the Shinigami pirates still existed, Whitebeard might have made an example of them. But now? There was no need to kick a broken man. Understood, Dad. Vista ended the call. Soon after, 6 subordinate crews under Whitebeard's banner coordinated a counterattack. They struck 2 islands under Kaido's rule, leaving destruction in their wake. It was a measured retaliation, not a full-blown war, but enough to remind the world, Whitebeard's authority still reigned. Kaido, understanding the balance, did not escalate. The conflict settled for now. The next day, far at sea, cannon fire tore through the sky. Boom! 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 2 pirate ships bearing the beast's pirate's insignia surged after the nether, hurling a barrage of cannonballs in its wake. Lucifer stood calmly on the deck as explosions blossomed behind them. In one day? Already? Cavendish muttered. What did this guy do to piss Kaido off this badly? He glanced at the unconscious Simon Hay, his body wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Does it matter? Lucifer replied with a faint smile. It's been a while since I've had a proper warm-up. The pursuit was a perfect excuse. Lucifer checked his kill points, still stagnant at 23,000 since buying the Conqueror's hockey domain. Far too low. Laser rays. He raised his hand. Twin beams of searing energy ripped through the air, striking the pursuing ships with unerring precision. Boom! The ships exploded instantly. Twin fireballs roared over the sea, vaporizing pirates in the blink of an eye. Not even ash remained. Hey, leave something for the rest of us, Cavendish called out. Right? It's like we're just decoration, Enel added, folding his arms. But Lucifer didn't reply, he was listening to the voice in his head. Ding! Killed pirates. Plus 8,500 kill points. Ding! Killed pirates. Plus 2,700 kill points. Ding! Killed pirate soldiers. Plus 1,400 kill points. Ding! Killed pirates. Plus 900 kill points. Total gained, 17,000 kill points. Current total, 40,000 kill points. Status screen. Name, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell demon. Armament hockey, pinnacle. Observation hockey, pinnacle. Conqueror's hockey, domain. Kill points, 40,000. TCH. Cannon fodder. Lucifer shook his head, unimpressed. Most of the points had come from the squad leaders. The rest? Trash worth a few hundred at best. No challenge. No satisfaction. Just then, Simon Hay stirred. He opened his eyes weakly, his body a mess of bandages, practically mummified. Every movement strained the wounds beneath. The importance of a proper ship doctor had never been clearer. Baby 5 had done her best, but her skills were basic. If Simon's condition had been more complex, an infection or internal damage, he'd be dead already. We need a real doctor, Lucifer muttered. Easier said than done, Jack replied. Good doctors don't become pirates. Yeah, Cavendish added, they have better things to do than sail with lunatics like us. Lucifer's gaze turned to Simon. Tell me, what exactly did you do to make Kaido so determined to kill you? Simon's jaw tightened. His voice was hoarse but clear. It's because of a devil fruit.
Devil fruit? Is it Zoan? It must be Zoan who can make Kaido go all out to find Simon, and even go all over the world to hunt down Simon, and it's not an ordinary Zoan. That's right, it's an ancient Zoan, but I don't know exactly what kind of ability it is. But I know from the pursuers that Kaido really wants that devil fruit. What about the fruit? Where is it now? Cavendish hurriedly asked. A Zoan ancient species devil fruit is very precious, and its ability is also top-notch. It's not in my hands, I just got a treasure map, which records the location of the treasure. It also said that in addition to gold and silver treasures, there is also an ancient devil fruit in the treasure. I just don't know why Kaido knew the news and ambushed us halfway. As a result, as you know, the Shinigami pirates suffered a disastrous defeat, all members were killed, and I was the only one who survived. Simon shook his head, with a hint of bitterness in the corner of his mouth. If I had known that this devil fruit would bring their Shinigami pirates to this end, it would be better to hand over the treasure map. After all, this is just a treasure map, whether the treasure exists or not is another matter. Hey, there should be a mole on board. Suddenly, Guy let out a shrill laugh, a little gloating. Impossible, how could there be a traitor on my boat? Simon's face changed drastically, and he immediately yelled at Guy. The movement was too big and almost tore the wound, making him clutch his chest involuntarily. Simon's crew members were all dead, and he didn't want 033 to be insulted after they were dead. Ha, how do you explain that Kaido knows the existence of the treasure map? Guy sputtered a word, which left Simon speechless. Indeed, as Gaisa said, the existence of the treasure map is known only to the Shinigami pirates. And only the Cotters know, and even ordinary crew members know nothing about it. This news should be top secret, but it was known by Kaido, and they made an ambush on the island pointed to by the treasure map in advance, waiting for the Shinigami pirates to throw themselves into the trap. There is no second possibility for all this except for the traitor to tip off the news. but my crew members are all dead, and I am the only one alive. If there is a traitor, who is he? Simon still didn't want to believe that his companion had betrayed him. Ha 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 ha, what's so strange about this? Of course he was killed by Kaido's men. Guy waved his hand and smiled mockingly. Pirates will betray each other, let alone Luo. The traitor has been squeezed out of the last trace of value, and Kaido certainly doesn't care about his life. This is the cruelty of the pirate world, he 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 he. Guy turned into gas and flew in the air, making piercing laughter. Oh, all pirates will betray? Who told you this sentence? You seem to have a lot of experience in betrayal. Lucifer looked at Guy and smiled half-smile. Guy gave a heartbeat, badk, and quickly fell back on the deck, laughing twice. How can there be? Captain Lucifer, you misunderstood. I will never betray you, Captain. Being stared at by Lucifer, Guy sweated coldly, fearing that Lucifer would beat him up in the next second. He knew that with Lucifer's character, he could definitely do it. Hasty, should not have said these words just now. I almost forgot. The captain hates nothing more than betrayal. If the captain misunderstands that I want to betray him, then I will die. How to do? Guy now regrets to death, regretting that he shouldn't be so cheap. Guy Sarah, you'd better remember what you said today. Anyone who dares to betray will end up miserable. I'm talking about misery, which is the kind you can't imagine. Lucifer glanced at Guy, a dangerous gleam in his pupils. Yes, Captain Lucifer, we are here. Guy's heart beat wildly, and he could only laugh to hide the fear in his heart. Yahahaha, don't worry, Captain Lucifer, whoever dares to betray the Nether Pirates, I will take care of him without your help. Enel laughed ferociously, reached out, and patted Guy on the shoulder. An electric current mixed with armament haki rushed to Guy's body, making his hair stand on end again. Okay, what are you talking about when everyone is dead? Back to Devil Fruit, shall we? Do you still have the treasure map with you? Lucifer looked at Simon and asked. As though an ancient seed Devil Fruit came to the door, Lucifer certainly would not let it go. If the Beast's pirates haven't got it yet, Lucifer still has a chance. Bring it, I keep the treasure map close to me all the time, it's on me. With that said, Simon took out a treasure map from his crotch. The treasure map is dilapidated and yellowed, and it looks old. Hey, where did you put the camel treasure map? Seeing Simon's actions, Cavendish, Enel, and others immediately roared, showing their fangs. Who taught you this? Don't those who hide things in their crotch feel panicked? Lucifer was also speechless. The people around Jack, Vabel, and Baby 5 are also somewhat disgusted. Baby 5 finally knew why she didn't see the treasure map when she bandaged Simon's wound. It turned out to be hidden in her crotch. What kind of habit is this? Who taught him? Lucifer didn't know how to complain. Suddenly he remembered that in the original book, Luffy also likes to hide things in his crotch. Luffy once pulled an octopus out of his crotch when coming down from Sky Island. I really don't know how he stuffed the octopus in. Isn't he afraid that the octopus will entangle his vital parts? Or is he a rubber, stretchable, so he is not afraid of being entangled? Without a treasure map, can the people of the Beast's pirates find where the treasure is buried? Asked Lucifer. It shouldn't be possible, otherwise they wouldn't have to chase us down. Simon shook his head. That's good, let's set sail and go digging for treasure. Lucifer gave the order. Since going to sea as a pirate, Lucifer has been hunting, and has never looked for treasure. In fact, think about it, treasure hunting is what pirates like to do most. After all, the reason why the era of great pirates will start is because of the great secret treasure left by Luoji. Since the beginning of the great pirate era, countless treasure maps have appeared. Many of them were left by the big pirates of the old era, and some were treasures left by the pirates before they were caught, and they were reserved for their comeback. There are many treasures in the vast sea waiting for countless pirates to discover. Fanlin Carl, a famous uninhabited island in New World. The reason why it is famous here is because its environment is extremely harsh. There are more than 20 volcanoes all over the island, and many powerful beasts live there. Even a pirate with a reward of over 100 million cannot survive here. After a long time, he must die under the sharp claws and fangs of the beast. In the fringe area of Fanlin Carl, a group of pirates is stationed here, and several pirate ships are docked beside it. The flags of Kaido of the beasts fluttered in the wind, hunting, telling the world who these pirates were. Boom! There was a loud noise in the camp, and a pirate was blown away. His chest was sunken, he vomited blood. Obviously he couldn't survive. Trash, are you all a bunch of trash? Can't even catch a badly injured guy? What are you doing? Is that even beasts pirates? A man with a height of more than 8 meters, a strong physique, and muscles all over his body was roaring loudly. Every time he took a step, the ground trembled, as if it were a walking hill. Please calm down, Master Jack. We've worked hard, but Simon is too strong, and now he's taken by Lucifer. Jack, whose mouth was covered by a mask, stared at him with a cold look. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? Simon is too strong. He has been severely injured by Laozi, and only half of his life is left. How can he be stronger? Stared at by Jack, the pirate soldier was so frightened that his whole body was chilled and his head was sweating profusely. He froze in place and did not dare to move, with tears and snot flowing from his nose. If you can't catch him, you can only say that you are trash. Boom! Jack knocked away the talking pirate soldiers with one punch, and the pirate soldiers flew into the air, and their bodies exploded directly, turning into blood and flesh splashing all over the sky. Seeing this scene, many pirates nearby were all trembling with fright, and kept silent, none of them dared to speak. The law of survival in Beasts Pirates is very cruel. Here, the strong have the absolute power of life and death over the weak. It is a routine operation to kill someone who disagrees with each other. Even if Laozi wants to grab a badly injured trash, what does Laozi want you guys to do? Wasting food. A bunch of idiots. After killing a few people, Jack reluctantly vented the anger in his heart, and his ferocious face eased a little. He sat on the ground and picked up a bottle of wine, drank it all in one breath, and then smashed the bottle severely. You say, that BD Simon was taken by Lucifer dash. Jack glanced over, and the surrounding pirates shuddered. No, that's right. He was taken away by Lucifer in Sakura Flower Island, and then he wiped out 2 waves of our pursuers. Now we've lost track of Simon. A pirate soldier timidly replied. His body trembled when he spoke, for fear that Jack would also punch him to death. Lucifer, that arrogant brat. How dare you meddle in the affairs of our beasts pirates? I'm really impatient. Sooner or later, Laozi will let him know that this is the new world, not a paradise. Jack was arrogant and arrogant. Even though Lucifer did all kinds of great things in the first half of the Grand Line, he still didn't take him seriously. In his eyes, only Kaido is worth fearing. In the original book, in order to save Doflamingo, Jack even forcibly broke into the warship guarded by Admiral Fujitora, Sengoku, and Tsuru Vice Admiral, which shows how brave he is. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the island shook for a while, and several volcanoes on the island erupted at the same time. The entire Fanlin Carl was trembling, as if it would sink at any moment. But many pirates of Beasts Pirates are indifferent. They all know that this is the normal state of Fanlin Carl. They have been stationed here for more than 2 weeks, and situations like this have been experienced many times. After a while, a group of ashen-faced pirates with scorched bodies fled back to the camp in embarrassment. The first time they came back, they knelt at Jack's feet. Sorry, Master Jack, we failed and did not find the location of the treasure. A group of pirates knelt at Jack's feet and shivered. When the wind blew, everyone shivered. It seems that if you want to find what Captain Kaido wants, you must first find the treasure map. Jack's face was gloomy, and his pupils shone coldly. This time they received a tip-off from the insider of the Shinigami Pirates, and they came here to ambush early, just to catch the Shinigami Pirates and snatch the treasure map. But the operation failed. Although the Shinigami Pirates were defeated and the captain was severely injured by him, they finally escaped. There is no treasure map. Jack has almost turned Fanlin Carl over, but still has not found the whereabouts of the treasure. On the contrary, because of the volcano and ferocious beasts on the island, many men were lost in vain. What gold and silver treasures? Jack is not interested. He is only interested in the ancient devil fruit mentioned on the treasure map, which is what Kaido wants most. This time, he was ordered by Kaido to carry out the mission. If he fails, he will be punished. Jack couldn't help but tremble at the thought of Kaido getting angry. Send someone to search again. If you can't find the whereabouts of devil fruit, you will all die here. Jack gave orders relentlessly. He didn't care about the lives of these pirate soldiers at all, as long as the task was completed. Even if all these people were dead, Jack would not care. Beasts Pirates lacks everything but people. Every year, there are as many pirates as they want to join their Beasts Pirates. Although the surrounding pirates were afraid, they did not dare to resist Jack's order. Although they knew that the island was very dangerous and they would probably die if they went there, they had to go. Because they dare to disobey Jack's order, they will die in the next second. At this moment, a pirate suddenly rushed into the camp in a panic. Master Jack, something is wrong, off the island, off the island. Because he was running too fast, the pirate soldier stumbled and fell to the ground, and slid face down for dozens of meters, finally stopping at Jack's feet. What happened outside the island? Jack grabbed the pirate soldiers and asked darkly. A pirate ship appeared outside the island. The flag is the Nether Pirates, and the devil Lucifer is coming. The voice of the pirate soldiers trembled, not knowing whether they were afraid of Jack or Lucifer. Demon Lucifer. He actually came. Hearing Lucifer's name, the surrounding pirates start to panic. Jack has the guts to ignore Lucifer, but they can't. These pirate soldiers have long been frightened by Lucifer's record. Just hearing his name, the fighting spirit in my heart disappeared. Don't panic, idiots, Laozi is still here. Jack threw away the pirate soldiers and roared loudly. Master Jack, Lucifer's strength is terrifying. Do you want to tell Captain Kaido? A pirate captain walked up behind Jack and asked with a serious face. Who do you think Laozi is? Laozi is Jack the Drow. What's a Lucifer? Just a brat. 0 for flowers. Of course I fought him. Lucifer is already in sight, so what's the use of telling Kaido at this time? Wano is far away from Cape Tianya, and when the reinforcements arrive, the dailies are all cold. At present, except for fighting Lucifer, Jack has no other way to go. The pirate captain under him wanted to say that they could actually retreat, but this idea was dismissed by him as soon as it appeared. Fleeing without a fight is not something Jack can do. He didn't dare to do that either. If Jack really escapes without a fight, even if he can escape from Lucifer, he will face Kaido's wrath when he returns. Kaido doesn't need a runaway minion, even if he's Jack the Drow. Come over with Laozi to see how strong that kid is. Jack twisted his neck and walked out of the camp first. Hundreds of pirate soldiers quickly followed behind him, and a group of people marched to the shore in a mighty manner. At the same time, Nether has also approached Fanlin Carl. Lucifer stood at the bow, and Enel, Cavendish, Vabel, and other cotters stood behind him. Oh, here we come. Lucifer's eyes lit up when he saw a group of pirates rushing out from the island. The leader is Jack the Drow, one of Kaido's 3 plagues. That's right, it's him. Simon also walked to the bow with his seriously injured body. When he looked at Jack in the distance, his eyes exuded endless hatred and killing intent. These are the people who destroyed the Shinigami pirates and killed off his crew. Now, the chance of enmity has finally come. Simon was a little excited, and the hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Yahahaha, you guys just keep it on the boat and watch. Leave it to us here. Enel patted Simon on the shoulder and laughed. That's right, there's no need for you, a seriously injured guy, to take action today. Cavendish drew his famous sword and was ready to go. Ha 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 ha. The other party's name is the same as yours. You two are not brothers, are you? Guy suddenly looked at Jack and smiled playfully. I don't have any brothers, and are you blind? Jack the Drow is a Murloc, and I'm a human, even the race is different. Jack rolled his eyes. Oh, don't get excited, I'm just joking. When two Jacks meet, they have to fight anyway. Jack, it will be up to you later, don't let me down. Relax, Captain. Jack is also eager to try. He is also looking forward to the battle of people with the same name and surname. Looking at the opponent's appearance, he is obviously ready to fight. Guy SA, Baby 5, give them a gift first. Lucifer gave the order. Hey, blah, blah, let's see what my uncle said. Baby 5 and Guy SA stepped onto the bow at the same time. Baby 5's right hand becomes the cannon barrel, which rotates with the muzzle, emitting dazzling blue light. Guy opened his mouth wide, and a dazzling blue light also burst out from his mouth. Small Pluton cannon. Gas spray gun. The killing moves of the two erupted at the same instant, and 2 blue laser beams whizzed out, instantly hitting the place where pirates gathered on the island. Rumble, 2 fireballs soared into the sky, and 2 small mushroom clouds appeared on the bank of Fanlin Carl. Baby 5 still uses the weapon tricks above ancient weapon Pluton. This time it is a small Pluton cannon, which is less powerful than the last time it destroyed the Dressrosa Palace, but it is still not to be underestimated. Hundreds of pirates died under this cannon. Guy is using the ability of gas fruit. He gathers the gas produced in his body in his lungs, and then spits out a linear gas laser cannon to destroy the opponent's body. Its power is so powerful that it can even melt steel and burn the bones of 147 opponents. The joint attack of the two, the battle has just begun, and Jack's men have suffered heavy casualties. Unknowingly, the attacking firepower of the Nether pirates has become very powerful. It can even be said to be terrifying. Not to mention Baby 5's Pluton cannon and Guy's gas laser cannon, these two large-scale lethal moves. Enel's thunder fruit is also extremely powerful, and a thunder attack can destroy an island. There is also the strongest Lucifer, who can use all their tricks. Using any Logia ability at will can easily destroy an island. In terms of large-scale firepower bombing, although the number of Nether pirates is small, their power can be ranked among the top in the world. The Nether pirates are already a veritable unlimited firepower pirates. Rumble, Fanlin Carl's shore was engulfed by a sea of flames, and countless pirates escaped from the flames, screaming. One by one, the firemen fled around in the sea of fire, trying to jump into the sky, but many people were burned to ashes by the flames before they could escape into the sea. 03L? Suddenly, there was an elephant's roar in the sea of fire. A huge elephant trunk drilled out of the sea of flames. The elephant trunk was like a big sword. When the sword fell, it tore the sea of flames apart. Rumble? As the giant elephant trampled, the sea of fire was torn to pieces by him, and a super huge mammoth appeared in front of everyone. Yahahaha, this guy's abilities are pretty good. Seeing Jack using the fruit ability, Enel was a little surprised. Indeed, this Jack really ate a marvelous fruit. Lucifer also agrees with Enel. Zoan ancient species elephant fruit mammoth form. Whether it is attack or defense, size, or vitality are impeccable. This is the Zoan ancient species. Jack, go try it first, and see how much he weighs. Yes, Captain. As soon as the voice fell, Jack disappeared on the Nether in an instant. A black shadow streaked across the sky, landed on Fanlin Carl Island in an instant, and teleported to the top of Jack the Drow. Call out? A huge slash shot out through the air, hitting the giant mammoth instantly. As Jack grows up, the power of cutting fruit has been well developed by him. Today's Jack can create giant cutting strikes with a single move, and he is becoming more and more like a ripper, as if he wants to chop everything in the world. Rumble? The slash hit Jack, and a shockwave erupted, rolling up endless waves of dust and air. The surviving pirate soldiers all showed panic. Before he had time to react, he was hit by the shockwave circle. Boom! A gigantic trunk shot out of the dust and fell head-on at Jack the Ripper. A loud noise erupted, and the coastline was directly cracked, and a crack spread for hundreds of meters. Jack the Ripper dodged the slash, flashed across the giant elephant. The cold light flashed away, bringing out a smear of blood and flying into the sky. The giant elephant let out a roar in pain, and trampled directly towards Jack. The two sharp tusks shone coldly, then became pitch black, apparently covering armament Haki. The giant elephant tramples like an out-of-control train, containing unparalleled power. Coupled with the sharpness of ivory and armament haki, as long as it hits, Jack will definitely be pierced through the chest, and his internal organs will be instantly shattered. Crack the air. Jack let out a roar, and scimitars grew out of his arms, flying quickly. Countless slashes shot out of the air, colliding head-on with the giant elephant. The two of them launched their killer moves together and became one with each other, and the battle soon became fierce. The pirate soldiers nearby fled one after another, not daring to stay on the shore for fear of being affected by the battle. Jack the Ripper and Jack the Elephant, both attacks are too horrible. Once involved, it will be crushed into a flesh in an instant, and there will be no bones left. It seems that the two will not be able to tell the winner for a while. On the bow of the Nether, everyone watched the battle ahead without intervening. Let them fight, Jack the Ripper and Jack the Drow, and I want to know who is stronger. Lucifer smiled faintly, waved his hand, and docked the Nether on the shore. However, before the two decide the winner, you first get rid of the group of miscellaneous soldiers. Lucifer looked at the beast's pirates soldiers hiding in the distance. There were hundreds more. Yes, Captain. Cavendish, Baby 5, and Geisa burst out at the same time. Cavendish turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the crowd of pirates. Wherever the strong wind went, the pitiful wailing of the pirates could be heard. The gust of wind is like a sharp sword, bringing up blooming blood flowers in the rotation. 0. In the blink of an eye, dozens of corpses fell in a pool of blood. Baby 5's hands turned into scimitars, moving vertically and horizontally, beheading the pirates one by one. At the same time, he turned the solace of his feet into Gatling machine guns, and with one sweep, he beat Tien and the pirates to pieces. Geisa has the worst personality. He has to play with those pirates before killing people, then kill them with gas or fire. This group of pirates can't use armament haki, so Guy can pretend to his heart's content. Lucifer didn't do anything. With his current status and strength, it would be out of character for him to attack these miscellaneous soldiers. Jack the Drow was Lucifer his prey. When he is defeated, Lucifer will do the finishing touches and still get kill points. Vabel didn't get Lucifer's order, and stood motionless behind Lucifer, like a log. Simon looked at the many pirates who were massacred at will, with a look of pleasure in his eyes. He was very excited, his body was trembling with excitement, and he raised his gun to shoot from time to time, headshot the pirates one by one. Although his injuries have not healed and his hands are weak, his marksmanship is still very accurate. One shot, one shot, one shot, one hit? No, this won't work, everyone run. We are not the opponents of these people, retreat first. A squad leader of the beast's pirates gave orders, turned and ran away after speaking. Not everyone can be as tough as Jack the Drow. When death comes, fear is natural. Is this retreat? Uncle Ben hasn't played enough. Guy turned into gas and chased after him, and the two castanets clapped together, directly detonating the gas. With a loud bang, the pirate captain and a dozen pirates were all blown away by him. 5.3. Monster, this is a group of monsters. Contact Captain Kaido. Stop it, do you know who we are? We're from the beast's pirates. You shot at us, Captain Kaido just let you go. That's right, Captain Kaido is the strongest monster in the world. Do you know how terrifying he is? You are doomed, even if you escape to Cape Tianya, you don't want to live. Some pirates yelled in fear and took out their phone bugs to contact Beast's Pirates headquarters. There is also a group of pirates who are vicious and aggressive, and use the name of Kaido in an attempt to scare away Cavendish and his party. However, none of this helped. The ghost pirates don't care about Kaido's threat. Without Lucifer's order, the killing of Cavendish and others will not stop. Hello, is that Jack? How's the situation over there? A pirate got through the phone bug, and was about to speak when he was beheaded by Cavendish. There was only a shrill scream that was transmitted to the opposite side. Hey, what's the matter? It's Jack, right? How's the situation over there? The phone bug fell to the ground, and the snail let out a low-pitched roar. But no one answered him, only screams echoing around. Jack, Jack, call back. The sound of the phone bug kept ringing. Lucifer raised his hand and grabbed it in his hand. Jack is busy right now and doesn't have time to talk to you, Lucifer said flatly. Who are you? Yenzujin heard that the voice on the other side was not Jack, and questioned him. Me? I'm just a rookie who just debuted. Jack is very busy now. If I want to contact him, I will call you later. If he had been alive then, he would have answered you. Nu? Are you Lucifer? You BD, what did you do? Flame Calamity Jin guessed Lucifer's identity in an instant. I didn't do anything, I just happened to meet Jack and asked my subordinates to compete with him. Jack is strong, don't worry so much. While talking, Jack the Ripper and Jack the Drow fought each other heavily, and both of them retreated. Unfortunately, Jack the Ripper lost a move to Jack the Drow. One-on-one, Jack the Ripper is no match for Jack the Drow. Go to hell, you bloody BD. Jack the Drow raised his huge trunk and slammed it down towards Jack the Ripper. Vabel, you too. Yes, Captain Lucifer 10. With Lucifer's order, Wilbur turned into a black shadow and rushed forward. The huge Naginata crashed down and slashed on the back of the giant elephant Jack. Puff. Blood spurted wildly, and a huge wound was cut on the back of the giant elephant Jack, and there were faintly visible bones. Roar. The giant elephant looked up to the sky and roared, sending out a desolate cry. Yin on the opposite side of the phone bug obviously heard it too, and was furious immediately. Dem bastards, what did you do? If anything happens to Jack, the Beast's pirates will not let you go. Although Jack is the weakest of the three disasters, Yin and Quinn also treat him very badly. But in any case, Jack is the core coder of Beast's pirates. It was impossible for Yin to remain indifferent to his death. I'm really looking forward to the day when I fight the Beast's pirates, but Jack probably won't see that day. After speaking, without waiting for Lucifer to answer, Lucifer directly crushed the phone bug to death. Seeing that the phone bug was cut off from far away in Wano, the flaming embers could no longer suppress their anger, and also crushed the phone bug in their hands into a pulp. As a phone bug, the life of a snail is indeed extremely dangerous. With the addition of Vabel, Jack the Drow, who was originally alone, finally couldn't support it. Jack the Ripper took his chance and chopped off one of Jack's tusks with a cutting slash. Not to be outdone, Vabel chopped off his other tusk. One of Jack's hands and one foot was also cut off, and he could no longer maintain the mammoth form when he was seriously injured, and gradually changed back to the human form. Seeing that Jack was unable to fight anymore, Vabel and the two also stopped attacking. Lucifer walked up to Jack, grabbed the huge ivory, flicked it slightly, and it was like a tiger. It is worthy of being ivory worth 900 million Baileys, and it really lives up to its reputation. Lucifer smiled secretly, remembering the old tricks he saw on the forum in his previous life. Legend has it that Jack the Drow has a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, of which 900 million is the price of ivory. Lucifer, Captain Kaido will not let you go. Jack was still unconscious, he was lying in a pool of blood, staring at Lucifer with his eyes open, as if he was going to eat him in one bite. Jack is a real tough guy pirate. Faced with death threats, he didn't beg for mercy, and there was no fear in his eyes. He was a man with backbone. I'm also looking forward to the day I fight Kaido, but you won't be able to see it. Lucifer smiled lightly and poked the ivory hard, piercing Jack's heart directly. Jack clenched his teeth and said nothing, snorted and stopped breathing. Ding, host killed the pirate Jack and got 80,000 killing points. The system's notification sounded, and Lucifer's kill point surged. Jack the Drow deserves to be one of Kaido's 3 disasters. Although he is the weakest, he still provides Lucifer with 80,000 kill points. Now is not 1,522, Jack is not as strong as in the future. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament haki, pinnacle. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 130,000. With this harvest, Lucifer's total kill points have reached 130,000. Closing the properties panel, Lucifer pointed his palm at Jack's body. Rebirth. As soon as the voice fell, the power of the fruit of the word spirit was activated, and the reborn mammoth fruit was captured. A fruit appeared in Lucifer's left hand. After merging the power of the mammoth fruit, the fruit quickly grew a spiral pattern at a speed visible to the naked eye. In this way, the ancient mammoth fruit of Zoan was reborn in Lucifer's hands. This is. Simon, who saw the rebirth of devil fruit for the first time, was stunned, his eyes widened, full of disbelief. Ha, it's amazing, isn't it? No matter how many times I watch it, the strength of the captain is unbelievable. Guy turned into gaseous gas and swayed around Lucifer. He is a scientist, and he has also conducted related research on devil fruit, and even studied artificial devil fruit with Vegapunk. He believes that with enough money and manpower, he can create artificial devil fruit. But compared with Lucifer's ability, the man-made devil fruit is still far behind. The devil fruit recovered by Lucifer has no defects, and is the same as the devil fruit regenerated naturally. But man-made devil fruit has a fatal flaw, and even Vegapunk has not managed to solve that flaw. Captain, when will we build our own territory? I can't wait to experiment. Someday, I'll be able to make a perfect faux devil fruit. Guy was inspired by Lucifer's ability, and had many ideas about man-made devil fruit. As long as he can create a perfect devil fruit, it means that he has successfully surpassed Vegapunk. Wait a little longer, the time will come soon. Lucifer already has a goal in mind for the haunted place of the ghost pirates. On the ground, the body of Jack the Drow lay in a pool of blood. His use value has been completely drained by Lucifer. Even though he was dead, Jack's eyes didn't close, he was still staring at Lucifer. Is this death without peace? Lucifer has killed many people, but Jack was the first one who didn't close his eyes after death. Bury him, he's a tough guy after all. Lucifer gave the order as the last honor to Jack. Yes, 323 Captain Lucifer. Vabel listened to the order and left with Jack's body on his shoulders. Afterwards, Lucifer looked at Simon. Simon, take out the treasure map, go dig out the treasure. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Simon took out the treasure map from his crotch again, a habit he couldn't change. Lucifer and his team followed the guide of the treasure map and walked towards the depths of the island. New World, Wano, Ghost Island Palace. Rumble? The mountains shook for a while, and a huge pillar of fire broke through the ceiling of the palace and soared into the sky, shooting through the clouds in the sky. The sky changed suddenly, and black clouds gathered, covering dozens of miles in an instant. Endless gusts of wind howled, as if doomsday had come. At this moment, the Emperor of the Sea is angry. Even the weather of the sky was changed by his anger. Lucifer? Damn kid, how dare you do it? Even dare to kill Laozi's people, isn't he afraid of death? Kaido's roar echoed in the Ghost Island Palace, and tens of thousands of pirates tightened their necks, trembling, not daring to make a sound. Kaido is in a state of rage, and getting his attention at this time is almost tantamount to courting death. Jin, where is that brat now? Kaido, who had already turned into a green dragon, looked at Yanzuo Jin. His huge pupils exuded endless killing intent. It should be Carl, but if you go now, Lucifer should have gone far away. Waste, what a bunch of waste, you can't even find a single kid. And Jack is also a waste, and he died at the hands of a brat, it's too shameful. Kaido's huge body hovered and danced in the palace, shaking the mountains with every slight movement. The wrath of 4 emperors Kaido is enough to change the color of the world. Lucifer is not weak, and it is only natural that Jack is not his opponent. It's just that Simon can find Lucifer as a backer, which Jack didn't expect. I can only say that Jack is out of luck. The only one who dares to say these words at this time is Yen Calamity Ember. Anyone else would have been burned to ashes by Kaido's dragon breath. Laozi doesn't want to listen to such nonsense. Immediately send someone to find that brat. Dare to steal Laozi's devil fruit and kill Laozi's subordinates. Laozi will not spare him. It's time for that arrogant kid to experience the world's #1 combat power, and let him know that what he did before was just playing a pirate game. Accompanied by a roar, the blue dragon Kaido soared into the sky, and flew into the clouds in the sky from the big hole in the ceiling. The green dragon raged freely in the black clouds, and endless lightning struck him, unable to penetrate his dragon scales, as if they were tickling him. This is Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. His defensive power is unparalleled in the world, and only one person has left a scar on him in decades of crossing the sea. Its own terrifying physical power combined with the green dragon fruit makes Kaido's defense and self-healing power terrifyingly strong, and it can be called an immortal body. After Kaido's order was issued, all the Beast's pirates eyeliners in New World were dispatched to find Lucifer's whereabouts. The anger of the New World Emperor can only be appeased with blood. Fanlin, Carl, Lucifer, and their team entered a volcano according to the treasure map. The temperature here is extremely high, as if it can burn people to ashes. It's here. Simon came to a rock wall, looked at the map and said, "Vabel, leave him." "Yes, Captain Lucifer." Vabel stepped forward, swung his naginata and slashed down angrily. With a loud bang, the volcanic rock wall was split open, revealing a large hole. Smoke and dust were everywhere, but there was a faint golden light emerging from it. When everyone entered the cave, what appeared before them was a huge treasure house. Gold coins are piled up into hills, and there are many gems, diamonds, palace treasures, gorgeous long swords, crowns and so on. The treasures are innumerable and dazzling. Hey, you got rich, this time you really got rich. There are so many treasures. Gaisa couldn't hold back at first, turned into a ball of gas and rushed to the gold coin hill, holding up the Emperor's gold coins and scattering them in all directions. Jack the Ripper and Simon were also dumbfounded, stunned by the treasure in front of them. There are so many. Yeah, I didn't think of that either. Simon never thought that there are so many treasures buried here. But suddenly, Guy, Jack and Simon all found out that Lucifer, Enel, Cavendish, and others didn't respond. Looking at the treasure in front of him is like seeing a pile of stones. Vabel didn't change his expression because he was not smart enough. As long as he had something to eat, he didn't have a concept of money. But the same is true of others, which can't help but make people wonder. Hey, Enel, aren't you surprised? Jack looked at Enel and asked. Simon's gaze was also on Enel. What's so surprising? Isn't it just a batch of treasures? There are more treasures on the sky island of this god, and there are not even 1,000th of these here. That's right, we discovered the legendary Golden City. Cavendish held the rose and said triumphantly. That was the first time he became famous. With the discovery of the Golden City, Cavendish gained countless beautiful fans all over the world. When Cavendish said this, Jack and Simon immediately remembered. A few months ago, there was indeed news that the Golden City had been discovered. It's just that Jack was a slave in Marijoy's at that time, and Simon didn't read newspapers very much, so he didn't know that the people who discovered the Golden City were the ghost pirates. Compared to the legendary Golden City, the money here is really nothing. Money is useless to our nether pirates. As long as Captain Lucifer is around, how much money can we have? You probably forgot that the captain's ability can create creatures from the void. As long as the captain is willing, even if it is to create a golden mountain, it is easy. Cavendish shook his head, looking at the cheering Guy and the stunned Jack Simon, as if he was looking at 3 old hats who had never seen the world. The 3 of them were stunned, feeling as if 10,000 muddy horses were galloping past in their hearts. It is a little ashamed to play a few gold coins. Hasty, it turned out that the clown was actually myself. A bitterness rose in the hearts of the 3 of them at the same time. It turns out that our nether pirates are such a rich pirate group that they already have too much money to spend. But the 3 of them couldn't be happy at the moment. If you have money, tell us earlier, do you want to see us lose face so much? We don't want to lose face, do we? Okay, let's find devil fruit first. Lucifer said blankly. Yes, Captain Lucifer. By changing the subject, Guy sent a few people to search for devil fruit. Soon, Gaisa found out in a hill of gold coins. He peeled away the hill of gold coins, and found a golden throne from below, with a skeleton sitting on it. The skeleton holds a golden treasure chest in his hand. Guy opened the treasure chest, and there was a devil fruit inside. Found it, Captain Lucifer. Guy quickly came to Lucifer with the treasure chest. Lucifer took out the devil fruit. The whole body of the fruit was brown and black, with strange spiral patterns all over it. This is not a banana shape, unlike normal Zoan devil fruit. But the treasure map says that this is an ancient species of Zoan, which is different from ordinary animal pictures, and it is reasonable. Okay, now that the devil fruit is in hand, it's time to leave. Lucifer put away the devil fruit and turned around without any hesitation. Enel, Cavendish, Baby 5 and Vabel quickly followed without saying a word. But Geisa, Jack, and Simon hesitated. Hey, what are you guys doing in a daze? Hurry up and keep up. Cavendish turned his head and looked at Guy and the three of them. Are we leaving just like that? Guy looked around at the mountains of treasures piled up around him, feeling somewhat skeptical about life. This is the treasure that countless pirates have dreamed of. The total value is definitely more than 3 billion Baileys, which is a huge sum of money. You didn't even look at it, just left? Are you kidding me? Is this the way pirates do? So did Jack and Simon. It can only be said that they have never seen the world, have never made a fortune, and suddenly got a huge amount of treasure, and they are a little bit reluctant. Then what else do you want? Move the treasure here out. Enel tilted his head and looked at Guy, who looked at three idiots. If you want to move, you can move it yourself. We don't have that leisure time. After speaking, he left immediately. Geisa, Jack, and Simon looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to stay, and followed quickly. What can they say? Who made their captain rich? Everyone returned to the Nether, and the Nether immediately set sail, leaving Fanlin Carl. On the deck of the pirate, Wang Nyazeo, the three of Guy and Sa looked at the treasure island that was getting farther and farther behind, and their hearts were still very distressed. A huge treasure of more than 3 billion Baileys was discarded, and it would be a lie to say that I don't feel distressed. Today, they finally know what it's like for a captain to be too rich. That is the coexistence of pain and pleasure. It's so refreshing. Okay, let's take a closer look. Isn't it just money? We have plenty of it. Cavendish patted Guy and the three of them on the shoulders, shook his head and said, "That's right, what our Nether pirates need most is money." Enel gnawed on the apple and laughed. "Okay, come here." Lucifer gave the order. With a wave of his hand, 3 devil fruits appeared on the table. "Simon, you provided the treasure map this time, and it's also your credit for getting 2 devil fruits. Why? So I give you the power to choose. These 3 devil fruits, one is Jack's ancient mammoth fruit, one is an unknown ancient species recorded in the treasure map, and the other is my collection. Choose one yourself. These 3 devil fruits, one is Jack's ancient mammoth fruit, one is an unknown ancient species recorded in the treasure map, and one is my collection, Paramecia transparent fruit. If you want, you can pick one yourself." "No, Captain Lucifer. To avenge my companions by killing Jack the Drow has fulfilled my wish. Take devil fruit again, I'd be too brazen." Simon shook his head and said firmly, "Okay, I tell you to take it and you take it. Devil fruit is for people to eat, otherwise it is garbage. Most of the people on the boat are already demon fruit power, and they also have the right to choose devil fruit. Since you are on the boat, naturally they will be treated equally. Choose one yourself." Simon looked at the 3 devil fruits and finally chose the transparent fruit. "Have you decided? You have to think clearly. Once the devil fruit is eaten, it cannot be changed." "Yes, Captain, I will choose the transparent fruit." Simon knew his abilities well. He is a sniper, a grandmaster assassin, good at long-distance combat. Although the 2 Zoan ancient species are powerful, they are both suitable for frontal combat physical powerhouses, not him. On the contrary, the transparent fruit that can be invisible is the most suitable for him. With the transparent fruit, he can better hide his tracks and give full play to his sniper's ability to assassinate. "That's good, I also hope you choose the transparent fruit." Lucifer smiled slightly. The transparent fruit is so strong that even observation Haki can't perceive your existence. If you are 073, you can get to that step, maybe you can become the world's #1 sniper. I will not let you down, Captain Lucifer. When he was desperate, he got Lucifer's rescue and solicitation, and he took revenge for it. Simon has given his allegiance to Lucifer and is willing to give his life for him. Now that he still has the trust of Lucifer and is given the devil fruit, Simon made up his mind in his heart that he must become stronger so that he can show Lucifer's kindness. Simon opened his mouth to eat the transparent fruit, completely ignoring the disgusting taste. Soon, the whole devil fruit went into Simon's stomach. "How do you feel? Try your ability." All eyes were on Simon. I saw Simon sitting there motionless, but suddenly his body began to become transparent, and soon disappeared completely. Invisible to the naked eye, only observation Haki can perceive him. Yes, the transparent fruit is really suitable for snipers. Lucifer nodded secretly. "As long as it's not the same as the pervert last time. If you dare to use it to peep, I will never forgive you." Baby 5 still remembers Absalom's pervert behavior, and has a lot of resentment. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of unscrupulous pervert." Simon recovered from the transparent state and said with a smile. At the same time, Lucifer put away the other 2 devil fruits, and at the same time whispered softly, "Bullet is back." As soon as the words fell, a piece of steel appeared out of thin air in front of Lucifer. The steel extends and quickly becomes a bullet sniper rifle. Bullet heavy sniper, the most famous sniper rifle in Lucifer's previous life, with terrifying power. The moment it hits the human body, it can tear flesh and blood. Once hit by bullets heavy sniper, it will either die or be disabled. Your sniper rifle has been damaged, this gun is for you to use. Its power will not let you down. There are many kinds of weapons in the world of One Piece, but in terms of firearms, they are not as good as Lucifer's previous life. Bullets heavy sniper is much more powerful than Simon's original sniper rifle. If combined with armament haki, the power will be even stronger. Lucifer is looking forward to how powerful the bullet heavy sniper will be in this world. Thank you, Captain. Simon was thrilled. He is a real top sniper, and the quality of the sniper rifle can be seen at a glance. Simon caressed Bullet's body lightly, as if he was stroking his lover. It is said that top snipers will regard their guns as lovers, and even life, and now it seems to be true. Okay, the power of the warehouse and the transparent fruit. You'll need it soon. Lucifer is going to attend the tea party of Big Mom Pirates soon, and there will be a big battle at that time. At the same time, by beheading Jack the Drow this time, Lucifer angered Kaido again. It is equivalent to the ghost pirates confronting 2 emperors at once. The fierce battle will come soon, and the time left for them is running out. Enel, Cavendish, and others also understand this, so they have been working hard during this period of time. The big battle is coming. Even if they increase their strength a little, it can increase the odds of winning the battle. In the cabin, Lucy entered the system. System, how many killing points are needed to identify this devil fruit? Lucifer held the unknown ancient species devil fruit and asked in his heart. Back to host, 20,000 killing points are required for identification. 20,000. The appraisal alone costs, Bocce, 20,000. Lucifer was a little taken aback. The more expensive the identification fee, the stronger the ability of devil fruit. It seems that this fruit is not simple, maybe it is really an ancient species. The information recorded in the treasure map may not be true, but the identification of the system cannot be false. System, recover this devil fruit. Ding, Zoan ancient species dragon fruit Pachycephalosaurus form was recovered successfully, and 70,000 killing points were obtained. So it's this ability. Pachycephalosaurus is the ability of beasts pirates flying 6 cells, volley 6 suns, to moisten ti in the original book. If Lucifer hadn't intervened, the fruit would have been snatched by Kaido and eaten by Runty. But it's a pity that it's Lucifer now. Recovering an ancient species Pachycephalosaurus fruit provided Lucifer with 70,000 kill points. Lucifer's total kill points exceeded 200,000 again. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament haki, pinnacle. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 200,000. Lucifer already had saber-toothed cat fruit and mammoth fruit, so it is not a pity to recycle Pachycephalosaurus fruit. So far, Lucifer still has 5 devil fruits in his hand, including saber-toothed tiger fruit, door fruit, blood fruit, stone fruit, and mammoth fruit. Except for the door fruit, the other 4 are very powerful. It's a pity that no suitable crew has been found to eat them. Except for Cavendish and Vabel, all members of the ghost pirates are capable. Cavendish repeatedly stated that he didn't want to eat devil fruit, and Lucifer couldn't force him. As for Vabel, Lucifer has also thought of the ability that suits him, but he hasn't got it yet. Fruit of the door, it's time to make it work. Lucifer looked at the door fruit in his hand and opened the system store. Soon, Lucifer found what he was looking for. System, buy a ship elf. Ding, the purchase of the ship elf was successful, 100,000 killing points were deducted, and the remaining killing points were 100,000. A black light fell down, and an elf appeared in the black light. The elf looks different from the Grand Line's ship elf. It looks like a hell devil, but he is a Q version, which looks quite cute. The spirit of the ship is a spirit produced by the crew who love each other and cherish the hull of a ship. It will only appear when you are close to the crew to a certain extent. Lucifer's nether obviously doesn't meet this requirement, so Lucifer can only buy it with kill points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament haki, pinnacle. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 100,000. Although it cost Lucifer 100,000 killing points, the consumption was worth it. Owner. The demon elf saluted Lucifer respectfully. The demon elves bought from the system store are more intelligent and capable than naturally born elves. Here you are, eat it. Lucifer throws the door fruit to the demon elf. Obey, master. The demon elf picked up the door fruit, bit it down, and sweat splashed. Maybe the devil elves have different tastes. Not only did it not find the devil fruit unpalatable, but it ate it with relish. Soon, all the fruits of the door entered the belly of the demon elf. How do you feel? Can you control the power? Lucifer looked at the demon elf and asked. Master, I can already use the power of the door fruit. The demon elf waved his small hand, and the nether trembled suddenly. Cavendish standing on the deck at the helm saw that the space in front of the nether suddenly cracked, and Yen got into the space crack uncontrollably. Then the space crack healed, and the nether just disappeared into the sea. Hey, what's going on? Enel, Cavendish Baby 5 and others looked at the distorted space around them and were at a loss. The space around the nether was all folded and distorted, and the speed of the retreat was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Captain, something has happened. Cavendish's anxious voice sounded from outside the door. Lucifer pushed the door out, the demon spirit sitting on his shoulder. It's okay, don't be nervous, Lucifer said flatly. This is the demon elf, the ship elf of the Nether. It has already eaten the door fruit, so it can travel through space. Starting today, he is also a new partner on the ship. Lucifer introduces the demon elves to the crowd. Spirit of the ship. There is such a thing. Eat devil fruit. Cavendish, Baby 5, and Geisa were a little surprised. The ship spirit is a legendary creature, very few people have seen it, and its existence has never been confirmed. Today was the first time they saw it with their own eyes, and it is unheard of for a ship elf to eat devil fruit. Xiaohei, remove the ability. Yes, master. Xiaohei got the order, and with a wave of his little hand, a space crack appeared again in front of the Nether. Passing through the crack in space, Nether returned to the sea, but the place where it appeared was far away from the place where it disappeared before. In the different space, the distance sailed by Nether is different from the real distance. With this capability, Nether will be the fastest pirate ship in the world. At the same time, it can sneak into the enemy's lair unknowingly and leave unknowingly. Even if the enemy can use observation haki to discover the existence of the Nether, but without space and rules, they cannot capture the Nether from the different space, nor can they harm the Nether. Although the door fruit does not have a strong attack power, this space system ability is extremely powerful. Theoretically, as long as the former ability user Bluno hides in a different space, even Marine Admiral or 4 Emperors Kaido Bigmom can't do anything to him. Lucifer has the rule power of the Fruit of Words, so he can be defeated. Whitebeard's shock fruit shatters space and should hurt him too. In addition, there are very few methods that can threaten people with door-to-door fruit abilities. It's so powerful. The ship elf who ate the door fruit is so powerful. Cavendish, Baby 5 and others were surprised by this. All the people present were smart people, and they immediately thought of the role played by the Nether with the fruit of the door. Okay, it's almost time. It's time to attend Big Mom's tea party. Xiaohei, travel through space. Yes, master. Xiaohei listened to the order and once again manipulated the Nether to enter a different space. In this way, the Nether disappeared in the boundless sea. New World, Wanakuni, Onijima Palace. Kaido's roar echoed in the palace, like a sonic attack, making the beams tremble. Haven't found that kid Lucifer yet. What are you bastards doing? Kaido slammed the wine gourd to the ground, smashing it into pieces. Roaring roared out with a powerful wave of air, making the surrounding pirates shudder and tremble. I'm sorry, Captain Kaido, our outside eyeliners have not found any traces of the ghost pirates. After Lin Carl left, he seemed to have completely disappeared into the ocean. The Beast's pirates have their eyes all over New World, and they have been tracking down the ghost pirates. But unfortunately, it has not been found. A bunch of trash. Could it be that that brat can still hide in the sky? Lucifer kills Jack the Drow, steals his devil fruit, and makes multiple Italians flourish. But unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone. This feeling of having nowhere to vent his anger and nowhere to vent his anger made Kaido very uncomfortable. At this moment, the voice of the phone bug suddenly rang. Boo blue blue, blue blue blue. The palace suddenly fell silent, dead silent. No one dared to make a sound, only the voice of the phone bug echoed around. Kaido picked up the phone and connected it, and the snail suddenly turned into an ant wearing lipstick. Well, Kaido, long time no see. The voice of the 4 Emperor's ant came from the opposite side. What's the matter, old woman? Kaido is in a fit of anger and doesn't have a good attitude towards Big Mom. Well, so indifferent? Kaido, I thought we were friends. Speak up if you have something to say. Laozi is still busy, so I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Well, I'll just say it straight. Kaido, I'm going to hold a tea party. You should come over too. I haven't seen you for so many years. Let's talk about the past together after a long absence. Well, Ant's laughter came from the opposite side. Unlike Kaido, you can tell that Big Mom is in a good mood just by hearing the voice. Don't talk stupid things, old woman. We don't know each other that well. If Laozi wants to go to your place, it will only be for one reason, and that is to start a war. Zero looking for flowers. Kaido yelled at the phone bug and sprayed the snail in the face with saliva. Well, are you really not coming? I've heard, you've been chasing Lucifer lately, right? It's none of your business. Speaking of Lucifer, Kaido's anger couldn't be suppressed again. That's not necessarily true. Because Lucifer is coming to my tea party soon. Maybe, he will soon be my mother's subordinate. Well. Auntie's laughter reveals a sense of complacency, but it is extremely harsh to Kaido's ears. Kaido roared in a low voice, that brat is going to you. That's right, he has already accepted the invitation letter. The tea party will start right away, and he'll be at Cake Island in no time. How about Kaido, are you coming? Well, boom. Before the ant's laughter ended, the call was interrupted with a loud noise, because the phone bug in Mum's hand fell into a dormant state. 0. In this regard, the ant is not angry at all, but even more proud. She already knew Kaido's answer. Well, the tea party needs a lot of people to be lively. In the palace of Cake Island, Ant's piercing laughter came out, and there were countless food homies dancing to the laughter. In Wanakuni Ghost Island Palace, Kaido has smashed a big hole under his feet, and the poor phone bug has been crushed by Kaido. Damn brat, killed Laozi's subordinates and ran to that old woman's territory. Captain Kaido, are you going to the Big Mom Pirates? The flame calamity next to him knows Kaido very well, he has already guessed what Kaido is thinking. Of course, the account of killing Jack will be settled with that brat. Kaido stood up, holding a mace in his hand, and twisted his neck to make a crackling sound. It just so happened that Laozi hadn't seen that old woman for a long time, so this time I happened to meet. By the way, kill that arrogant brat. But, that's the territory of Big Mom. 27. Yin still hesitated, and then he said, let me bring someone to go with you. No need, Laozi alone is enough. You don't think Laozi will be in danger against a mere brat, do you? Kaido stared, bursting out with murderous aura. Even Jin can't question him like this. Of course not, Lucifer can't, but there's the whole Big Mom pirates out there, if they team up with Lucifer. So what if we join forces? Who do you think Laozi is? Laozi is Kaido, no one in this world can kill me. An old woman and a brat can't do it together. With Kaido's roar, his body began to deform. Kaido first turned his hands into dragon claws, then his neck stretched, and his head soared into the sky, turning into a dragon head. His upper body seems to be able to extend infinitely, turning into the body of a green dragon hundreds of meters long. With both feet flying into the air, Kaido's lower body turned into a dragon's tail. Roar. A dragon's chant shook all directions, and the green dragon Kaido smashed through the ceiling of the palace and flew into the sky. As if to welcome the arrival of the blue dragon Kaido, the situation above Anijao Island changed and was instantly covered by dark clouds. Qinglong Kaido rushed into the clouds and soon disappeared. Flame Calamity Yins and many pirates looked at the disappearing Qinglong Kaido and remained silent. Some pirate soldiers are okay, but Yen Calamity Ember has an ominous premonition. He didn't understand why he felt this way. Maybe I'm worrying too much. Flame Calamity Jin retracted his sight and began to direct the Beast's pirates to operate. He is the number 2 character of Beast's pirates. Usually when Kaido is not around, everything in Wano is dominated by Yin. In a sea area of New World, there is an island. There is a small country named 647 on the island, named Millikan, famous for its delicious butter. Every year, countless tourists come to this country to taste the delicious cream unique here. But today, the country is ruined. The whole country fell into a sea of flames, and countless residents on the island were burned to death by the fire. Not only the country, but the entire island has been engulfed in flames. From a distance, the island and the palace on the island look like a huge cake being roasted by fire. A pirate ship is sailing away from the island, the pirate flag hanging on the mast is fluttering in the wind, hunting. Above it is the logo of 4 Emperors Big Mom. It's a pity, from now on, I will never taste Millikan's special cream cake again. On the pirate ship, Baron Eggy looked at the burning Millikan kingdom in the distance, and said regretfully, there's no way around it. Why can't they hand over enough Zalicon cream? Proof. Mom's anger is terrible. Pakmas was also looking at the burning kingdom, his face was expressionless, only the picture of the flames was printed on the glasses. They have seen this kind of thing many times, and they have long been used to it. 4 Emperors Big Mom, known for gluttony, especially like desserts. For dessert, she can do anything against common sense. Ruining nations, grilling islands is nothing but commonplace. The reason why the Millikan kingdom will be destroyed this time is because they can't hand over enough Millikan cream. Okay, Pakmas, go back, go to mother's side. Fortunately, the collected Millikan cream can be used to make some desserts, which should calm my mother's anger a little bit. Eggy Baron turned and left. Yes. Just like that, the Big Mom pirate ship disappeared on the sea level, leaving only a burning island of flames. The buildings on the island were collapsed and smashed in the sea of fire until they were reduced to ashes. Another country was destroyed by Big Mom's appetite. Things like this happen almost every year. Because Big Mom holds a tea party every year. Millikan Kingdom was not the first, nor will it be the last. The news that 4 Emperors Big Mom will hold a tea party quickly spread throughout the New World. Some kings of the underground world, powerful pirates, and nobles of the kingdom set sail one after another, heading for the Sea of Nations. They all received invitation letters, and no one dared to refuse the invitation of the 4 Emperors' aunt. All of a sudden, the area around the Sea of Nations was very lively, with countless ships appearing. Whether it is a pirate ship or a merchant ship, all the people on board are well-known figures from the New World. And Lucifer's nether has also entered the waters of all nations. Captain, is this the territory of Bekn? It really lives up to its reputation, food is everywhere. On the deck of Nether, everyone is eating watermelon. What they are in now is the juice sea area in the territory of all nations. The sea water here is all made up of juices. The watermelon they eat is not a fruit, but the watermelon monkfish unique to the juice sea. Big Mom is a woman famous for her gluttony, her kingdom is of course full of food. The juice basin is not the most unusual thing, and later on you will see islands that are all made of chocolate, or islands that are all made of cream. Cake Island, the core island of Big Mom Pirates, is full of desserts. Although he has never been to the Sea of Nations, Lucifer has a clear understanding of the situation here. The people who live here are not bad, at least you don't have to worry about being starved to death. Jack knows this well. Born as an orphan, he suffered from poverty and hunger as a child. Life only improved after joining Marine. Originally, I wanted to dedicate my whole life to Marine, but unfortunately, due to God's will, I became a pirate in the end. In this cruel world, it is a very happy thing to have a full stomach. There is a price to living here, too. That old woman in Big Mom is not a philanthropist, how could she be so kind? Lucifer shook his head and smiled mockingly. Big Mom is a paramecia soul fruit capable person. As long as there is fear of her, her life will be taken away by her. Big Mom has established a law in Wonguo, and all citizens living in Tado land must pay 1 month of life every 6 months as a fee for Big Mom protection, otherwise they must leave. However, Big Mom will never allow anyone to leave Tado land. Anyone who tries to leave will be sentenced to death. In other words, everyone in this kingdom is a life container raised by Big Mom. From the day they lived in this kingdom, their lives no longer belonged to them. The choice between slow death and immediate death is just a matter of time. There are special surveillance manatees in the ocean of the sea of all nations, and Lucifer's arrival was quickly discovered. Oh, is Lucifer finally here? In the palace of Cake Island, Big Mom received a report from his subordinates. That's right, Mom, we have found the whereabouts of the ghost pirates, and they are approaching Cake Island. Well, that's good, just in time for this tea party. Let's snug pick him up and bring him to Cake Island. Yes, Mom. Charlotte Tesnag was dispatched immediately after receiving the order from Big Mom. Under his leadership, Lucifer and his party arrived at the core Cake Island of the world without any hindrance. Cake Island in the Sea of Nations, the tea party is about to begin. The port is full of pirates from Big Mom Pirates, and there are countless chess players lining up. Many members of the Charlotte family also came to the port, and they were all responsible for welcoming the guests here. There are also core cotters of the Big Mom Pirates headed by Katakuri, who guard here to ensure that no one makes trouble. Every year at the tea party, there will be a few idiots who refuse the invitation, and after Big Mom sends revenge gifts, they will all come to revenge. Katakuri's task is to deal with these people and add a bit of blood to the tea party. Kings of the underground world, nobles of the country, and the famous big pirates of the New World landed on the shore and entered Cake Island. The welcome ceremony of Big Mom Pirates was well done. When each guest came, the people next to him would shout, which made people feel the enthusiasm of Big Mom Pirates 5.0. At this moment, the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "The Nether Pirates are here." As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to the sea. Everyone wanted to see the man who single-handedly bulldozed the holy land of Marijois, slaughtered the celestial dragons, and defeated the Marine Admiral. I saw a pirate ship flying the Devil's flag approaching, and soon berthed on the shore of the port. Demon Lucifer, I didn't expect him to come. There are rumors in the world that Lucifer already has a combat power comparable to the 4 emperors. I don't know if it is true or not. This is the first time I've seen Lucifer in real life. I wonder if he's as scary as in the legends. What's scary? Lucifer is the most beautiful man in the world, and his handsomeness is world famous. Finally I can see him. If I can spend a good night with him, death is worth it. Many underground kings whispered earnestly, countless beauties screamed and shouted, and the scene was very lively. Morgans held up his camera and took pictures wildly, with an excited expression. Big news, this is really big news. The demon Lucifer and Big Mom are in contact, which is no less than 2 4 emperors in contact. If word gets out, the world will shake. Morgans was very excited, but on the contrary, many pirates in the Big Mom pirate group were trembling and panicking. Lucifer is here, everyone be serious. That's right, this guy is different from the others. Headed by Charlotte Katakuri, all members of the Charlotte family are on standby. Several weak people swallowed their saliva involuntarily, so as to calm the anxiety in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. The slight sound of footsteps sounded, but it seemed to explode in everyone's ears. Boom. A pirate fell heavily to the ground, his eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth, and he was already unconscious. Hi, what's the matter with you? The people around were shocked. Before he could react, another person fell into a coma and lost consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. One pirate after another fell into a coma, as if it would be contagious. Obviously no one launched an attack, but they just lost consciousness. What's the matter with you? What happened? Hey, wake up quickly. An atmosphere of panic spread among the crowd, and all the pirates and guests in the crowd lost consciousness and fell to the ground in a coma. As the footsteps became louder and louder, the crowd fell in pieces like cutting wheat. Whether it is the pirate soldiers or the captain, even the powerful cotters of the Charlotte family have lost consciousness. You know, these people are pirates who have experienced many battles, and their strength is not bad. But in front of Lucifer, he couldn't even maintain consciousness. This is Conqueror's Haki. Katakuri's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on the slowly approaching figure. His eyes flashed red, and a picture of the future appeared in his mind. But only had time to see a corner of the future, and the picture suddenly shattered. How could Conqueror's Haki be so strong? Evidently there is no airwave. We didn't feel the powerful impact at all. Charlotte Perospero next to him supported a younger brother, looking shocked. Can't be wrong, this is the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki, even better than Mom's Haki. Katakuri's voice was low. Even he himself didn't realize that his tone trembled a little. It was fear. Before he could fully see Lucifer's face, fear had already formed in his heart. Boom! Lucifer's foot fell, and the ground was stepped out of the hollow. With his arrival, all the people on both sides of the road fell down. Finally, Lucifer came to the end of the tea party red carpet. It's just that now, those who are still standing and maintaining consciousness on the field have already. Boom! A powerful momentum erupted from Lucifer, instantly forming an invisible shock wave and rushing towards all directions. Wherever the wind wave passed, rocks were shattered and houses collapsed. The endless conqueror's impact was like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire Cake Island in an instant. When Haki dissipated, the whole Cake Island was dead silent, needles could be heard, and tens of thousands of people had lost consciousness. At a glance, there were countless figures lying densely on the ground, as if they were corpses. Here it is, Demon Lucifer. Headed by Katakuri, some powerful fighters of the Charlotte family all looked at Lucifer in horror, their expressions dull. Some of them were already drenched with sweat, but they didn't notice it at the moment. No one dared to act rashly. Even the strongest Katakuri knew that he was no match for this monster the first time he saw Lucifer. Boom! A huge black shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of Lucifer. The ground trembled violently. 4 Emperor's Big Mom finally appeared. Hey Lucifer, what do you mean? Want to fight with my mother? Looking at the tens of thousands of unconscious people around him, Big Mom was very angry and furious. These people are all guests who came to the tea party, and now they are all in a coma, so how can the tea party go on? She was looking forward to this tea party. Excuse me, coming to the lair of the 4 Emperor's pirates made me a little panicked, so here is a bit of my eye. Lucifer has a composed demeanor, calm and composed. It was as if what he was facing was not an angry 4 emperors, but an ordinary person. Panic. A guy like that panics? What are you kidding? The members of the Charlotte family next to her almost laughed out of anger. This monster is so strong that it doesn't look like a human being at all. How can it be possible to have such emotions as panic? He didn't come to protest at all. Be careful, Lucifer is not a good person. Katakuri whispered to his brothers and sisters around him. Lucifer, how do you explain to me what happened today? My old lady invited you to the tea party, but I didn't ask you to make trouble. Annoy the old lady, do you know what the consequences will be? Big Mom showed a ferocious and terrifying expression, staring down at Lucifer condescendingly, drooling from the corner of his mouth, as if he was going to eat him in one bite. What do you want to explain? Lucifer smiled faintly, turning a blind eye to Big Mom's threat. Well, come and be my subordinate. As long as you are my mother's subordinate, you can forget about what happened today. You can even marry one of my daughters. It's not a day or two for Big Mom to covet Lucifer, especially after knowing that Lucifer may be a rare race. I'm not interested in your daughter, but I am very interested in you. What? Big Mom was taken aback. To be exact, I'm very interested in your head. Can you give it to me? Lucifer showed a ferocious grin, and there was endless killing intent in his eyes. Well, are you actually staring at my old lady's head? You really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, you brat. Big Mom's tone changed, becoming cold and ruthless. Lucifer kid, you really p'd me off. That Polun. Hi Mom. With Big Mom's order, the hat on her head turned into a machete and fell into her hand. Go to hell, dem brat, Wayaguo. Big Mom slashed furiously. Before the slash fell, endless conqueror's impacts erupted. Well done. Lucifer raised his hand and shook it, and the black sword Kyushui appeared in his hand. Since getting this knife, Lucifer has never used it. Today is the first time. The pupils of Lucifer's eyes were instantly blood red, and the armed color and conqueror's haki surged out, covering the blade. Boom! Na Polun and Hideo Kyushui collided with each other, colliding with each other with extreme moves. A shockwave erupted and shook the 4 directions, sending out a huge gust of wind and waves. The ground under Lucifer and Big Mom's feet was cracked inch by inch, and the spider web cracks spread rapidly, covering thousands of meters. Countless black and red lightning bolts erupted from the 2 of them, flying around like a lion majesty, destroying everything they touched. The aftermath of the attack caused by Lucifer and Big Mom enveloped the entire Cake Island, and the murderous intent permeated infinitely. Run, the battle between these 2 people is too terrifying. If you get involved, you will die. Lucifer actually wanted to hunt Big Mom. It's amazing. Some kings of the underground world, such as the usury plutocrat Lufarad, the shipping king Umit and others fled in despair. Seeing the black and red lightning that shot towards them, the kings trembled with fear. Rumble, Lucifer's and Big Mom's armed colors collide with conquerors. The blades of Na Polun and Hideo Kyushui did not touch each other, and the 2 used conquerors winding at the same time. A pole-transparent ball is formed between the blades, which is the nihilistic power produced by the conqueror's confrontation. Conqueror's haki soars into the sky, straight into the sky. The black clouds in the sky above the 2 of them surged violently, and the endless black clouds opened a huge crack that was more than 10 kilometers long. The crack runs through the sky, as if splitting the sky in 2. The conqueror's haki clash splits the sky, the hallmark of 4 Emperor's class battles. Is this all the strength? Big Mom, I think too highly of you. Lucifer held the black knife Kyushui suddenly forcefully, and the armed color and conqueror's haki were raised to another level. With a loud bang, Big Mom's conqueror's haki shattered and was completely defeated by Lucifer. Hideo Kyushui pierced the sky, leaving behind a cold light. Big Mom's huge body flew upside down, and the shock wave whizzed by along the way, plowing out a deep ravine in the ground. Big Mom flew thousands of meters away, and finally smashed through the palace of Cake Island. A scream sounded, and half of the scimitar slowly rotated in the sky. That is Big Mom's weapon, Na Polun. He was chopped off by Lucifer with just one blow. Mother. Half of Napoleon's scimitar screamed, but soon, the soul left the body, and Napoleon turned back into a dead thing. Actually, I don't know how to use a knife very well, but depending on the situation, your knife skills are not very good either. Lucifer put away the black knife autumn water. The reason why he fights Big Mom with a knife is not to fight swordsmanship, but to fight armed color and conqueror's haki. Sure enough, Bimgum's two-color haki is not his opponent. In addition, Lucifer's demonic physique surpassed that of Big Mom's steel balloon, and she was directly crushed. Now, Lucifer has not opened the conqueror's haki field, otherwise Big Mom will lose faster. This is Lucifer's whole card, and Big Mom is not qualified for Lucifer to use it. BD, you actually shot at Mom. Damn Lucifer. Seeing that Big Mom was blown away, many members of the Charlotte family gritted their teeth angrily. Swish! Katakuri's figure flashed, and he teleported directly behind Lucifer, and his huge rice cake arm turned into a mace and hit Lucifer's head. His mace is pitch black, with countless sharp barbs on it, which is the perfect combination of fruit power and haki. Boom! The attack hit Lucifer, sending out a powerful shock wave. Many members of the Charlotte family were overjoyed. Hit. Has your head been blown off? Katakuri Big Brother's attack is very strong. BD Lucifer, do you know how powerful the Big Mom pirates are? However, their surprise expressions soon stiffened on their faces, and their laughter stopped abruptly. Because Katakuri's attack didn't work, his mace fist was blocked midway. And what blocked the attack was only one finger of Lucifer. You want to fight me, but you are still a little short, Katakuri. Lucifer looked indifferent, turned his fingers into a palm and slapped out. The invisible armament haki formed a shock wave, directly knocking Katakuri into the air. He vomited blood in midair and flew thousands of meters away. Katakuri Big Brother. Several younger members of Charlotte's family screamed and rushed to the rubble to save others. And Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Teperosparrow, and others already had dull expressions. They didn't expect that Lucifer blocked Katakuri's attack with just one finger. How strong Katakuri is, they are the most clear. They can be called the second person of Big Mom pirates. Even Marine Admiral can go undefeated for a long time. But in front of Lucifer, he is as weak as a child. This monster. This guy is horrible. Terrifyingly strong, we are no match for him. Only Mother can handle him. The rest of the people did not dare to act rashly. Even Big Mom and Katakuri were blown away, and they just went up to die. Take the unconscious people down first. The battle here is too scary. It's too dangerous for them to stay here. Mom won't be defeated so easily. She will definitely win. Charlotte Perospero stood up and began to direct the operation. He is the eldest son of the Charlotte family, with high prestige, and all brothers and sisters can obey his orders. That's right, Mother is the strongest. Damn Lucifer, Mommy can beat him. Charlotte Cracker, who was awake, gave Lucifer an unwilling look, and hurriedly transported the unconscious family members. Facing such a monster, they can only evacuate, guaranteeing that they will not hold back Big Mom, and they are not qualified to participate in the battle at all. Rumble! A thick thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and hit the crowd. A huge fireball soared into the sky, devouring countless pirates and burning them to ashes. Yahahaha, is this the lair of 4 emperors Big Mom? There are so many wastes. Enel was suspended in the sky, his arrogant and piercing laughter echoed all around. It's Enel, the Logia Thunder Fruit capable user. Katakuri looked up at Enel from the ruins, with killing intent in his eyes. Suddenly, Katakuri saw a black shadow descend from the sky and land at his feet. Katakuri took a closer look, and his pupils constricted immediately. Snag. Katakuri recognized the identity of the shadow, and it was his younger brother Charlotte Snuggle. No wonder I didn't see Snug come back, it turned out they were arrested. Katakuri Big Brother. The consciousness of Snug, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, was already very vague, and he completely lost consciousness after slurring a few words. BD, dare to hurt my family, I can't spare you. Katakuri stepped into the air, and countless black fists suddenly blasted out, hitting Enel. Katakuri is a special paramecia waxy fruit capable person. This fruit can be strange, has the ability to pseudo-elementalize, and can also create things. With this ability, Katakuri can change his physical form at will or even separate him, making all kinds of strange attacks. Katakuri didn't dare to fight Lucifer, but he ignored Enel. Get down. Just when Katakuri's attack was about to hit Enel, a figure suddenly appeared in midair, just in front of Katakuri. It's Vabel? Vabel swung the naginata and slashed down angrily. A huge sword energy tens of meters long pierced the air, smashing all of Katakuri's fists in an instant. At the same time, Katakuri was also shot down from the sky by Vabel. Boom! Vabel stepped on the rocky ground and pointed at Katakuri with a naginata. Captain Lucifer said, I will be your opponent. Katakuri is very strong, Enel is not his opponent, only Vabel can stop him. Lucifer had planned his battle strategy before going to war. Too arrogant. The Big Mom pirates still have us. Strong players such as Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Perospero, and Charlotte Owen all came behind Katakuri. Yahahaha, our people are here too. Don't underestimate our ghost pirates. Today has been crazy. Hey, blah blah, is this the Big Mom pirates? As expected of the 4 emperors, the lineup is really scary. Cavendish, Jack the Ripper, Baby 5, Geisa and others appeared one after another. Add Enel in the sky, and Shimon the white Shinigami who hides in the dark. All the nether pirates are here. Although the number of them is less than 10, the aura erupting from them can rival the Big Mom pirates. Big news, this is really big news. The all-out war between the Ghost Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. This report will definitely shock the whole world. In the distance, Morgans is taking photos frantically, not intending to let go of any details. This Birdman is worthy of being one of the kings of the underground world, and he still has a bit of strength, and he held Lucifer's conqueror's haki head-on. He is also the most courageous. When the other underground kings fled, he didn't run away, but stayed behind to take photos frantically. In terms of professional ethics, no one can match Morgans. A group of arrogant bastards. Based on how many of you want to challenge the Big Mom Pirates, it's still 110,000 years too early. Charlotte Cracker rushed forward, and the huge biscuit warrior thrust out 6 long swords at the same time. Waves Pepper, Nanyohao, Salt Burrito. Although it is a long sword made with ability, its hardness and sharpness are far superior to steel. I'll deal with you. Enel slashed down a thunder dragon to force Cracker back, and at the same time held a golden stick to fly Cracker away. The all-out war between the two pirate groups has officially begun. Jack the Ripper played Charlotte Smoothie, Cavendish played Charlotte Perospero, Guy Sarah played Charlotte Owen, and Baby 5 played Charlotte Defoe. Simon uses the transparent fruit to hide in the dark and kill the members of the Big Mom Pirates. The strongest Vabel is facing the strongest Katakuri. Crack the air. Beautiful sword Swan Lake. Gas laser cannon. Pluton cannon. Boom, 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 boom. The war has just begun, and it will immediately heat up. The killing moves of both sides were launched together, and the sword light was shining on the battlefield, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal, plus various fruit abilities and beam gas bombing. The sound of explosions continued, and the sea of flames spread across the store. All of a sudden, the island was covered by flames of war, and it was almost impossible to find a safe place to stay. The cotters of the Big Mom Pirates are of course more than these, but many of them have been stunned by Lucifer's conqueror's haki. Those who survive must be responsible for transporting the unconscious to evacuation. Otherwise, on this battlefield, they will be affected by the battle at any time and lose their lives. And everyone knows that the key to this war is not with them, but with Lucifer and Big Mom. If Lucifer wins, Big Mom Pirates will be destroyed today. Similarly, if Big Mom wins, the Nether Pirates will be destroyed today. What? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the Cake Island Palace. The invisible sound wave roared out like a tsunami, instantly affecting the entire Cake Island. Big Mom's screaming power is not inferior to that of a sonic fruit-capable person. It can easily destroy buildings on the island and shake stones into powder. Rumble! The Cake Island Palace collapsed, and Big Mom shot out of it and landed in front of Lucifer. Damn brat, you've got some tricks. I haven't been hurt for a long time, and I have felt pain. Big Mom wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her steel balloon defense had been breached by Lucifer. Not only was his face injured, but blood was all over his body. It's as if the body has been broken. Lucifer smiled coldly. This is just the beginning. Today you will not only be injured, but also die here. As soon as the voice fell, Lucifer jumped up and flew into the sky with his demon wings. Lightsaber back Akainu. Countless golden lightsabers appear around 590 Lucifer. Lucifer raised his finger, and countless lightsabers shot towards Big Mom instantly. Lightsabers are densely packed, covering the sky and the sun, covering all directions around Big Mom, and she has nowhere to escape. Prometheus. Big Mom shouted angrily, and the sun Prometheus beside him spit out monstrous fire and rushed into the sky. The lightsaber and the flame collided in the sky, triggering a series of explosions. The endless sea of flames spread, the shockwaves scattered and poured, and the entire sky was shrouded in flames. Cake Island trembled violently, and the sea rolled up waves, as if the end was coming. Zeus. Big Mom roared again. Thundercloud Zeus rushed into the sky, his size rapidly increased, and the cage charged the entire Cake Island. Endless thunder and lightning shot down from the black cloud and struck towards Lucifer. Dissipate. Lucifer is suspended in the sky, neither dodging nor avoiding. With just a whisper from the devil, the endless sea of flames and lightning disappeared in an instant. Conquer fire with fire, and thunder with thunder. Flame dragon breathing, Dityan crazy thunder. The fruit of the word spirit triggers the regular power, and endless flames erupt from Lucifer's body, condensing to form a huge fire dragon with a size of more than 100 meters. The fire dragon swooped down, spit out endless flames, and charged at Prometheus. Prometheus couldn't dodge in time, was hit by the flames on the spot, and let out a miserable scream. It is not a skill to crush with the same attributes, but it is the real genius to crush with the same attributes. It's not over. Bakf, Black Dragon Flash. Lucifer grabbed it with his big hand, and the surface of the fire dragon suddenly became pitch black. It was the highest density armament haki. Yanlong wears armament haki armor and turns into a black light falling from the sky. With a flash of black light, the screaming Prometheus was pierced on the spot and exploded into endless flames. Prometheus. Seeing that Prometheus was killed, Big Mom roared with horror. However, this is just the beginning. Before she could react, Zeus' mournful cry came from the sky again. Countless thunder and lightning spears pierced the dark clouds in the sky, and the armament haki and the power of rules contained in them hurt Zeus himself. The dark cloud shrunk rapidly, turning into a small black cloud and falling into the sky. Mom, save me. Zeus terrified and called for help, and quickly flew towards Big Mom. Want to leave? The nether sword. Lucifer locked on to the fleeing Zeus, grabbed it with his big hand, and a long black sword suddenly condensed in his hand. The long sword pierced through the air, and one sword fell, leaving only a dazzling sword light. Zeus, who was fleeing in flight, stagnated for a moment, fear appeared on its humanized face, and then its body split in two from the middle. Mother! Zeus uttered a cry of terror, but the murderous sword light had struck again. Countless sword lights hit Zeus in an instant, chopping him into countless pieces in an instant. The soul power in the black cloud was cut off, and thundercloud Zeus dissipated and perished. So far, the three homies created by Big Mom with their own souls have all been killed. Big Mom claims to be the pirate who controls the climate and conquers the sky, relying on Prometheus and Zeus created by her soul. Now they are all killed by Lucifer, and Big Mom's own combat power is greatly reduced. Lucy, fa. Big Mom gritted his teeth, wanting to tear apart. She leaped to Lucifer's side and smashed her huge fist on Lucifer's head. The fist is pitch black with a glowing red exterior, covering both the armed color and the conqueror's haki. The four emperors are all back to basics powerhouses. Haki has been trained to ultimate, even a random punch is incomparably terrifying. What's more, this is a punch from Big Mom in a state of rage. Even a small island can be smashed with a single punch. Boom! A huge force erupted, causing a powerful shock wave. Endless airwaves roared and spread, sweeping across the entire Cake Island. Countless eyes on Cake Island stared at the sky, wondering whether Big Mom's angry punch could hurt Lucifer. Is it dead? Even Lucifer can't block Mommy's fist. You deserve it, Lucifer. The eyes of many members of the Charlotte family showed delight. However, their excitement soon stopped, and instead their eyes widened, and the depths of their pupils were filled with disbelief and fear. Lucifer was still suspended in the sky, and the demon wings flapped slowly, barely changing position. One of Lucifer's palms blocked Big Mom's iron fist, and the size of the two sides was clearly out of proportion. But it is this one palm that prevents Big Mom from advancing an inch. Sure enough, you are too weak. Gravity crush. Lucifer pressed down with the palm of his hand, and there was a burst of powerful force. Big Mom was hit by gravity, and suddenly let out a scream, and the huge body fell like a meteorite. Rumble! The moment Big Mom fell, a huge hole was smashed out in the center of the Cake Island. Endless shock waves erupted in all directions, causing changes in the Earth's crust. The island was shattered inch by inch, and pieces of island wreckage bulged up under the pressure. The whole Cake Island trembled violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Quick, run away from this island. This island is going to be destroyed. No place is safe, get out of here. A group of kings of the underground world and well-known pirates of the New World who watched the battle from a distance started their escape journey again. These people feel very bitter. They are obviously here to attend the tea party and enjoy the food. But before the banquet started, the four emperors' battle broke out, and they had no choice but to run for their lives. After finally escaping to a distance, I thought I could catch my breath, but now the more terrifying aftermath of the battle came again. They still have to run. These underground kings feel like they've become escape masters, either running away, or on the way to escape. The members of the Big Mom pirates and the Nether pirates who were fighting also temporarily stopped fighting and evacuated towards the shore. It's just that the evacuation method of the Nether pirates is much better than that of the Big Mom pirates. After the demon elf Xiaohei eats the door fruit, he can travel through different spaces at will. It appeared on Cake Island, rushed into the different space with Enel and others, and soon disappeared. But the members of the Charlotte family had no time to escape, especially those who are comatose and unconscious. Under the aftermath of this battle, they were directly shocked to death by the shock wave, or squeezed into flesh by the ruins of the island. Ding! Host killed the pirate Charlotte Strong and got 14,000 killing points. Ding! Host killed the pirate Charlotte Konstaki and got 14800 killing points. Ding! Host killed the pirate Charlotte Armand and got 19,500 killing points. Ding! Host kills the pirates and gets 3,500 killing points. Ding! Host killed the pirates and got 3,700 killing points. Ding! Host kills the pirates and gets 4,000 killing points. The electronic sound of the system kept ringing in Lucifer's mind, and a sum of killing points was credited, causing Lucifer's killing balance to skyrocket. Although it was only the aftermath of flying Big Mom, many members of the Big Magma pirates died in the aftermath. Not only ordinary pirates, but also many Charlotte family members. When the shockwave stopped, the entire Cake Island was torn apart and turned into ruins. Countless pirates were buried under the ruins, and all they could see were broken corpses. What? Hateful. Charlotte Katakuri roared wildly, her voice full of grief and indignation. With just one glance, he saw the corpses of many brothers and sisters. They were living people a few minutes ago, but now they are all corpses. This makes Katakuri, who loves his family, somewhat unacceptable. Katakuri big brother. Members of the Charlotte family climbed out of the ruins one by one, all in a state of distress, and most of them were wounded. These are relatively strong cotters, so they can save their lives in the aftermath. Mother. Where is mother? How is mommy? Charlotte Cracker, Owen, and others hurriedly asked. Everyone's eyes looked at the huge hole in the center of the island, and chills appeared all over their bodies. Even Big Mom wouldn't feel good after receiving such a terrible blow from Lucifer. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful breath erupted from the pothole. With the shaking of the earth's crust, Big Mom broke through the ground. Katakuri and the others stared at Big Mom, their eyes widened. They have never seen such a embarrassed Big Mom. His whole body was dripping with blood, his hair was disheveled, and although his aura was still terrifying, it was a bit vain. Damn Lucifer, Nanny can't spare you. Big Mom activated the ability of the soul fruit, and the wounds all over the body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the scimitar Napoleon, which was broken in half, also returned to its original shape. Oh, does the burn life heal itself? Lucifer knows the power of the soul fruit. In addition to making home eyes, Big Mom can also recover from injuries and improve combat power by burning its own lifespan. However, Big Mom only reborn Napoleon, but not Zeus and Prometheus. Obviously, Big Mom also knows that Zeus and Prometheus are not much threat to Lucifer. The reason why she rebuilt Napoleon is because many of her tricks require weapons to perform. Under the effect of burning life, Big Mom's wounds healed quickly. But there were obviously a few more strands of white hair in her hair, and her face was even older. Lucifer, take it. Waiguo. Big Mom slashed furiously with his sword, and slashed a huge shockwave of sword energy towards Lucifer. The shockwave came whistling, with an extremely wide range and extremely fast speed, making it almost impossible to dodge. This is a trick that Big Mom learned from the giants. Combined with her monster-like physique and haki, the power is stronger than that of the city humans. However, such an attack does not work on Lucifer. Dark Cave Black Hole. Lucifer grabbed it with his big hand, and the space in front of him suddenly shattered, and a black hole appeared. The black hole rotates slowly, and the inside is pitch black, as if it can swallow everything. Others felt a twinge of pain in their eyes just by looking at it. That black hole seems to be able to swallow even the eyes. Boom! The giant sword energy shockwave hit the black hole, and was completely swallowed by the black hole directly. Such an earth-shattering attack was silently resolved by Lucifer. Back to you. Lucifer hooked his finger, and a shockwave of sword energy shot out from the black hole in the dark cave, which is Big Mom's unique move. Boom! The shockwave of sword energy hit Big Mom, but she blocked it with the Emperor sword. She never thought that one day she would be slapped in the face by her own trick. Gravity Crush. Lucifer's killer move came again, and another powerful force of gravity hit Big Mom. Big Mom's feet sank, and he was immediately crushed to the ground. Universal Pull. Before Big Mom came back to his senses, Lucifer had already changed his moves. Endless gravitational force bound Big Mom heavily and pulled it to the sky. Big Mom didn't want to be caught without a fight, and swung the Emperor's sword to chop out a huge shockwave of sword energy again. But such a tactic was useless, and was easily resolved by Lucifer. Lucifer's figure flashed, and he teleported directly in front of Big Mom, and his palm hit her chest. Super Shen Luo Tianzhang. Boom! Super Strong Repulsive Burst, which also incorporates Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki. The power cannot be described in words. Big Mom was immediately sent flying, turning into a meteor and falling from the sky. In midair, Big Mom vomited blood and screamed piercingly. She rolled her eyes and nearly lost consciousness. With a loud bang, Big Mom landed on the Cake Island. The Cake Island was hit hard again, and it was directly torn apart. Mother! Katakuri, Cracker, and others on the edge of the island roared in horror and felt chills all over their bodies. Impossible, Mom is the strongest pirate in the world. How could she lose? Lucifer, why is that BD Lucifer so strong? She is just a newcomer, why is she better than her mother? The Charlotte family is full of despair. They never thought that Big Mom would be defeated one day, but the facts are right in front of them, and they cannot be disbelieved. Judging from the current situation, as long as the battle continues, Big Mom will undoubtedly lose. Perhaps, Big Mom has lost. After being hit by Lucifer's terrorist attack just now, Big Mom was seriously injured even if he didn't die. Many kings of the underground world and well-known pirates of the New World in the distant sea all held their breath at this moment, gulping their saliva wildly, and the shock in their hearts could not be added. Today's battle let them know what is called the 4-level combat power. It also let them know how terrifying the demon Lucifer is. Such a powerful Big Mom couldn't hurt a single hair of Lucifer, and was crushed by him all the way. Zero looking for flowers. We lost, Big Mom is about to lose. It's amazing, this fight. The demon Lucifer is going to be the new emperor. 4 emperors Big Mom is falling. Although Big Mom is not dead yet, her chances of winning are slim. No one thinks that Big Mom can survive in Lucifer's hands. Some pirate groups on the sea have begun to escape secretly. They are all pirates under the banner of Big Mom, and they all rely on Big Mom's reputation to survive in New World. Now that the backing of Big Mom is about to collapse, of course they have to escape in time. Otherwise, when Lucifer finishes solving Big Mom, they will be the ones to suffer. In the sky, Lucifer flapped his demon wings with an indifferent expression. His observation haki has been locked on Big Mom, knowing that she was seriously injured, but not completely dead. Sword of Judgment, weeping blood and cutting the sky. Lucifer raised his palm, and a huge sword with a length of more than 100 meters was generated out of thin air, covered with armed color and Conqueror's haki in an instant. It's over, Big Mom. Just when Lucifer was about to launch the final blow to completely kill Big Mom, there was a sound of dragon roaring suddenly in the distant sky. Lucifer frowned. Observation haki already sensed that a powerful aura was rapidly approaching. He raised his eyes and saw the dark clouds rolling violently in the distance, and it seemed that something was about to break through the clouds. There seems to be something in the cloud. What's that? Talon. Is it a monster? No, that's a dragon, a legendary dragon. Members of the Charlotte family headed by Katakuri, who watched the battle of the underground world king on the sea, also discovered the change in the sky. I saw a huge dragon claw sticking out amidst the dark clouds rolling, and a huge dragon tail looming. Finally, the deafening dragon chant sounded again. A huge dragon's head protruded from the dark clouds, and he looked down at Lucifer with murderous intent in his pupils. The giant dragon slowly drilled out of the clouds, revealing its huge dragon body. The dragon's body hovered in the sky, swimming back and forth, exuding a terrifying power. A violent gust of wind suddenly blew up around, the sea roared furiously, and countless pirate ships swayed back and forth, as if they would capsize at any moment. Kaido. He actually came to. Lucifer naturally knew the identity of this blue dragon, which was one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts. At the same time, the people below also recognized Kaido's identity. Kaido, this is Kaido. Why does Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, appear here? Could it be because of Lucifer too? By the way, I heard that some time ago Lucifer beheaded Jack the Drow of the Beast's pirates. Kaido should have come to seek revenge from Lucifer. How much courage does Lucifer have to fight against 2 4 emperors by himself? To fight against 2 4 emperors by himself, how brave is Lucifer? The countless spectators were already stunned, and they were beyond shocked. Only Morgans, whose body kept shaking, became more and more agitated. He took a camera and shot Kaido in the sky, muttering to himself. Big news, really big news. First Big Mom, now Kaido has joined. It seems that there are still variables in the battle situation. Is Kaido and Big Mom teaming up to deal with Lucifer, or is it a 3-party melee? I'm really looking forward to it. Today's changes in the situation are too sudden and too complicated. First, Lucifer made a big fuss at the tea party of the Big Mom pirates, and then a full-scale war broke out between the Nether pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Afterwards, Lucifer fiercely fought 4 emperors Big Mom, crushing him and severely wounding him. And just when Lucifer was about to kill Big Mom, 4 emperors Kaido suddenly joined the battlefield. Let the outcome of this war become more confusing. Lucifer, arrogant brat, Laozi finally found you. The blue dragon in the sky roared, and the sound of Tuesday 8-7 rumbled. Hot interest. A huge long column of flames came through the air, penetrating thousands of meters in an instant. This is Kaido's special skill. It is very powerful. It can evaporate a mountain in an instant, and it can also penetrate an island in an instant. Doomsday. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed, and the huge sword over 100 meters suddenly shot up into the sky, colliding with the flaming dragon's breath. Rumble. The great sword split the dragon's breath, and endless flames exploded and filled the sky. The sky with a radius of several miles was shrouded in flames, like a doomsday disaster. Gravity crush, universal pull. Lucifer grabbed it with his big hand, and the sky exploded with infinite gravitational pressure on Kaido, and Lucifer's palm also erupted with infinite gravitational force to pull the blue dragon that rose into the sky. Qinglong's body is too huge to dodge at all. Under the double attack of gravitational force, Qinglong Kaido's huge body crashed down. Rumble. Kaido's huge dragon body hit the Cake Island, making the broken Cake Island even more broken. Some broken wrecks sank faster. Roar. Qinglong roared to the sky, his body became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a dragon man with a height of more than 10 meters. There are 3 forms of Zoan fruit ability users: human form, animal form, and beastman form. Compared with the human form and the animal form, the orc form combines the 2 characteristics of the human form and the animal form, and its combat power is the strongest among the 3 forms. It's quite capable, Ghost. Even that old woman was defeated by you. Kaido transformed into a draconian, wielding a mace, and his voice boomed. When he saw the tragic battlefield on Cake Island, he already knew that Big Mom had lost. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, with a cold voice. If you didn't come, she would have died just now. What? You want to save her? Laozi is not interested in saving people. Laozi just wants to kill you. Go to hell. Kaido leaped, jumped into the air, and the huge mace had smashed Lucifer's head. Thunder 8 trigrams. Small skills, because of spraying. Lucifer blasted out with a punch that turned into a giant lava that met Kaido's mace pair. Conqueror's haki erupted, sparking black-red lightning, and the sky cracked open again. Go away. Lucifer's punch exploded, and the giant lava fist crushed Kaido's haki in an instant. A huge fist of lava slammed into Kaido's chest. Rumble. Kaido turned into a meteor and shot backwards, with endless shock waves wrapped around his body. Large pieces of dragon scales disintegrated, and Kaido couldn't help spitting blood. Immortality? Invincible defense? It all became a joke under Lucifer's fist. Universal pull. Before Kaido landed, Lucifer pulled him back. At the same time, Kaido turned into a blue dragon again, and breathed out a hot breath towards Lucifer. Call out. Lucifer dodged the heat and teleported to the sky above Kaido's head, and at some point a golden lightsaber had condensed in his hand. Doomsday. Call out. A cold light flashed, and blood shot out. Lucifer's golden light longsword has pierced the chest of Qinglong Kaido, directly through his dragon body. How is this possible? Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect that Lucifer broke through his invincible defense so easily. It is 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than the original Kojiki Odin. Go to hell. Lucifer pressed down with a sword, and Duo fell into the sky. Rumble. The golden sword exploded violently, and endless flames soared into the air, forming a huge mushroom cloud. It's not over yet. Lightsaber back Akainu. Meteor volcano. Lucifer soared into the air, waved his big hand, and countless golden lightsabers crashed down. After the lightsaber, hundreds of huge lava volcanic bombs crashed down. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous bombing covered every corner of Cake Island. The island was so full of flames that no complete buildings could be seen. There are only endless explosions and flames everywhere. On the sea, the crowd watching the battle was already stunned. In front of their eyes, the Cake Island has disappeared, and there is only a sea of fire burning raging fire. Strong, too strong. The spectators swallowed their saliva frantically at this moment. Kaido won't die, will he? And Big Mom, she hasn't moved for a long time, she should be dead. Lucifer defeated 2-4 emperors by himself, it's unbelievable. Everyone looked at Lucifer suspended in the sky, as if they were looking at a god. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar of dragon roar in the sea of fire, and the endless howling wind blew away the flames. Tornado bad wind. The huge green dragon hovered up, and the whole body was shrouded in a violent gust of wind. The violent wind seemed to be composed of countless sharp blades, cutting all the flames. I saw a huge blood hole appearing on the body of the giant dragon, faintly visible bones and flesh, blood gushing out like a fountain. Ordinary people would fall into a coma even if they did not die after receiving such injuries, but Duo still maintained a strong combat power. Did it miss? Lucifer aimed for Kaido's heart, but he was too big in dragon form, and the location of the heart was not easy to find. Hey, old woman, you're not dead yet. Kaido's huge pupils stared at Lucifer, but he was speaking to Big Mom. Ah, my old lady will not die in the hands of a brat. Big Mom jumped out of the sea of flames, and there was a mass of flames under his feet. At this moment, her form changed again. The originally obese and bloated figure has become extremely thin, his face is full of wrinkles, and his red hair has all turned white. Although the blood hole in her stomach was still bleeding crazily, her condition was much better. Is life burning again? Big Mom was hit by Lucifer's Super Shinra Tenzen before, and Lucifer directly opened a blood hole in his stomach. Such an injury cannot be healed in a short time, unless Big Mom heals itself by burning lifespan. But this method is undoubtedly drinking poison to quench thirst. And looking at her current appearance, the lifespan of this burning is not a year or two, but at least 10 years, or even 20 years. There is a limit to the burning life of soul fruit, and Big Mom can't use it too many times. Being beaten like this by a kid, old woman, you are really useless. Isn't it the same for you yourself? What qualifications do you have to say about my wife? Big Mom looked at Kaido, a blood hole had been opened in his Kinglong's abdomen. Okay, I want to talk nonsense, I want to reminisce about the old days, and there will be time to talk about it when I go to hell. The big handprint of the sage, crushed by gravity. Lucifer didn't want to talk nonsense with the two of them, so he raised his hand and pressed it down, and the golden light shone in the void, forming a huge palm with a diameter of more than 100 meters and 4.7 inches. The palm covered the sky and fell down with a bang, hitting Kaido and Big Mom. At the same time, there is super gravity crushing on Kaido and Big Mom. Hot interest. Emperor Sword. Qinglong Kaido resisted the gravity, spit out a huge flame column from his mouth, and hit his palm. Big Mom also waved the big sword in his hand at the same time, chopping out a huge shockwave of sword energy. The extreme moves collided, the gravity field was broken, and Lucifer's Sage Mahamudra was also smashed. The power of the 2-4 Emperor's joint attack is really not a joke. Die, Lucifer Kid. Overlord. Kaido changed back to the dragon form, and stood with Big Mom, both of them waved the huge weapons in their hands at the same time. A group of extremely terrifying shock waves whizzed out, which combined the armed colors of the 2-4 Emperors and Conquerors Haki, and the power could destroy an island in an instant. Well done. Lightsaber Overlord Myriad Tribulations. Lucifer condensed a giant lightsaber over 500 meters, covered with high-density armed colors and Conquerors Haki, and slashed down at the shock wave. Boom! The moment the extreme moves collided, the world was overshadowed. In an instant, all sounds seemed to be lost between heaven and earth. Endless rays of light burst out, covering the sky and the sun, drowning everything within a radius of several kilometers. Many underground kings and pirates watching the battle from a distance were all blind at this moment. There was nothing else to see except the dazzling light in his eyes. A gigantic pitch-black sphere emerged from the endless sea, a combination of shockwave, slash, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Several forces erupted in an instant, the sea was torn apart, and a huge hollow appeared. The shockwave generated by the collision of extreme moves exploded. Huge waves with a height of hundreds of meters roared in all directions, and this sea area seemed to be hit by a natural disaster. Escape. Run away. The pirates stared dumbfounded at the huge tsunami that hit them, their brains went blank with fright. However, they were engulfed by the tsunami before they could escape from the sea. The Nether traveled through different spaces and escaped smoothly just before the tsunami struck. Enel, Cavendish, and others survived the catastrophe. Looking at the hundreds of pirate ships engulfed by the tsunami behind them, they all gasped. Only many kings of the underground world and senior cotters of the Charlotte family could survive the tsunami. The other pirates, royal families, and Big Mom-affiliated pirates who came to the tea party were all swallowed by the tsunami. The number of people who died in an instant is beyond calculation. Ding, host killed the pirates and got 4,700 killing points. Ding, host kills pirates and miscellaneous soldiers, and gets 3,800 kill points for 10 kills. Ding, host killed the pirates and got 5,700 killing points. Ding, host kills the pirates and gets 4,500 killing points. A series of system prompts sounded in Lucifer's mind, causing Lucifer's killing point balance to rise continuously. However, Lucifer ignored them. His observation haki has been covering the sea below, looking for the breath of Kaido and Big Mom. Found it. Lucifer's eyes flickered coldly, and the next second, he disappeared directly in place. Call out? Lucifer appeared in front of Big Mom, and a round of invisible slashes appeared in his palm. Vacuum cutting. Puff. A cold light flashed, and blood gushed out. Big Mom's chest was cut by Lucifer with a huge wound with deep visible bone. What? Big Mom let out a shrill scream, and his whole body was knocked into the air by the huge force carried by the slash. Successful 3 Yin Naraku. Lucifer was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Big Mom completely, but Kaido's ultimate move came at this time. A huge mace fell from the sky and hit Lucifer's head. Blinding black lightning spills from the mace that's armor color and Conqueror's haki. Little devil, go to hell. The wall of vacuum. Lucifer raised his palm against the sky, creating a vacuum wall to block Kaido's killing move. If you want to kill me, you are still far away. Empty shock. Lucifer made a fist with his right hand, and a transparent halo appeared on the fist. That is. Kaido's pupils shrank, and he recognized the familiar posture and familiar strength at a glance. What Lucifer is using now is Whitebeard's shock fruit power. Crush me. Lucifer slammed Kaido's chest with a punch, and there was a series of clicks, and the space was filled with cobweb cracks and exploded. Kaido's body was also shattered at this moment, and blood spurted out of his mouth desperately. He was blown away by Lucifer, his chest was sunken, he didn't know how many bones were broken, and all his internal organs were seriously injured. Ice Age. Lucifer's killing move was launched again, and the palm of his hand burst into an extremely cold air, which would freeze in an instant. The cold spread, freezing the surrounding space. The sea under their feet was also frozen, forming a continent of ice. An iceberg emerged, and Kaido was frozen in the iceberg. Sound cannon. At this moment, the seriously injured Big Mom charged again, swiping his sword and slashing a round of high-density laser rays at Lucifer. That is the ultimate killer move formed by combining flames, lightning, and slashing. Its power can penetrate an island in an instant. Go back to me. Lucifer raised his hand and gave the order. The power of words and spirits triggers the power of rules, and quickly captures and locks the laser rays. Afterwards, the laser beam changed its direction and returned to the original path to shoot towards Big Mom. Nanny. Big Mom opened his mouth wide, looking dazed. In the next second, she was hit head-on by her ultimate move. There were bursts of Big Mom's screams in the air, and her body flew upside down like a cannonball. Universal pull. Lucifer grabbed Big Mom with a big hand, pulled back Big Mom, and hit her stomach again. Super Shen Luo Tianzhang. Boom! The shockwave burst out instantly. The terrifying repulsive force that combined armed color and Conqueror's haki erupted, directly breaking through Big Mom's flesh and blood, and piercing through her body. The ice continent behind Big Mom was directly plowed into a 1,000-meter-long gully by the shockwave. Blood spurted wildly, flesh and blood spattered. Big Mom's eyes turned white, his consciousness was already very blurred, and he was on the verge of collapse. Boom! Big Mom knelt down on both knees, and the huge long sword in his hand fell powerlessly and plunged into the ice. After receiving heavy blows from Lucifer one after another, Big Mom's vitality has reached 0, and there is no longer any strength to fight back. Now she can't do it even if she wants to burn her lifespan. Rumble? At this moment, the iceberg exploded, and Kaido finally escaped. Linlin. Kaido let out a roar, looking at Lucifer with a trace of fear in his eyes. After a fierce battle, Kaido finally understood that Lucifer in front of him was stronger than him. It's impossible for him to beat Lucifer. Roar. Kaido turned into a blue dragon form again, soaring directly into the sky, and flew up to 1,000-meter altitude. Hot interest. Bad wind. Thick flame breath and countless huge wind blades spit out from Kaido's mouth and crashed down towards Lucifer. After releasing the ultimate move, Kaido didn't look at the result, and fled overseas directly. Want to go? Lucifer narrowed his eyes, trying to use gravity to keep Kaido behind. However, Big Mom who was kneeling in front of him suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura. A black-purple field erupted from her body, instantly engulfing Lucifer, covering a radius of several kilometers. Life. The sharp sound of the terrifying Conqueror's haki erupted from Big Mom directly shook Lucifer's soul. Soul spell. Want to take my life away? Big Mom, as a soul fruit-capable person, can directly communicate with other people's souls. At this time, Big Mom has released the soul spell. As long as there is the slightest fear of her, the soul will be taken away by her. Is it the last ultimate move before dying? It seems that you are really at the end of the road. Lucifer noticed that Big Mom's eyes were still rolling white at the moment, and he hadn't regained consciousness yet. It proves that she is triggering the power of the soul fruit through instinct at this moment, not actively manipulating it. A mere soul spell is naturally useless to Lucifer. There was no fear in Lucifer's heart. The surrounding horrors of Soul Realm and Conqueror's haki are like a breeze. The Sword of Judgment. Lucifer grabbed it with his big hand, and a golden lightsaber appeared in his hand. It's over, Big Mom. Clang! With a horizontal slash of the sword, a dazzling golden sword light was left between the sky and the earth, flying for thousands of meters. The world was dead silent, and there were ripples in the space, as if even the space had been split in half. Big Mom's head soared into the sky, and large swaths of blood spurted out from the cut neck, splashing 3 feet high. Along with Big Mom's head, the clouds in the sky were cut off. Thousands of meters above the sky, a gap was opened in the thick black clouds, which was where the sword light passed. The 2 black clouds slowly parted, and the sun finally set again. Several rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, and one of them shone on Big Mom's headless body. Plop! Big Mom's head fell and rolled around 10 times on the ice. Ding! Host killed the pirate Charlotte Linlin and got 450,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded completely announced the death of 4 emperors. Big Mom. Killing 4 emperors would yield a lot of killing points, a total of 450,000. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament haki, pinnacle. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 758,000. Originally Lucifer had 100,000 kill points, plus Big Mom's 450,000 kill points and the kill points obtained in previous battles. Lucifer's total kill points came to 7,580,000. Gaining more than 650,000 killing points at one time is the biggest gain since Lucifer went to sea. Be born again. Lucifer stretched out his palm and directed at Big Mom's corpse to issue a spiritual command. The power of the word spirit is activated, and the power of the soul fruit is captured. Lucifer fuses it with a fruit, and the soul fruit is reborn. The development of devil fruit requires talent. The power of the soul fruit is very strong, but it also depends on the person who uses it. The previous owner of the soul fruit, Sister Carmelite, got it and only became a human trafficker. But Big Mom got it, conquered the sky, controlled the climate, and became the only female 4 emperors in New World. After the system appraisal, the soul fruit is worth 150,000 killing points, which is more expensive than a Doflamingo. Sure enough, hunting the 4 emperors is the biggest killing point feast. The corners of Lucifer's mouth curled up, in a good mood. Kill Big Mom and get 450,000 killing points. If the system is allowed to recycle the soul fruit, it can add another 150,000 strength. The combination of the two is a total of 600,000 killing points. Unfortunately, letting Kaido escape is a bit of a fly in the ointment. Lucifer covered the observation haki with a radius of more than 10 kilometers, and Kaido's breath could no longer be found. The flying speed of Qinglong is very fast. When Lucifer kills Big Mom, Kaido has already escaped. Although Kaido said that he wanted to die, he wanted someone to kill him. But in the real face of death, he will not stand still. Rather than saying that Kaido wants to commit suicide and seek relief, it is better to say that Kaido is enjoying the refreshing feeling of committing suicide and not dying. Wait, Kaido, you can't escape. Although Kaido escaped this time, the monk could not escape the temple if he could escape. The world is so big, where can Kaido go? Sooner or later, Lucifer will catch him again. On the endless sea, there is a fleet of pirates. All members of the Charlotte family gathered here, waiting for the final result of the battle. They very much hope that Big Mom can win the final victory, so that the glory of Big Mom pirates can continue. But as the battle progressed, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. And as Qinglong Kaido escaped from the battlefield, many members of the Charlotte family panicked even more. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to discover that the life belonging to Big Mom in their hands had been burned to ashes. Mother. No, I cannot. How could Mom die? Mom is the strongest pirate in the world, she is going to become. The members of the Charlotte family are in mourning. 10 of them can't believe the fact that Big Mom was killed. But the disappearance of the life card happened right in front of his eyes, and the facts were irrefutable. Big Mom is dead, killed by the demon Lucifer. Lucifer, that BD, actually killed Mom. Damn it, what should we do now? Kill Lucifer to avenge my mother. Impossible, Lucifer is too powerful. We alone have no chance of revenge. Damn it. Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Pero, and others are at a loss, full of despair at the moment, and feel that the future is dark. Everyone's eyes were on Katakuri at the bow, and now only Katakuri was the backbone. Retreat, we have no hope for stock revenge. Leave the Sea of 10,000 Nations first, and what will happen later? Before Katakuri finished speaking, he stopped abruptly. The pupils of his eyes lit up red, and pictures of the future appeared in his mind. Quick, go. Katakuri's voice was shrill, filled with endless fear. That's too late. Suddenly a voice sounded, and at the same time, an aura of coercion enveloped all members of the Charlotte family. Under the coercion of this momentum, everyone was unable to move, and some even lost consciousness or knelt on the deck. Lucifer appeared in the sky above the bow, looking down at them. There was no emotional fluctuation in Lucifer's eyes, only extremely cold killing intent. After Lucifer appeared, the space behind Lucifer suddenly split open, and Nether flew out of it. Enel, Vabel, Cavendish, and other cotters all stood on the deck. The ghost pirates are all here. Yahahaha, so they are all hiding here. The war is not over yet, where do you want to flee to? Enel turned into a flash of lightning, teleported to the mast of the Queen Mother Anthem, and a murderous aura erupted from him. The previous war between the Ghost Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates was stopped midway due to the aftermath of the battle between Lucifer and Big Mom. Enel has never had a good time playing. Now that Lucifer has killed Big Mom and returned with a big victory, Enel of course wants to restart the war. Hey blah blah blah, kill these people, our nether pirates will be the new 4 emperors, right? I'm really looking forward to it. The position of 4 emperors is easily obtained. In terms of ridiculing and cursing, killing, and punishing people, Guy is the strongest in the nether pirates. His words, matched with his triumphant expression, brought the murderous heart to the ultimate level. Although it seemed that even his companions wanted to beat him up violently, it was undeniable that what he said was true. The Charlotte family, which lost Big Mom, can no longer compete with the Ghost Pirates. Now, they are a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lucifer. Katakuri gritted his teeth and looked at the person above him, tightly holding the trident in his hand, subconsciously protecting his brothers and sisters behind him. Big Mom is gone, he is the strongest in the Big Mom Pirates, so naturally he has to take the responsibility of protecting his family. If you want to hurt my family, walk over my dead body first. Katakuri brandished his trident and let out a roar, a stream of Conqueror's haki erupted from his body. That's right, our Charlotte family are not to be trifled with. And me too. Come if you want to. Cracker, Smoothie, Perospero, and others also stepped forward to stand with Katakuri. These people stand together, but there is a little bit of power. Seeing Katakuri showing conquerors, Jack was a little surprised. Is he also a Conqueror's Awakened? His qualifications are good. As expected of the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, it's really extraordinary. Isn't it just conquerors? What's the big deal? Enel said sour words. But Lucifer and others could tell that he was jealous. Conqueror's haki, the power that only one person in a million will awaken, is the aptitude of a king. The owners are all powerful in the sea. Lucifer fought Big Mom and Kaido alone today, and Enel also saw the Conqueror's power displayed. He also wanted to have this power, but alas, he didn't. The Conqueror's isn't something he wants, he's not a chosen one. No matter how hard you practice, nothing is nothing. Want to fight me? The corners of Lucifer's mouth curled up, he didn't show any disdain, just a little playful. Boom! A momentum erupted from Lucifer, and Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, and others were immediately crushed to their knees on the deck. Although it is also Conquerors, its power and momentum are not on the same level at all. If you want to fight me, you are still a little bit close. The flat voice rang in the ears of Katakuri and the others. Lucifer's tone was very flat, without any sarcasm, just stating a fact. Big Mom is dead, well done, as the loser, you must be ready to die, right? The world of pirates is so cruel, it is only natural for the loser to lose everything. However, I can give you a chance to survive and submit to me. As long as you work for me, you can live. This is my last mercy, whether you can live or not depends on your choice. Kindness? Katakuri and the members of the Charlotte family felt that they had heard a big joke. Killed our mothers, destroyed our pride and dignity, made us homeless, and now want us to work for the enemy who killed our mothers, and still call it kindness? Katakuri and other members of the Charlotte family gritted their teeth in anger. If they could, they would like to tear Lucifer into pieces and chop him into a puree. Stop joking, how could we work for you? That's right, don't even think about it. Even if we die, we will not surrender. Charlotte Owen and Charlotte Mondor roared and looked at Lucifer's eyes full of hatred, as if they wanted to swallow Lucifer alive. Oh, are you handsome? Lucifer smiled slightly. Oh, really? Lucifer smiled slightly. As soon as the smile appeared, Katakuri's expression changed drastically. Don't want. Before the words fell, the bodies of Charlotte Owen and Charlotte Mondor exploded. Blood and pieces of flesh splattered in all directions, splashing all over the body next to him. Ding, host killed Charlotte Owen and got 35,000 killing points. Ding, host beheaded Charlotte Mundal and got 21,000 killing points. Ding, host killed the pirate Charlotte St. Mark and got 14,000 killing points. 3 system prompts sounded, and Lucifer gained 70,000 kill points again, bringing the total kill points to 828,000. At the same time, Lucifer reharvested 2 devil fruits. Among the 3, only Owen and Mondor are capable. Katakuri was also splattered with blood. He felt endless anger coming up in his heart, and at the same time endless sadness. Died. He lost 3 more family members. Just for saying one word, Lucifer killed them all. And Lucifer was always smiling when he killed. Killing people while talking and laughing, leaving no bones. Lucifer's methods are more ruthless than he imagined. Katakuri finally understands why Lucifer has the nickname Devil. Sure enough, there is a wrong name, but there is no wrong nickname. He really is a complete demon? Wrong choice will kill you, what do you think? Lucifer raised 147 fingers and slid across the heads of many members of the Charlotte family. All of them felt their scalps go numb. I promise. Katakuri lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Katakuri. To shut up. Just as Cracker was about to speak, Katakuri called him back. Cracker, we have no choice. We still have so many families to save, we can't die. Now even if you kneel down and beg, give up all your dignity, and beg for mercy, you still have to live. Our family can only live if we live. Cracker, I know you are not afraid of death, but Noel Mander and they are still very young, what will they do if we die? And 4 emperors has a total of 46 sons and 39 daughters, and the younger ones are only 4 to 6 years old. There are also many underage ones. Now that the ant is dead, if they die too, these people will definitely not be able to survive. Cracker froze, bit his lip tightly, and directly bit his lip to bleed out blood. He was speechless. Katakuri raised his head, looked at Lucifer, and said in a low voice, I am willing to serve you loyally, I just ask you to spare my family and let them live. Katakuri, you are indeed a smart and decisive person. Lucifer smiled and said, I agreed to your request, as long as you serve me loyally, you will naturally be my subordinates, and of course they can live. Actually, serving me is much better than serving Big Mom. After all, I have a good temper, and I won't go crazy from time to time and kill people casually. I know that, when the old woman in Big Mom suffered from food cravings, she didn't recognize her relatives, and even ate her own children. Right. Katakuri's face was ugly, and Cracker, Pero and others were also pale. They were left speechless by Lucifer's question, not knowing how to refute. Because what Lucifer said is true, Big Mom with cravings is terrifying, and there are not a few children who were killed or even eaten by her. Hey, it's true, she can even kill and eat her own child, what kind of monster is that old woman? Enel, Cavendish and the others were also taken aback by what Lucifer said. Tigers do not eat their children, they have never heard of such a mother. Is such a person also qualified to be a mother? Stop kidding. It is said that the 4 emperors are all inhuman monsters, but Big Mom is really a monster among monsters. Hey blah 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 blah, Big Mom wasn't born as a cannibal, right? Guy gloated a little. There are many races in the world of One Piece, and the cannibals are just legendary races, not in reality. But Big Mom's behavior is more terrifying than cannibals. Because even cannibals will not eat their own children? Okay, let's gather the remnants. From today onwards, Torrent in the Sea of Nations is my domain. All the islands that originally belonged to the Big Mom pirates are indispensable. Katakuri, you lead the team to do it yourself, and you should know how to deal with rebels. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Katakuri lowered his head and said respectfully, $GSG at S. In this way, Lucifer successfully regained the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. Although Lucifer was honored as the 5 emperors by the major forces in the New World before, his power was too weak. The total number of crew members on board is less than 10, and there is no territory. Now that the seas of all nations have been recovered, Lucifer's power can be compared with that of Whitebeard, Kaido and Red Hair. In the distance of the sea, there are several gorgeous merchant ships parked. They are the rides of the kings of the underworld. Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, Luferid, the underground usurer, Omid, the shipping king, Gibson, the concealed master of the warehouse industry, Della Gupidro, the funeral director, and Strick, the queen of the Pleasure District West is all here. Their eyes were complicated, and the shock on their faces had not subsided. The war is over. Yeah, the final winner is the demon Lucifer. It's really amazing, Big actually died in battle. 4 emperors fell, and a new 4 emperors was born. After only 1 year of debut, he became 4 emperors. Lucifer is more legendary than Red Hair. The kings of the underground world expressed their feelings one by one, each with their own plans in their hearts. Only Morgans looked uplifted. Big news, the big news this time will definitely affect the whole world. Everyone, let's take a step ahead, we must immediately inform the whole world of this incident. Morgans flapped his wings, flew into the sky, and soon left the sea. Then, the little girl will take a step first. Queen of the Pleasure District Stracy also left the sea in her own boat. Once back on board, however, she dialed a number with the phone bug. Hi, it's me. Yes, the battle is over, and Lucifer has won the final victory. Big Mom is dead, Kaido escaped with serious injuries, and Lucifer has subdued all the remnants of Big Mom pirates. Lucifer's strength has exceeded expectations, and Big Mom and Kaido are no match for him. Sorry, I don't know if Lucifer is injured, they fought too hard for me to get close. Yes, I suggest cancelling this operation. It's a pity that I have been undercover in Big Mom for so many years. Yes, I will find a way to establish cooperation with Lucifer and obtain more information about him. Obey, Lord Ghost. Stracy hung up the phone respectfully. On the surface, she is the queen of the Pleasure District, one of the kings of the underground world. But her real identity is an agent of the world government CPO. Stracy accepted the order of the world's government to break into the underground world and eventually became one of the underground kings. Over the years, she has sent back countless precious information to the world government. Stracy and Big Mom have been friends for many years, and they call her sister, and they are almost good sisters. But Big Mom never thought that the woman he had been friends with would be an undercover agent of the government of the world. For so many years, the internal information of the Big Mom pirates has all been transmitted back to the world government through the hands of Stracy. The world government is very clear about every move of the Big Mom pirates. Beyond the 10,000 Nations Sea, on the endless Wangyang Sea, there is a marine fleet approaching the 10,000 Nations Sea. There are a total of 10 ships in the fleet, all of which are warships of the highest specification and can carry 1,000 marine soldiers. The team is led by Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru, with 5 naval headquarters elite vice admirals and 10 rear admirals. This is a stronger force than Buster Call. The purpose of Marine is Lucifer and 4 Emperors Big Mom. When Lucifer and Big Mom were at war, the CP spies hiding in Cake Island had sent the news back to Naval Headquarters. Sengoku acted decisively and directly dispatched all the marine static elites of the New World G1 branch. Sengoku let Lucifer into the New World, just to let Lucifer and the 4 Emperor's pirate dogs bite the dog, and Marine reaped the benefits. This opportunity has finally come, and Sengoku will not miss it. Admiral Akainu dispatched immediately after receiving the order to attack Lucifer. Lucifer killed his confidant Doberman, damaged his reputation and affected his official career. Akainu has long hated Lucifer to the bone. On the bow, Admiral Akainu stood with his chest folded, Marine's coat fluttering in the wind, exuding an aura that no strangers should enter. The Marine soldiers behind him looked at Akainu's back and swallowed wildly, sighing in their hearts that it was indeed Akainu Admiral, and his aura was terrifying. However, when they saw another Marine Admiral, things went wrong. Admiral Kizaru was lying on a beach chair with an umbrella on his head. The personal adjutant behind him made a cup of tea and handed it to him. Kizaru took the teacup, took a sip, and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. What? Kizaru let out a long sour sigh, and then lay down on the beach chair again. That appearance is no different from a salted fish. The salted fish has to be turned over in the sun, but Kizaru doesn't seem to even want to turn the noodles in the sun. The same Marine Admiral, how can there be such a big gap? This is the common thought of many Marine soldiers. As a Marine, shouldn't you fight against evil and be high-spirited? How could Kizaru Admiral be like this? This is the common question of countless Marine soldiers. Akainu glanced at Kizaru behind him indiscriminately, and snorted coldly. Radical, he has never been used to the lazy style of Kizaru and Aokiji. That's why he wanted to become the Marshal of Marine, implement his approach to the entire army, and build Marine into an iron-blooded army that thoroughly upholds absolute justice. Well, Sakazuki, don't be so serious, the war hasn't started yet. For Akainu's dissatisfaction, Kizaru didn't take it to heart. Also Marine Admiral, Akainu can't control him yet. Actually, Kizaru didn't want to carry out this mission. For Lucifer, that horrible monster, Kizaru never wants to face him again. But who made him fast? Akainu can send troops directly from the New World G1 branch, but another admiral must come from Marineford. Aokiji wasn't fast enough to just let him come. It's really troublesome. I have to face that monster Lucifer again. The old man just wants to sit quietly in the office and drink tea. Why do you have to go to trouble with that monster? If I get injured again this time, I have to ask Mr. Sengoku to pay me 10 times the work-related compensation. For Kizaru's words, Akainu just gave a cold snort in response. He was not a talkative person. Suddenly, the voice of the phone bug rang. Boo blue blue. Blue blue blue. Akainu took out the phone bug and connected it, and the snail immediately changed into Sengoku. Hi, it's me. Even in the face of Marshal Sengoku, Akainu's attitude is still cold. Where have you been? Sengoku asked. Has entered the Sea of All Nations, and will soon be able to arrive at Cake Island. There was a killing intent in Akainu's voice. He had wanted to kill Lucifer for a long time, and today the chance finally came. No need, return to the voyage immediately, the mission is cancelled. Sengoku's order made Akainu freeze in place, and his mind went blank for a moment. What did you say? Akainu's voice suddenly became higher, full of disbelief. I said, the mission is cancelled, now return to the voyage immediately, and wait for the next order. Are you kidding me? Akainu got angry. We're all here, we're only one step away from finishing Lucifer. Now let's go back. VR. No wonder Akainu was so angry. Sengoku's order was literally slapping him in the face and Marines at the same time. The Marine Buster Call Army was dispatched, led by 2 admirals and 5 vice admirals. In the end, he went back in despair without doing anything. If this gets out, what will the world think of Marine? When the time comes, Marine will lose face and become the laughingstock of the world. This is an order from the 5 elders. Sengoku ignored Akainu's anger, his tone remained flat. I want to know why. Lava flowed from Akainu's face, and his anger could hardly be suppressed. The Cake Island War is over, Lucifer has won the final victory. Sengoku's words immediately made Akainu calm down. According to the intelligence sent back by the undercover agent, it is confirmed that Lucifer has completely killed 4 Emperor's Big Mom. In this battle, Lucifer showed amazing strength, and Big Mom was beaten by Lucifer all the way. In the middle, Kaido also came to Cake Island and joined hands with Big Mom to fight Lucifer, but was still suppressed by Lucifer. 4 Emperors, 1 dead and 1 wounded. Now that the war is over, it is too late for Marine to go again. Isn't that just right? Akainu still doesn't want to give up on this mission. Lucifer has just gone through a tough battle. He killed Big Mom, seriously injured Kaido, and must be weak himself. Now is the best time for us to eliminate him. If we wait for Lucifer to recover, it will be even more impossible for us to try to kill him. No, according to the news from the undercover agent, Lucifer did not appear weak after the battle. Now, Lucifer has conquered the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. You have to know that although Big Mom is dead, in this battle, the elite combat power of the Big Mom pirates did not lose much. Marine goes in now to fight a 4 Emperors pirate group. Your current strength is too small, it is impossible to win, and the loss will be great. So the 5 elders order you to withdraw. There was a dead silence on the warship, and all the Marine soldiers were silent, not daring to make a sound. Ask for flowers. They were also shocked by what Sengoku said. The war is actually over, and it ended so quickly. And Lucifer, whose strength is so terrifying. Fight against 2-4 emperors with one man. Not only one, but also beheaded Big Mom, causing Kaido to escape with serious injuries. At this moment, fear arose in the hearts of countless Marines. Many Marine soldiers were shaken, expecting Akainu to follow Sengoku's order and return immediately. Akainu clenched his fists tightly. The magma on his face had already flowed into his neck, which was extremely terrifying. The old man understands. Akainu gritted his teeth and said this, and with a force in his hand, he immediately crushed the phone bug into a pulp. Then the flame burned, burning the meat paste to ashes. The life of a phone bug is indeed dangerous. Not only pirates like to kill phone bugs, but even Marines are no exception. Come here, pass on my order, and the whole army will return. Akainu gave the order unwillingly. Yes, Akainu Admiral. A rear admiral behind him listened to the order and immediately conveyed the order to the other 9 warships. Afterwards, the 10 warships began to turn around and leave the waters of all nations. Akainu glanced ferociously at the sea area behind. His eyes were burning, and there was endless anger in them. The opportunity to kill Lucifer was right in front of him, but unfortunately, he didn't even see Lucifer's face, so he went back in despair. This made the aggressive Akainu unbearable, and he almost vomited blood with anger. Just wait, Lucifer, I will burn you to ashes and wipe you from this world. Lost one chance, Akainu will wait for the second one. Only Lucifer's blood can quench his murderous intent. Kizaru's situation is quite different compared to the furious Akainu. While Akainu and Sengoku were talking, Kizaru was lying on a chair with his eyes closed. Hearing Sengoku's evacuation order, Kizaru kept silent on the surface, but in fact, he was already happy in his heart. It took all my acting skills to force myself not to jump for joy. Good to retreat. If you retreat, you don't have to face the monster Lucifer. Since the Battle of Marijois, Kizaru knew that Lucifer was not easy to mess with. He really has what it takes to kill Marine Admiral. It seems so now. How long is this? Even 4 emperors Bigmom died in Lucifer's hands. Kizaru secretly lamented his vision, and thanked Sengoku for giving the order to retreat in time. Otherwise, this time, he might be beaten up again by Lucifer. It's not bad to be injured and hospitalized, but Kizaru would really regret it if he lost his life. Well, it's time to go back and drink tea. I haven't tasted the new tea I bought yet. How about going to Mr. Garp's to get some senbei? The marine fleet came and went quickly, and soon disappeared on the edge of the Sea of Nations. System, open the Properties panel. In the cabin of the Nether, Lucifer gave instructions in his heart. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, Pinnacle. Observation Haki, Pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, Domain. Killing points, 936,000. Lucifer let the system recycle the devil fruit harvested this time, plus the gains from beheading the enemy. Lucifer's total kill points reached a full 936,000. Today, Lucifer still has 5 powerful devil fruits left in his hands: saber-toothed tiger fruit, blood fruit, stone fruit, mammoth fruit, and soul fruit. If the system recovers a few more, it will be very easy to kill more than 1 million. Forget it, now that the family is big and the business is big, it's still useful to keep devil fruit. Today, the Nether pirates are no longer the small pirates they used to be. After recovering the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, they now have more than 30,000 men. It is still necessary to leave a few devil fruits to cultivate cotters. In particular, 963 are 2 saber-toothed tiger fruits and mammoth fruits. Lucifer has already figured out who should eat them. Lucifer puts devil fruit away, closes the properties panel, and opens the system store. Now that I have a huge sum of money, of course I have to spend a lot. System, buy the armed color treasure chi domain. Ding, the armament Haki domain has been successfully purchased. 800,000 killing points have been deducted, and the remaining killing points are 136,000. The killing point shrank significantly, and a vast energy appeared in Lucifer's body out of thin air. After fusing this energy, Lucifer's armament Haki evolved, directly awakening the Haki field. With a thought, Lucifer instantly turned into a black man, and a pitch-black armor appeared on his body. This is the armor transformed by armament Haki, all composed of high-density armament Haki. Even Kaido's full attack may not be able to break this armament Haki armor. And this is just the beginning. Lucifer has awakened the armament Haki domain, and with a thought, the domain will spread around. Endless armament Haki fled the realm, everywhere. All of them are under Lucifer's control. They can change into any weapon at will, and can attack from any angle. Within the armament Haki domain, Logia fruit abilities cannot be elementalized. Right now the domain covers only the cabin, but Lucifer can expand the armament Haki domain even bigger if he wants. So strong is this the armament Haki domain. Although it lost to the Conqueror's Haki field, it is still extremely heaven-defying. In the big fight before, Lucifer could feel it. Whether it is Big Mom or Kaido, although they have cultivated armament Haki to the peak level, they still have no awakening field. In the sea, it is possible to awaken the armament Haki domain, and Lucifer can only think of Garp, Whitebeard, Luoji, and Sengoku. In the last battle with Garp, although Garp was repelled by Lucifer, it was because he didn't take it seriously. This legendary level marine, relying on a pair of iron fists to traverse the world, armament Haki's cultivation is absolutely terrifying. He is the one most likely to awaken the armament haki realm. Luoji is dead, there is no way to know. Whitebeard suffered a dark injury and his strength declined. Even if he might have awakened the armament haki domain during his peak period, he probably won't be able to use it now. Sengoku, like Whitebeard, is older and probably older. After all, not everyone, like Garp, can remain at the peak of his senior year. It can only be said that this old man's vitality is too strong, he deserves to be a member of the D family. I am now, in terms of comprehensive strength, I should be number 1 in the world. The only one who might be stronger than me is that old monster who has lived for 800 years. Lucifer thought of I'm, the king of celestial dragons, and was secretly wary. Can live for 800 years, even a pig can become a strong man. Not to mention he is also the king of celestial dragons. There are countless resources of the world government, plus his own evil talent, and 800 years of time. Im's current strength must be unimaginably terrifying. We need to increase our strength. Lucifer was not in a hurry, and continued to fight steadily according to the plan to reap the killing points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, Jiling fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament haki, domain. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 136,000. After this consumption, Lucifer has 136,000 points left. If you want to upgrade the last observation haki to the domain level, you still have a lot of killing points. Just wait, it will be done soon. Now Lucifer has ruled the seas of all nations and has become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. It is already very simple to harvest killing points. As the most dedicated news writer, Morgans moves quickly. After returning to his news agency headquarters, he began to write news. Thinking is like a spring, inspiration is like a diabetes insipidus, and there is no way to stop it. There are too many news stories about this incident, and the headlines on the 3rd and 4th editions are simply not enough to describe this incident. As soon as Morgans finished writing a report, his staff immediately took it to print and sent it around the world free of charge. In just a few days, the story of the 3 emperors' war spread to the whole world. The devil Lucifer made a big fuss about the Big Mom pirates, and an all-out war broke out. Lucifer's strength is terrifying, 4 emperors' Big Mom is powerless to fight back. Kaido comes to Cake Island, the battle of the king is confusing. 1 against 2, Lucifer alone against the 4 emperors. The demon Lucifer beheaded Big Mom, Kaido was seriously injured and escaped. The strongest monster in the world, the demon Lucifer. Lucifer overtakes Whitebeard and becomes the strongest in the world. Devil or God? A person with the ability to speak fruit, Lucifer's ability is revealed. Sensational and exaggerated headlines were written by Morgans and sent to all over the world. The causes and results of the Cake Island royal battle were published on each front page headline. Each front page headline uses a different photo. Morgans took tens of thousands of photos during the war, and each photo was enough to shock the world and attract the attention of countless people. It took Morgans a long time to choose, before he picked a few close-up photos that he was most satisfied with. As the news spread, New World boiled, and the first half of the Grand Line shook, and the news spread all over the world and Quan Chi. 4 emperors fell, and a new 4 emperors ascended the throne. Dad, something happened, Big Mom was killed. The Whitebeard pirates, aboard the Moby Dick. Marco hurriedly flew to Whitebeard with the newspaper, and at the same time, there were countless newspapers scattered in the sky, which were picked up by the pirates on the ship. The moment everyone saw the newspaper headlines, they were all stunned on the spot, dumbfounded. The headlines in the newspapers vary, but no matter which front page headline it is, the content is enough to shock the world. Hey, Big Mom actually died in battle, isn't it a lie? No, the newspapers have spread all over the world, and the photos have been published. How can there be fakes? Is Lucifer that strong? Even Big Mom is no match. Not only is Big Mom not an opponent, she and Kaido were defeated together, with 1 dead and 1 injured. Are you kidding? Those are 4 emperors. 3.9 you can win in 1 fight and 2, what kind of medicine did Lucifer take? He didn't take any medicine, but a heaven-defying fruit. Spiritual fruit? What is this fruit? Why is it so strong? Some pirates saw the conjecture and introduction about the fruit of words described by Morgans. In this battle, Lucifer used many powerful abilities including flash, magma, ice, fire, gravity, repulsion, gravity, void creation, and earthquake. He is omnipotent, as if he is a real god, who can freely manipulate the power of any natural element to create the world. Earthquake, he can even use the ability of earthquake. Many pirates of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the newspaper in their hands, couldn't help trembling, and couldn't believe it. In the newspaper, there was a close-up of Lucifer smashing the atmosphere with the seismic aperture, seriously injuring Kaido. The familiar move, the familiar power, is obviously Whitebeard's special skill. The pirates on the boat looked at their father at the same time, wanting to see how his father would react. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, and couldn't hide his shock at the moment. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, and couldn't hide his shock at the moment. Is that old woman, Charlotte, dead? Whitebeard focused more on Big Mom's death than Lucifer's abilities. After all, he and Big Mom also have a friendship. I used to stay on the same pirate ship when I was young. Dad, Lucifer can not only use the ability of Marine 3 Admiral, but also the ability of Earthquake. Marco said loudly. Ah, I see it. Whitebeard stared at the close-up photo of Lucifer shattering space, silent. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. Seeing others use one's abilities is a strange feeling that cannot be described in words. What a horrible kid. After a long time, that was all Whitebeard could say. Is that all? Marco felt a little speechless about Whitebeard's calmness, and the dead fish eyes were even more dull. Is this the attitude of a super pirate? He can remain calm in the face of such shocking news. Marco felt that compared to Papa Whitebeard, he was still far behind. Whitebeard can keep calm, but the large number of pirates on board can't keep calm at this moment. In their view, shock fruit is exclusive to Whitebeard. Daddy 10, Lucifer is using your power. Yup. This guy is simply too arrogant. At this, Whitebeard just laughed. Don't worry about it, sons of idiots. This great sea has never belonged to anyone in particular. If he can use it, that is his power. Ability is ability, strength is strength, this is completely different. Lucifer has now proved his strength by relying on his record, he is already such a man. Marco nodded, and the surrounding captains and countless pirates also calmed down. Yes, Lucifer has already proved his strength with the head of Big Mom. Even if he could use Whitebeard's power, so what could they? Could it be that Lucifer went to war because of this? Do not make jokes. Yeah, Lucifer is already a real monster. Even if he can use Daddy's power, we can't do anything about him. With 1 against 2, he can still kill Big Mom and seriously injure Kaido. Lucifer's strength may be the strongest in the world. A pirate said this involuntarily. Just after he finished speaking, the pirate found that everyone around him was focusing on him. What's wrong? What's the matter? Are you ashamed to ask what's the matter? The strongest in the world is Dad. No matter how strong Lucifer is, how can he be Dad's opponent? That's right, Love is the strongest man in the world. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group have extreme admiration for Whitebeard, and no strong person can shake Whitebeard's position in their hearts. Although they are frightened by Lucifer's strength, they still believe that Whitebeard is the strongest in the world. Google la, sons, don't say such silly things. Everyone gets old. Whitebeard has a big heart, and he's not going to settle these battles. His strength and his status don't need such a title to prove it. At the same time, Whitebeard also knew in his heart that Lucifer, who could kill Big Mom and seriously injure Kaido by himself, had surpassed him in strength. Over the years, he was getting older and older, with hidden injuries and a serious decline in his strength. Lucifer, on the other hand, is at the peak of his prime and will grow in strength. If the two really fight, he must be the loser. A generation of new people replaces the old ones. This sea is really wonderful. Whitebeard picked up a wine gourd and started gurgling to drink. His eyes are very complicated. Looking at the sea in the distance, his eyes seem to have traveled through time and saw the old era. At that time, heroes from all over the world arose side by side. He, Luoji, Golden Lion, Garp, Sengoku, Big Mom, Kaido and others roam freely in the sea with great pleasure. Although they are against each other, they have established a friendship in the fight. They don't know each other without fighting. Even though they are enemies, they cherish each other. In the first second, you can fight bloody, life and death, and in the next second, you can sit together, drink and have a banquet. How time flies. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. The past decades ago seems to have happened yesterday, and it is still vivid in my mind. But now, Luoji is dead, Golden Lion is missing, and he, Garp and Sengoku are also old. There are rookies like Redhead and Lucifer on the sea today, starting to show their talents. The red hair became the 4 emperors, and Lucifer killed Big Mom to become the new 4 emperors. He, known as the strongest pirate in the world, has now been surpassed. This is the ruthlessness of time. It doesn't treat anyone special. In front of it, no matter how strong a person is, no matter how great their reputation is, they will be wiped out in the end. In the corner, Blackbeard Teach stared at the newspaper with complicated eyes and trembling hands. Seeing this incident, his mentality almost collapsed. Spiritual fruit? What kind of fruit is this? I've never heard of it before. Can use the power of all elements, even earthquake ability. Why is there such a fruit? Blackbeard has been hiding in the Whitebeard pirates for nearly 20 years, just to get the dark fruit he wants. With the dark fruit, combined with his alien body, he can capture Whitebeard's shock fruit, becoming an unprecedented double fruit ability. At that time, he can replace Whitebeard and become the new emperor. And with the ability of double fruits in hand, Blackbeard believes that the future must be his era. But now, as soon as Lucifer's speech fruit appeared, dark fruit looked extremely ridiculous. Lucifer's ability is like mocking Blackbeard, trampling his years of hard work and ambition to nothing. Compared with the fruit of the word spirit, what is the double fruit ability? Not only can Lucifer use Marine 3 Admiral's ability, but he can also use his long-coveted shock fruit ability. Even with the dark fruit ability, the word spirit fruit must be usable. Even if Blackbeard got the dark fruit, he completed his plan. In front of Lucifer's fruit of words, he is nothing, and he has no chance of winning. At this moment, Blackbeard felt that his plans and ambitions were so ridiculous. Before his plan even started, he was trampled to nothing by Lucifer. Lucifer? Word spirit fruit. Why didn't I get this fruit? If I can have this power? What Marine, what 4 emperors, all surrender. This fruit should belong to me. Blackbeard's mentality collapsed, and he was mad with jealousy. He could hardly maintain the disguise he had put on for many years, and malice and murderous intent emanated from him. Fortunately, at this moment, the pirates on the ship were all paying attention to the newspapers and discussing Lucifer, and Whitebeard was also lamenting life, and no one noticed his abnormality. I won't just let it go, I must get the dark fruit. I can't wait any longer, I have to do something. Blackbeard stared at Lucifer's photo, a cold light flashed in his pupils. The strong rise of Lucifer has brought too much shock to Blackbeard, and also brought an incomparable sense of urgency. It made Blackbeard realize that he couldn't just stay in Whitebeard and wait for the dark fruit to be found from the boat. Although the possibility of getting dark fruit in the Whitebeard pirates is the greatest, it is not always possible to get it. He must take the initiative to go out and look for it, both ways. New World, Wano. Impossible, how could Captain Kaido be defeated? Impossible. Quinn's scream resounded in the Ghost Island Palace, which was also mixed with a few birdsong. Word of the Morgans spread fast, and word spread to the Beast's pirates before Kaido returned to Wano. The pirates in the palace read the newspaper, breaking out in cold sweat, and kept silent like cicadas. They also couldn't believe that Kaido would be defeated, and it was the case of teaming up with Big Mom. But the facts are right in front of them, and they can't help but believe it. Fortunately, Captain Kaido's life is safe, at least he didn't die in Lucifer's hands like that old woman in Big Mom. Flame Calamity Ember was holding a life card, more than half of which had been burned. It proves that Kaido is not dead although he was seriously injured. As long as Kaido isn't dead, it won't matter to the Beast's pirates. Where is Master Kaido now? A pirate suddenly asked. The eyes of many pirates were all focused on Yen Calamity Yin. Now that Kaido's gone, Ember of Flame is the backbone of the Beast's pirates. Just wait, Captain Kaido will be back soon. The paper says Kaido has left Cake Island and must be on his way back. Kaido is full of vitality. With his physique, injuries can heal quickly. By the time he returns to Wano, maybe the injury has healed. Rumble? Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky, and the wind and clouds rolled and changed color. Flame Calamity, Quinn, and countless pirates all looked up at the ceiling at the same time. There is a big hole that Kaido made, and the sky can be seen through the big hole. I saw a huge dragon looming in the dark clouds amidst the tumbling black clouds. It's Captain Kaido, he's back. Yen Calamity Jin's voice was still low, but the surrounding pirates could hear the joy in the words. It's fine. Sure enough, Captain Kaido won't die so easily. Even the demon Lucifer can't kill Captain Kaido. Many pirates cheered and welcomed the return of their king. Roar! The giant dragon roared, breathed out flames, and then fell from the sky and entered the Ghost Island Palace. Kaido transformed from a blue dragon back into a human form, a few dragon scales and a pool of blood spilled from his body. Captain Kaido. Hey, isn't this injury too serious? After Yin and Quinn saw Kaido's injuries, their eyes widened. Especially Quinn, with two eyeballs protruding from the eye sockets, as if they would pop out. The surrounding pirates were also dumbfounded and their scalps were numb. There are cracks all over Kaido's body, and the cracks are wrapped around the body like spider webs. The most serious one was the bloody hole in the left chest, as if the heart had been dug out. It's hard to imagine how Kaido survived such an injury. Doctor, go to the doctor. Yin roared wildly after regaining consciousness. A few pirate soldiers didn't dare to delay, and hurried out of the palace to find the ship's doctor. Kaido sat on the ground, panting heavily, and suddenly yelled, "Come on, bring Laozi some wine." Captain, it's not good to drink alcohol in this situation, it's not good for the recovery of the injury. Yen Calamity Ember came out to warn. Don't talk nonsense, Jin, Laozi just wants to drink now. A mere small injury can't kill Laozi. Kaido had a fierce look on his face, completely ignoring the injuries on his body. In fact, as Kaido said, the wounds on his body are healing quickly. But the speed is hundreds of times slower than before. These wounds, even if healed, will leave eternal scars on Kaido. Finally, after Kojiki Oden, Lucifer became the second person to scar him. Soon, the doctor came and gasped when he saw the miserable Kaido. The wound is then stitched and bandaged. Kaido sat on the spot and drank. No anesthetic was used when the wound was stitched up, and his expression didn't change much. Captain Kaido, how did things turn out like this? Is that kid Lucifer really that strong? Yen Calamity is still unwilling to believe that Kaido and Big Mom will lose in the hands of Lucifer together. Ah, that brat is very fishy. Kaido admitted directly. If you lose, and there is nothing to hide. He is a strong man, but also a tough guy, who disdains to make excuses for his failure. That brat will be our Beast's pirate's worst enemy. Kaido has not met such a powerful enemy for a long time, and even he feels that Lucifer is more terrifying than all the enemies he has ever met. During this period of time, we will strengthen our vigilance and closely monitor every move in the Sea of Nations. Once you find any changes in the Nether Pirates, report it immediately. Yes, Captain Kaido. Seeing that Kaido is so serious, Yan Zijin didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He had never seen Kaido so wary of a person. Obviously, Lucifer's strength is stronger than he imagined, and the Beast's pirates are now facing the biggest life and death crisis. New World, a summer island. The island is exposed to the sun and the temperature is very high. The red hair pirates are stationed here, but the usually lively red hair pirates are extremely quiet at this moment. No one on the entire island made a sound, only the summer cicadas were shouting, and the lingering sound was endless. All the pirates of Red Hair Pirates were looking at the newspapers in their hands, each of them dumbfounded, with dull expressions. For this news, they no longer know what to say. Too fast, this person rises too fast. The redhead looks at the close-up photo of Lucifer and shakes his head unequivocally. Yeah, too fast. It's only been a year since Lucifer went to sea. He has already become 4 emperors from a rookie, and the speed of his rise is unprecedented. Even the combination of Kaido and Big Mom was defeated by him. I really don't know who else can beat him. Beckman sat next to the redhead, cigarette in hand, and sighed deeply. The redhead looked at Lucifer's young face, his pupils flashed an indescribable light. He saw a hint of madness beneath Lucifer's handsome, sunny surface. I'm sure now that Lucifer is as crazy as Lox. If you can't stop him, he will definitely become the second Lox in the future and shake the whole world. Red Hair, don't be impulsive. Our strength alone can't deal with him, said Beckman next to him. Of course I know this, I'm not a messy man. Are you not a messy man? Haha, I believe you have a ghost. Beckman rolled his eyes wildly at the redhead's self-awareness. If the red-haired man were not for the messy man, there would be no messy people in the world. But this time, the redhead really won't mess around. The redhead knew exactly how scary Lox was. In the battle when Lox took over the world, it was the Luoji pirates and Marine that defeated it. Now want to organize Lucifer, relying on their red hair pirates alone is not enough. Hope he doesn't go that far. The redhead let go of his fingers, letting the breeze blow away the newspaper in his hand. Pirates are pirates, Marines are Marines, the two sides are against each other, it's life and death. If it is not necessary, how can the pirates join forces with Marine? It can only be said that the Lox back then were too terrifying, to the point where pirates and Marines had to work together to deal with them. It's the same with Lucifer today. Countless pirates fear Lucifer, and Marine has nothing to do with it. Lucifer's killing spree continues. If it is not stopped, no matter whether it is a pirate or a Marine, it is difficult to escape his killing. If you want to survive in desperation, you can only fight together. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, large meeting room. Many Marine executives gathered together, and it was rare for Marine and Admiral to attend the meeting at the same time. Everyone, I think you already know the matter. Sengoku sat at the head, and his voice spread to every corner of the conference room. Lucifer invaded the Sea of Nations, beheaded the 4 emperors Big Mom, and seriously injured Kaido. Li Qian's. Now, Lucifer has regained the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, and is a veritable 4 emperors. Marine still underestimated Lucifer, thinking that if he was allowed to enter New World, he would fight dog-eat-dog with the 4 emperors, and lose both. Then Marine would be able to take the opportunity to eradicate him. But I didn't expect that Lucifer's strength is so strong that even Kaido and Big Mom teamed up are not his opponents. When Sengoku told the information, his personal adjutant posted pictures on the bulletin board behind, showing close-ups of Lucifer using various abilities. Among them, the pictures of Lucifer using the power of ice to freeze the sea and severely injuring Kaido with the ability of shock fruit are extremely eye-catching. Lucifer's spiritual fruit ability has long been known to Marine executives. But looking at it now, it is still hard to hide the shock. Previously, Lucifer has demonstrated Kizaru's flash power and Akainu's magma power. In this battle, Lucifer used Aokiji's ice power and Whitebeard's earthquake power. 3. The ability of Admiral and the strongest Whitebeard gathered in one person. This is not the limit of Lucifer. Many Marine executives really can't think of a way to deal with Lucifer. Unfortunately, with Lucifer's current strength, Marine can no longer destroy him. Sengoku felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Even he, a legendary Marine who has traveled across the sea for decades, has nothing to do with Lucifer. There was a dead silence in the meeting room, and no Marine executive spoke up. Even Marine 3 Admiral is the same. Aokiji is lazy, he doesn't have much contact with Lucifer, he only fought on the night of Marijoy's. He doesn't have any hatred for Lucifer, he looks a little lazy at the moment, yawning a lot. Kizaru is even less likely to target Lucifer. He has been scared by Lucifer, and he just wants to stay in naval headquarters and drink tea and salted fish every day. As long as he doesn't match up with Lucifer, Sengoku is willing to work overtime even if he doesn't pay him Kizaru. The last Akainu exudes a violent killing intent. Of course he wanted to send troops to attack Lucifer. But he is only one person and will not be Lucifer's opponent. There was no way Sengoku would agree to let him take a large group of Marine soldiers to his death. The world government has issued an order to adopt a conservative strategy against Lucifer and not actively conflict with it. At the same time, another monitoring branch will be built on the outskirts of the Sea of Nations to closely monitor every move of the Nether Pirates. Through, the latest reward order for the Nether Pirates has been formulated, and you will announce it after the meeting. Yes, I understand. Crane Vice Admiral nodded slightly. Marshal Sengoku, is there really no way to restrain Lucifer's ability? Blind conservatism is not a long-term solution after all. If Lucifer is not restricted, one day he will threaten naval headquarters. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider spoke. Where is the silent fruit 607? Is there any news about this fruit? If you want to deal with Lucifer, you must first find a way to restrain the ability of Lucifer's fruit. How about using Seastone? Create a batch of Seastone weapons specifically for use against Lucifer. Each Marine Vice Admiral puts forward different opinions. We have found the fruit of silence, but it seems that this fruit is useless to Lucifer. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said, The space for the Fruit of Silence to unfold is limited, and it must be close to Lucifer. But with Lucifer's ability, if those who approach him are not strong enough, they will be killed instantly. The Fruit of Silence cannot provide strong combat power, and the combat power of those with the ability of the Fruit of Silence must not be enough. In order for the Fruit of Silence to work, one must have enough strength to get close to Lucifer. In this way, this situation becomes a dead end. Then you can only use Sea Stone. Sea Stone can restrain fruit-capable users. This is the only way many marine executives can think of. Word Spirit Fruit, this godlike ability, really made countless marine soldiers despair. Holy Land, Mary Jo, bobbed, yeah. Today's Marijois is still being rebuilt. It will take a long time to return to the way it was before it was destroyed by Lucifer. In the palace of Pangu City, the palace was resplendent and magnificent, but the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. A gold tea table holds the latest newspapers and Lucifer's bounty. Lucifer's combat power is too powerful, far beyond the imagination of 5 elders. Lucifer is already unstoppable. If this continues, the balance of New World will be broken. That's right, he is too young and his strength is still in the growth stage, so he will definitely be able to set foot in that field in the future. 7 warlords of the sea have been killed one after another, and the balance of the 3 major forces has begun to break. 11. If Lucifer is not stopped, even the world government may be shaken. Action must be taken. 5 elders spoke solemnly, feeling a trace of fear for a long time. The last time they felt this way, it was against the forbidden pirate Lox. Back then, Lox was terrifyingly powerful, and he gathered many powerful pirates under his command, which almost covered the entire New World. Not even naval headquarters could stand against his edge. Later, Lox's ambitions swelled, and he actually wanted to seize the whole world and become the king of the world. The world government had no choice but to let Marine and the Luoji pirates join forces, which blocked Lox. But in that battle, Marine suffered heavy losses, celestial dragons were killed and injured countless times, and even the island of gods was destroyed, completely disappearing from the world. The 5 elders looked at Lucifer now, almost seeing a second Lox. Do you want to tell the Lord about Lucifer? After the blonde 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders fell silent immediately. No, wait a little longer. My lord is still sleeping. If we disturb him, we will all be punished. To disturb that lord now is to admit our incompetence, and we will all lose that lord's trust. It's not the end of the mountain. All 5 elders rejected the proposal of the blonde 5 elders. They follow him's order to manage the world's government. If there is a mistake, it will be an unforgivable crime. Even if they are 5 elders, they will be punished with the cruelest punishment, which is a price that 5 elders cannot afford. Lucifer is different from Lox. Although he is strong, his influence is too far away. Currently, he has no one under him except the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. Also, Whitebeard, Redhead, and Kaido still exist in New World today. If he wants to unify New World, it won't be so easy. In addition to his own strength, Lox back then was also very terrifying in his subordinate forces. Young Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, John, Akoku and other legendary great pirates all gathered under his command. It is precisely because of such a terrifying lineup that Lox dares to fight against the world government. If it weren't for the discord among his subordinates and the intervention of the Luoji pirates, Lox would have defeated naval headquarters long ago. Compared with the peak Lox, Lucifer's power is still too weak. Issue the reward order first, and let naval headquarters immediately find powerful pirates to fill the vacancy of Shishibukai. The balance of the 3 major forces must be stable. Well, it's Wenchange. Seconded. Soon, naval headquarters released the latest reward order for the Nether pirates, and the world shook again. Captain, Marine has issued a bounty order, and your bounty is horribly high. On Wheat Island, Enel came to Lucifer with a stack of reward orders. Lucifer took the reward order and saw the huge amount on it at a glance. The devil Lucifer, with a bounty of 4.877 billion Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Whitebeard 2 Edward Vabel, who offered a bounty of 670 million Baileys, committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Thor Enel, offering a bounty of 580 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. White Shinigami Simon High, with a bounty of 535 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Guy S.A. Courant, offering a bounty of 450 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Jack the Ripper, with a bounty of 415 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Weasel Cavendish, with a bounty of 396 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Battlemaid Baby 5, with a bounty of 325 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. In addition to Lucifer, the bounties of Enel, Vabel, and others have also increased significantly. It's just that this amount is still a bit low compared to other Emperor-level pirate groups. No way, after all, their sailing time is too short. However, as long as Enel and them are given a few years, the reward amount will definitely reach the level of other royal pirates. As for Lucifer's own bounty, it directly exceeds Big Mom and Kaido, and is only a little lower than Whitebeard 50246 million. Whitebeard's bounty is the result of decades of fighting and deterrence. Although Lucifer has done many great things, he even flattened the Holy Land Marijois. but the influence in the world is still not as good as Whitebeard. This is the so-called time background. Unless Lucifer defeats Whitebeard head-on in battle, or does a few more earth-shattering feats, the 4.877 billion Bailey bounty is the limit. Captain, your strength has surpassed that of Whitebeard, right? How about we fight the Whitebeard pirates next? As long as you defeat Whitebeard, the captain is truly the strongest in the world. Enel took out Whitebeard's reward order, his body flashed with lightning, and he was full of fighting spirit. That's right, the captain is the strongest man in the world. Cavendish also agreed with Enel's proposal. As long as Captain Lucifer orders, I will do my best. Baby 5 blushed. Vabel 2. Hey blah blah blah, are you going to fight the Whitebeard pirates? I'm looking forward to it too. Gaisa was very afraid of the 4 Emperor's pirates. But after the Battle of Cake Island, the fear in his heart disappeared. After watching Lucifer behead Big Mom and seriously injure Kaido, Guy felt that the strength of the 4 Emperor's pirates was just like that. Backed by a big tree to enjoy the shade, with the devil Lucifer as the captain, the journey of pirates is really smooth. If Lucifer defeats Whitebeard and becomes the strongest in the world, then as the chief scientist of the ghost pirates, he must also be called the world's #1 scientist by the world, right? Wait, let's talk about it later. Before Lucifer finished speaking, Katakuri's voice suddenly sounded outside. Captain Lucifer, we have found what you asked for. Oh, so fast. Lucifer's eyes lit up, and he immediately got up and went outside. Enel, Cavendish, and others followed closely behind Lucifer. Katakuri is standing outside the door with Charlotte Owen and a group of pirates. Among the crowd, there are 2 huge stones that are very eye-catching, which are 2 historical texts. In particular, a scarlet red road sign history text is extremely eye-catching. This is the text of the signpost history. Lucifer stroked the crimson history text, and a sense of the vicissitudes of the years rushed to his face. It is full of ancient characters, but unfortunately Lucifer can't read it. There are 4 blocks in the road sign history text, corresponding to 4 locations. The junction of these 4 locations is the end of the Grand Line, where Raftel is located. This signpost history text is Big Mom's largest collection and fell into the sea when Cake Island was destroyed. After that, Katakuri took the order of Lucifer to salvage it. System, how many killing points do you need to recognize the text on it? Ding, the historical text of the road sign has been detected, and the recorded information is A-level, requiring 200,000 killing points. 200,000. Lucifer frowned. The price is a bit on the high side. A piece of road sign history text costs 200,000 yuan, and the other 4 yuan is 800,000 yuan. The sum is almost equal to the worth of 2 BIGMOMs. It is obviously not worthwhile to waste killing points on this. Looks like we still have to find Robin. For now, Lucifer only knows that Robin can read the text of the history. As long as she is found, there is no need for Lucifer to waste killing points in vain. Katakuri, I am here. Hearing Lucifer's call, Katakuri immediately walked behind Lucifer. I'll give you a mission, take someone to Alabasta in the first half of the Grand Line, and bring Nico Robin back. If Lucifer remembers correctly, Robin is now playing for Crocodile. It's easy to find her. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Katakuri seldom talks, he does what Lucifer says, without asking why or why. Only in this way can he and his family live safe and sound. Then leave it to you, don't let me down. Obey. After accepting the order, Katakuri immediately set off with his people. Katakuri shot himself, and K-Lock was no match at all. If there are no accidents, this task can be completed very easily. Lucifer's only concern is that Marine and the world government will meddle. After all, the existence of Robin is still very important. If they know Lucifer's intentions, they will definitely stop him. It depends on how Katakuri responds. It is impossible for Lucifer to do everything himself, otherwise it would be useless to recruit subordinates. I remember that there is also a historical text of road signs on Zou Island, another one is in Kaido's hands, and the last one is missing. Lucifer looked at the crimson stone in front of him, and already had an idea in his mind. In Zou's signpost history text, it is obviously the easiest to get. Where's Pokmas? Ask Pokmas to come and see me. Porkmas came soon after Lucifer's order was given. Master Lucifer, is there anything you can do to summon your subordinates? Seeing that Lucifer was very nervous, Pokmas spoke tremblingly. After all, he had seen Lucifer go on a killing spree. Take it easy. Lucifer smiled slightly. I remember, you were born on Zou Island, right? Do you still have the life card of Zou Island? Captain Lucifer, please don't attack Zou. Hearing that Lucifer was interested in Zou, Pokmas immediately changed his face and knelt down at Lucifer's feet to beg for mercy. Don't worry, I have no intention of invading Zou Island. As long as they know each other, no one will die. If you are worried, you can go with me. Speaking of this level, it means that Pokmas has no power to choose. Yes, Lucifer the Great Witch. Zou is a giant elephant that has lived for an unknown number of years, and it can be called the largest creature in the world. It moves in the boundless sea all the year round. Unless there is a life card to guide it, it is difficult to find it. Pokmas has Zou's life card, and under his leadership, Lucifer went all the way unimpeded and soon arrived at Zou. During the period, it only took some time to sail, and no time was spent searching at all. Lord Lucifer, that's so. Zero looking for flowers. On the bow of Nether, Pokmas pointed to the giant elephant on the sea in the distance. Although it was still far away, the giant elephant was already clearly visible. Hey, what kind of monster is this? It's too big. That's right, is there such a big elephant in the world? What race is this? When Enel, Cavendish, Geisa, and others saw the giant elephant Zov, their expressions were already dull. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw that the head of the giant elephant had been inserted into the clouds of the sky, and there was no end in sight. As the nether gradually approached the giant elephant became more and more huge. The nether's volume increased 100 times, and it was not as thick as one of its elephant legs. Let's go up first. Little Black. Understood, Master. The demon elf Xiaohei accepted the order and controlled the nether to slowly fly away from the sea and fly vertically into the sky. The wind whizzed by, and the nether quickly came to the giant elephant's back. Through the dense fog and clouds, the outline of a country slowly appeared in front of everyone. I thought Sky Island was amazing, but I didn't expect there to be such a country. This time it was really an eye-opener. Cavendish and Baby 5 couldn't help expressing emotion. A country on the back of giant elephants, as rare as Sky Island. Even Enel, the god of Sky Island, did not speak out to refute. In fact, the rarity of Zo is still higher than that of Sky Island. Sky Island is not the only one, there are several around the world. But there is only one Zo. Okay, let's go in first. Lucifer landed the nether on the back of the giant elephant, and then headed towards the Furry Principality on foot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when Lucifer and others came to the entrance of the country, a burst of wind suddenly sounded. Countless arrows shot out from the dense fog, and the arrows locked on the vital points of Lucifer and others. Oh, the people here are not weak. Enel narrowed his eyes and revealed a playful sneer. Cavendish turned into a gust of wind and stepped forward, and with the flickering of the sword light, all the arrows that came were shot down. This is the Furry Principality. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. Leave immediately. Otherwise we will use force to forcibly expel them. An angry shout came from the dense fog, followed by a low roar of a beast. Sure enough, it is a country where all the people are soldiers. It really lives up to its reputation. Lucifer knew Zo's situation a long time ago, and all the fur tribes living here are soldiers. The fur tribe has both the bestiality of wild beasts and the wisdom of human beings. In addition, they can control static electricity. Even children have good combat power. On the night of the full moon, the fur tribe can also awaken the wildness deep in the blood, and transform into a moon lion form, with even stronger combat power. This is a very powerful combat force, and it is really coveted. Master Lucifer, please calm down, I will negotiate with them. Pachmus was afraid that Lucifer would make a move and hurt the people here, so he ran to the front immediately. Stop, don't attack. I'm Pachmus, I'm back. It's Pachmus. Oh, Pork Moose, the bad boy. He was right. Several surprised voices sounded in the dense fog. At this moment, the thick fog dissipated, and a huge city gate appeared in Lucifer's eyes. There are dozens of fur tribe warriors on the city gate, either with bows and arrows, or with long knives and long swords. All of them are heroic. You're finally back, Pachmus, Karushi. One of the fur tribes jumped down from the city gate, directly face to face with Pachmus, and then rubbed against each other. This is the unique way of the fur people to greet and express their friendliness. Who are they? A lion fur tribe asked, pointing to Lucifer and others. Lucifer knew this lion fur tribe. He was Sicilian, and he was the captain of the Dagong Musketeers in the Furry Principality. Oh, 290 they are my partners, and this is the captain of our nether pirates, Master Lucifer. Lucifer. He's Lucifer, the great pirate of the 4 emperors of New World. The furs had apparently heard of Lucifer as well. Whether it was Sicilian or other fur tribes, their faces changed drastically, and at the same time they took out their weapons to be on guard. Pokemuse, why did you bring back such a big pirate? He's too dangerous. Sicilian was very nervous, and the electric light flashed on his body when he held the knife. Yes, he is too dangerous and will destroy my country. Leave quickly, you are not welcome here. The guarding fur tribe warriors roared one after another. Alala, it seems that we are a little unwelcome. These people are very murderous. Captain, do you want to make a move? Enel was holding a golden rod, and his body also erupted with lightning. Fighting electricity, he has never been afraid. No, please stop, Master Lucifer. Pachmus hurriedly begged for mercy, while looking at Sicilian. Captain Lucifer is not here to invade the country, please rest assured. That's right, I'm not here to launch an aggression. Lucifer smiled slightly. Also, it's best not to point your weapon at me, it's very dangerous. Let it all go. With a hook of Lucifer's finger, the weapons in the hands of all the fur tribes were out of control, and they were all planted on the ground. All the furries were taken aback, and even more frightened of Lucifer. Go and inform your king, and say that I have something to discuss with them. Although Sicilian was reluctant, he couldn't resist the tremendous pressure brought by Lucifer, so he could only grit his teeth and nod. Please come with us. Under the leadership of Sicilian, Lucifer entered the Principality of Weenwen. The country is very harmonious and the residents live in peace. There is no poverty, no violence, no oppression, and every resident is perfectly happy. Compared to other countries on the Grand Line, this is heaven. Seeing outsiders coming in, the fur people in the country were very curious, and they opened the windows to watch from their homes, or ran to the streets to watch the excitement. If I hadn't heard from the captain beforehand, I would have thought that this place was full of Zoan demon fruit power. Enel looked at all kinds of orcs around him and couldn't help sighing. The Fur tribe is a special race, and they are often mistaken for Zoan demon fruit power outside. However, there are not so many Zoan ability users in this world. Lucifer shook his head slightly. Soon, Lucifer came to a huge square, where the Duke of Dagong, the king of the day, was already waiting here. Hello, Your Excellency Lucifer, I have heard of your name for a long time. My name is Inuarashi, and I am the king of the day in this country. During the day, this country is guarded by me. Inuarashi folded his right hand across his chest and gave a knightly salute to Lucifer. Daytime? Could it be that you still have the king of the night? Cavendish asked curiously. That's right, the Furry Principality has two kings, the Duke of Inuarashi during the day, and the boss of Mamusheim at night. He has a bad temper and hates outsiders. Sicilian next to him explained. It turned out to be like this, intentionally more. Cavendish, Enel, and others all showed a hint of playfulness. Okay, let's end the digression here. Lucifer waved his hand and looked at Inuarashi. Duke Inuarashi, I have no malice towards the Furry Principality, nor do I want to invade this country. I came here with just one thing to take away, the text of the road sign history. As long as I get the text of the road sign history, I will leave immediately. Signpost history text? What's that? Your Excellency Lucifer must have misunderstood. There are no historical texts on road signs in this country. Duke Inuarashi denied it. If Lucifer hadn't known the truth a long time ago, he would have been fooled by him. You're not sincere when you say that, Inuarashi. The smile on Lucifer's face faded into indifference. Since I'm here, I won't leave empty-handed. I said yes, then there is, and if there is no, there must be. It's not a good job to lie to me. A trace of killing intent erupted from Lucifer, the surrounding air cooled down rapidly, and all the fur tribes couldn't help shivering. Clang, 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 clang. The situation on the field changed dramatically. Duke Inuarashi and the other fur tribes all felt Lucifer's anger, and their expressions were shocked. A series of cold lights flickered, all the fur tribes took out their weapons at the same time, and even the onlookers next to them all used static electricity. In the blink of an eye, Lucifer and others were surrounded by 10. Your Excellency Lucifer, you misunderstood. There are no historical texts on road signs in this country. Please leave, we don't want to be your enemy, Inulan said in a low voice. Inuarashi doesn't want to fight Lucifer unless necessary. Fight the 4 emperors of New World, they have no chance of winning, and even the entire Furry Principality may be destroyed. But the historical text of the road sign is too important, it is a sacred object of the Furry Principality, and Inulan doesn't want to hand it over. Have you thought about it? Inuarashi. Arouse my anger, you can't bear the consequences. Lucifer smiled slightly, and at the same time stared, the pupils turned red instantly. Conqueror's haki erupted, hitting everyone around like a tsunami. Bang, 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 bang. Countless fur tribes fell down one after another like cutting wheat, their eyes turned white, and they lost consciousness. The only ones who could barely stand were Duke Inuarashi and a few members of his musketeers. This is the result of Lucifer's mercy. Had Lucifer pushed Conqueror's haki a little harder, even the musketeers would have fallen. Only Inuarashi can withstand his Conqueror's pressure. If the Conqueror's field is turned on, ordinary fur people will even be crushed by haki. Although Inulan and the others did not lose consciousness, they were also suppressed by Conquerors and could hardly move. Please calm down, Lord Lucifer, please. Please don't attack my people. Pakmas hurried forward to intercede, and knelt down at Lucifer's feet. He is the one who knows Lucifer's tricks best. Once he does something, let alone the Furry Principality, even the giant elephant will be killed. Inulan, have you thought it through? I know the text of the signpost history is in this country. 3.6. Or, it's in the whale forest, am I right? Hearing this, Inuarashi's pupils constricted suddenly, and his heart beat wildly. Lucifer can hear his heartbeat without observation haki. He knew, he actually did know. Inuarashi looked at Lucifer with a hint of horror and disbelief in his eyes. The text of the road sign history is top secret in this country, and only a few people in the team know it. Even Pakmas didn't know, so Inuarashi said no. But obviously, he was wrong. Lucifer came here only because he knew the accurate information. Have you considered it? Inuarashi. I'm running out of patience. Lucifer's fingers pressed down lightly, and a force of gravity appeared out of thin air, pressing on all the fur tribes. All the members of the musketeers knelt on the ground, and even Inuarashi was bent over. As for the other comatose fur tribes, it was even harder. Moaning in pain in a coma. Let's say no, these people will die. Lucifer stepped up the gravity again. Gah! Suddenly, a strange roar came from the forest in the distance. Some meow like cats, and others roar like tigers. The flock of birds was startled, and black shadows jumped out of the forest, approaching Lucifer rapidly. The breath of the beast, it seems that the king of the night has also come out. Lucifer's observation haki targets the strongest person, and that person is the Night King of the Furry Principality, Cat Viper, and Pig Sky. Foreign invaders, watch me bite you to death. As soon as the Cat Viper appeared, it launched a fatal move on Lucifer. Sharp claws clawed at Lucifer's neck. With his strength, speed, and armament haki, it's a breeze to shatter steel with his claws. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the dust filled the air. The menacing Cat Viper didn't even get close to Lucifer, it fell from midair and hit the ground heavily. Immediately afterwards, bang 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 sounded one after another. The members of the knights who followed Mao Viper also fell into the sky. Why bother? Lucifer shook his head slightly. The scene was a bit embarrassing. Lucifer has expanded the gravity field, and the surrounding space is full of gravity. Even Inuarashi was suppressed and couldn't move, and Mobemashi was on par with him in strength, so naturally he couldn't struggle. It's not a good habit to be so impulsive, Cat Viper. Lucifer walked over to the Cat Viper and sat directly on top of him. Although this guy looks fierce, the cat on his body is soft and comfortable. Lucifer also experienced the feeling of masturbating a cat, but what he masturbated was a Cat Viper, a monster among monsters. A hole, get up and don't sit on me. Cat Viper couldn't break free from the field of gravity, so he could only be impotent and furious, almost crying in his heart. If you hit someone, you hit someone. If you hit me, it's fine, and you still sit on me. This is too bullying. Is this treating me like a blanket or as a pet? Your Excellency Lucifer, please be merciful, we agree. Duke Inuarashi saw that Mamashi was also suppressed, so he quickly compromised. The huge gap brought about by absolute strength made them unable to resist. Compared with the historical text of road signs, the lives of many residents of the Furry Principality are more important. Shut up, old dog, I won't agree. When Maomashi heard that Inuarashi was going to hand over the text of the road sign history, he immediately became angry. Shut up, Cat Viper, I didn't let you talk. Lucifer punched the Cat Viper on the head, and directly took out a big bag. Smelly cat, we have no choice, do you want to watch all the residents die here? Looking at the roaring Inulan, the Cat Viper finally calmed down, biting its fangs tightly, obviously extremely unwilling. Please stop, Sir Lucifer, we agree. The text of the signpost history is in Whale Forest. Under Lucifer's powerful strength, Yinlan and Mao Zhongqian surrendered and compromised. It's okay to say so earlier? Do you have to force me to take action? Looks like I'm a bully. I'm a very reasonable person, and I never bully the weak. Lucifer smiled faintly and lifted the gravity field. All the fur tribes who were suppressed by gravity felt their backs loosen, their bodies were weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Duke Inuarashi also breathed a sigh of relief, but complained wildly about what Lucifer said in his heart. Reasonable? Is this how you reason? Still never bullying? Inulan looked at the terrified fur tribes and countless comatose fur tribes around him, and rolled his eyes wildly. If this is not bullying, then what is bullying? However, Inulan dared not say these words. Sicilian, you take someone to the whale forest, and move out the historical text of the road sign. Inuarashi said tiredly. Yes, my lord. Sicilian was also very reluctant, but like Inulan, he was helpless. At this moment, all the sober fur tribes only hate that they are too weak to protect their country. Hey, can you get off of me? Gravity has been lifted from everyone, except Viper, who is still sitting under Lucifer's buttocks. Wait until they bring back the text of the road sign history. I'm so tired from traveling all the way here, you fur tribes don't even move a chair, so I can only make do with you first. Chair? Improvise? Cat Viper felt extremely humiliated. Is that an insult to cats? I can't bear it. Also, you look so energetic, why are you tired? It's not like we asked you to come. Don't come if you're tired. Are you kidding? Laozi is a Cat Viper, not your chair, get up quickly. The Cat Viper hissed and roared. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he just couldn't shake Lucifer's an iota. Don't be angry, anger hurts the liver. Lucifer smiled lightly and lay directly on the Cat Viper. Now Lucifer finally knows why the fur of the fur family is so expensive in the Grand Line, and it turns out that it is really comfortable. In the Grand Line, many nobles and royal families will spend a lot of money to buy fur tribe furs to make clothes and blankets. The average price of a fur tribe fur has reached 700,000 baileys. Ordinary fur people are very comfortable, not to mention the king of the night Cat Viper. Angry and hurt your liver? The Cat Viper wants to cry but has no tears. What he hurts now is not the liver, but the heart. It's the Pakistani. He had never been insulted like this since he was born. Many members of the night group behind him couldn't bear to see their boss being humiliated like this, but they had no choice but to stare angrily at Lucifer because he was too strong. Duke Inuarashi breathed a sigh of relief. At least from the current point of view, Lucifer has no intention of killing them all. Duke Inuarashi was afraid that Lucifer would not keep his promise when he got the historical text of the road sign, and instead killed the Furry Principality. After all, Lucifer is a world-famous big pirate who is cruel and bloodthirsty, and it is normal to backtrack. Sicilian and others were very fast, but in just a few minutes, they brought out the main text of the road sign history. Your Excellency Lucifer, this is the historical text you want to signpost. Inulan took a deep look at the historical text of the road sign, and clenched his fists. The sacred object of the Furry Principality was taken away because of his incompetence as the king. Okay, isn't it just a broken stone? Compared with the lives of the people, you should be very clear about what is more important. And, if you are willing to take refuge in me, you will still be able to see this stone again. Lucifer came to Zou this time, and the text of the road sign history is only one of the purposes. Recovering the fur race is his second goal. All the people of the fur tribe are soldiers, and their combat power is powerful. It would be a pity not to subdue them. Take refuge in you. Inuarashi and Maomashi were slightly taken aback. Why, don't you want to? Lucifer looked at the two of them. New World is full of powerful people. Today I can bully the Fur tribe, tomorrow 140 others can also bully the Fur tribe. If I can be merciful today, will others be merciful tomorrow? After all, not everyone can be as kind as me. When that day really comes, the Furry Principality might be destroyed. What do you say? Inuarashi and Malmashi glanced at each other, silent. The two also knew that Lucifer was right. If you really meet other 4 emperors, with their strength, you can't resist them. Also, I remember you are Kojiki Oden's retainers, right? Lucifer's sudden words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the two of them hard. Why would he know? The eyes of Inuarashi and Momoshaba were extremely shocked. Although it is not stated explicitly, it is obviously what it means. It was a long time ago that they fought with Oden, and since Oden died, they fled back to Zou and never went to the sea again. There should be no one who knows this information now. Who the hell are you? Why do you know this? Inuarashi and Nekomashi are very vigilant. It's about Oden, they can't help but be careless. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is you. Kojiki Oden died at the hands of Kaido. As Oden's retainers, you are naturally a thorn in Kaido's side. Once Kaido finds out that you are still alive, what do you think he will do? At that time, the entire Furry Principality, together with this so giant elephant, will die under his wrath. Can you stop that Kaido monster? Facing Lucifer's question, Inuarashi and Nico Momoshi were speechless. They have seen Kaido's strength with their own eyes. If Oden hadn't rescued him with all his might, they would have died a long time ago. Now that more than 10 years have passed, Kaido must become even more terrifying. They can't be Kaido's opponents. You must have heard that Kaido was severely injured by me some time ago. As long as you rely on me, you will naturally be able to protect Zou. Also, I will fight the Beast's pirates in the future. At that time, you can also participate, and maybe you can avenge Kojiki Oden. Hearing this, Inuarashi and Malmashi's eyes lit up. Needless to say, they were moved. After so many years of dying, revenge for Kojiki Oden is their last obsession. Inulin and Malmashi looked at each other, and they both understood what the other was thinking. Okay, we agree. But I have something to say first. We rely on you, and you must ensure Zou's safety. Don't worry, with my protection, no one dares to touch Zou. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, a huge banner was generated out of thin air and landed in Inulin's hands. The logo of the Laughing Devil is impressively painted on the banner. Now this symbol in New World has made countless pirates frightened. As long as they see this flag, they will all run away. Meet Captain Lucifer. Holding the flag, Inuarashi knelt down in front of Lucifer and saluted respectfully. As for the cat viper, Lucifer still sat under his buttocks. Captain Lucifer, are you awake now? The cat viper is very helpless. He was very suspicious, and Lucifer took him in just to find a soft and comfortable chair. My old cat is also very strong. Is it a bit overkill to be a chair? Oh, sorry, almost forgot. Lucifer smiled lightly, and at the same time he got up and released the suppression of the gravity field. The cat viper finally got free, and its huge body stood up. It feels good to regain control of your body. Duke Inuarashi, is this really all right? That's right, Boss Cat Viper, he is a pirate, can you really trust him? The members of the Musketeers and Knights are still a little worried, because Lucifer's reputation is too bad. It's okay, he shouldn't be the kind of person who goes back on his word. That's right, the benevolence and righteousness of some pirates is worthy of trust. Inuarashi and Momomashi, having spent time with the Whitebeard pirates and the Luoji pirates respectively when they followed Kojiki Oden, know that some pirates are true heroes of the sea. They are loyal, keep their promises, and say what they say. Although Lucifer is notorious, the two of them can feel that Lucifer is also the kind of hero who keeps his word and keeps his promises. Such people are trustworthy. Since you rely on me, I will not be stingy to you. This is a meeting gift, accept it if you are interested. Lucifer stretched out his hand and swung the 2 devil fruits into the hands of Inuarashi and Momomashi respectively. This is. Inuarashi and Malmashi were slightly taken aback. It's the mammoth fruit and the saber-toothed tiger fruit, both of which are ancient species. Eat them, and your strength will become stronger. The mammoth fruit and the saber-toothed tiger fruit are both powerful fruits that Lucifer has collected for a long time, but he has never been able to find a suitable candidate for use. Both Inuarashi and Malmashiro are very strong, and possess the bestiality of a beast. If they eat these 2 fruits, they will definitely be able to display the true power of the fruits. Then I won't be polite, Gaw. The cat viper opened its mouth and smiled, showing a mouthful of fangs, and directly said that the saber-toothed tiger fruit was swallowed in 1 gulp. Afterwards, Inulin also ate the mammoth fruit. Vomit. In the next second, the expressions of both of them changed at the same time, and they opened their mouths to retch and vomit wildly, as if they wanted to spit out their stomachs. But it's a pity that devil fruit melts in the mouth, and its abilities have been absorbed. 03L? With a roar, the cat viper grew bigger again, and 2 huge tusks grew out of its mouth full of fangs. Soon, the cat viper turned into a saber-toothed tiger. At the same time, Inuarashi also activated his ability, changed his body shape and landed on all 4s, turning into a huge mammoth. The 2 were originally ferocious beasts, but now that they have obtained the power of the ancient species, the aura of ferocious beasts is even stronger. The members of the Musketeers and Knights next to them covered their faces with their hands to block the terrifying aura emanating from the 2. Yahahaha, it's really good. Monsters look more like monsters now. Enel, Cavendish, and others watched quietly. Inulin and Maomushi got acquainted with their abilities, and quickly returned to their original form. How do you feel? Lucifer looked at the two and asked. Very good, Gawu. I feel good too, it's a strong force. Thank you, Captain Lucifer. As soon as I joined, I got 2 ancient devil fruits, which made Inuarashi and Momoshiro trust Lucifer even more. Lucifer's behavior also proves that he really wants to subdue the Fur tribe instead of using them as cannon fodder. Otherwise, 2 precious ancient devil fruits would not be given. The ancient species of devil fruit is very rare, and few can be found in the entire sea. Speaking of these 2 fruits, they both have something to do with Kaido. You eat it, and in a sense, it's an indirect revenge on Kaido. The previous saber-toothed tiger fruit ability user was hunted down by Kaido and fled back to the paradise, and was finally beheaded by Lucifer. Lucifer cut who and Kaido got the saber-toothed tiger fruit. The mammoth fruit is obtained by Lucifer beheading Jack the Drow. Both devil fruits are related to Kaido, so Lucifer is right. After knowing the cause and effect, Inuarashi and Momoshiro also showed some grim smiles. Although they didn't take revenge on Kaido directly, but indirectly disgusted Kaido and caused him some troubles, the two were still very happy. After everything was settled, Lucifer set sail and left with the signpost history text and Inuarashi Nico Momoshi. During this trip, Lucifer not only got the second piece of historical text, but also subdued the entire Fur clan as his subordinates, greatly increasing his power, and his goal was fulfilled. It's just Robin who can read the text of history. On the bow of the Nether, Lucifer looked at the endless sea, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta. Katakuri landed in this desert country with his people. A group of people went straight to the center and came to the Rainland Casino. Checked it out? Is Lockdoll right here? Katakuri asked in a low voice. You can't be wrong, Katakuri big brother. Our people have checked 3 times, and it is confirmed that this is where Lockdoll's lair is located. He established a BA Lock workshop here, and recruited a group of bounty hunters and pirates as his subordinates, as if he had some conspiracy against this country. Charlotte Owen next to him said respectfully. Pirates seek the country. Katakuri shook his head, mockingly. In his opinion, only low-level pirates would do this kind of thing. Okay, let's go in. There's nothing to cover up or hide your tracks against a mere clockhead. Katakuri led people into the casino swaggeringly. Who are you? Seeing the menacing Katakuri and his party, all the guards of the casino rushed up. They are all pirates under Lockdoll. Where is Lockdar, Wang Wangzhao? Katakuri's voice is chilling, without a trace of emotion, as if it can freeze human blood. What do you want to see Lord Clockhead? If you want to see him, you must notify him in advance. A group of guards yelled. Notify in advance? Don't bother. Katakuri flicked his fingers, and countless jelly beans flew out. The jelly beans fired by Katakuri are extremely fast and more powerful than bullets. Puff, 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 puff. A cloud of blood shot out, and dozens of pirate guards were all killed and fell into a pool of blood. Each person had more than a dozen blood holes, and the blood soon stained the marble floor of the casino red. What? Killed? Seeing the guards being killed, the casino guests screamed and yelled and fled from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the casino was completely gone from top to bottom. Immediately afterwards, hurried footsteps sounded, and countless pirates and bounty hunters poured out from behind the casino. Then a large number of pirates separated into a road, allowing K-Lock to walk out of it. Charlotte Katakuri. What's the matter with the people from the Big Mom Pirates coming to my territory? Charlotte Katakuri. Is there anything wrong with people from the Big Mom Pirates coming to my territory? K-Lock Dar recognized the identity of Katakuri and others at a glance. Wrong, we are members of the Nether Pirates now. By order of Captain Lucifer, take Nico Robin. Katakuri looked at the woman behind K-Lock Doll, who was Nico Robin, son of the devil. Being watched by Katakuri, Robin's face changed, and he had already started planning to escape. Since she was hunted down by the world government at the age of 8, she has come here like this. Every time someone hunted her down, she would abandon her organization and run away. Don't people who want to take me ask for my opinion? It's too arrogant. Lockdoll was furious. Katakuri and his party paid him no attention at all. Those who broke into his base camp and said they wanted to take him away were naked and did not cover up at all. This is no longer underestimating him, it is contempt at all. If Katakuri is really allowed to take people away on his territory, then his face will be completely trampled into the mud. Arclinate Dunes. Clock Dar rushed forward, his arm became huge and turned into a crescent-shaped sand blade to slash at Katakuri. Court death. Katakuri's pupils turned red, and he has seen all the future pictures. Clang! The trident slashed sharply, splitting sand blade in half, and at the same time, the trident swung upwards diagonally, slashing across Clockadar's chest. Puff! A cloud of blood shot out, Clockdoll's eyes widened, and his body flew backwards, smashing a wall to pieces. Master Clockadar. Seeing that Lockdar 220 was blown away, all his pirate subordinates changed their expressions drastically. You all die for me too. Hot fist. Owen took a step forward and punched a pirate in the chest, sending him flying. Owen is a hot fruit-capable person, and his fists contain scorching heat. A scorched fist mark was left on the chest of the beaten pirate, and the skin and internal organs had been scalded. Using both fists and kicks, Owen eliminated a dozen pirates in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the people brought by Katakuri also fought with K-Lock's men. The Rainland Casino fell into chaos, with shouts of killing everywhere. K-Lockadar crawled from the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a golden hook, and fixed his eyes on Katakuri. Damn BD, Laozi can't spare you. Desert Sword. Lockdar's arm became huge, and he swung down suddenly, and a huge desert sword slashed down instantly. A gully hundreds of meters long opened in the ground ahead, and all the pirates along the way were split in half from the middle. Katakuri was also split down the middle, but he healed quickly. With the ability to predict the future, he can see all the attacks of Clock Dar in advance, and use the fruit ability to avoid them. It's useless? How is it possible? Lockdoll is a bit unbelievable. Is this the only thing you can do? Katakuri was expressionless, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in place, and the next second he teleported in front of K-Lockadar. Boom! The huge pitch-black fist slammed into K-Lockdoll's face, and K-Lockdoll's cheeks twisted instantly, and his eyes turned white for a moment as if he lost consciousness. A huge force erupted, and Clockadar turned into a cannonball and flew out, piercing through several buildings in succession, and flying hundreds of meters away. Life and death were unknown. Is this the only level Shishibukai has? It's no wonder that Katakuri looks down on Shishibukai, it's because K-Lock is too weak. Lokia's abilities are useless in front of him, and all moves are seen by observation Haki, who can predict the future. Katakuri wasn't serious at all, and K-Lock Dar was already dead. At the same time, the pirates brought by Katakuri have also wiped out the casino. The cotters of the Barlock studio are not there, and the pirates guarding the casino are all billionaire elders. Their strength is vulnerable and they cannot stop the powerful pirates of New World. Where's Nico Robin? Katakuri glanced around and found that Nico Robin had disappeared from the casino. Sure enough, did you run away again? Katakuri had expected this. Before coming, he had already investigated the relevant information of Nico Robin. This woman is famous for her betrayal, and if there is an accident in the organization where she lives, she must be the first person to escape. Master Katakuri, don't you need to chase after me? A pirate came behind Katakuri and asked. No, she can't escape our palms. Sure enough, as soon as Katakuri finished speaking, Nico Robin was thrown back from the door. Along came Charlotte Owen. Since they already knew that Robin would run away, of course they would pay attention. So as soon as Robin escaped, Owen chased after him. With Owen's strength, capturing a Robin is naturally a piece of cake. Woman, you can't escape, just give up. Katakuri came in front of Robin. His height of more than 5 meters was very oppressive. Why is Lucifer looking for me? I'm just a little guy, right? Owen didn't play, bobbed hard on Robin, so she only got 10 minor injuries. This is Captain Lucifer's order, we just need to execute it, we don't need to know the reason. Take her away. Katakuri gave the order, 2 pirates stepped forward to hold Robin, and the group left the casino. Rumble? Just as Katakuri and the others walked out of the casino gate, the ground suddenly started shaking. The tall buildings were weathered, the ground was corroded, and the surroundings instantly turned into a desert. Laozi isn't dead yet, isn't it too early to take away my subordinates now? Kelkator with blood on his face came out of the desert, exuding a tyrannical hostility all over his body. Is it still alive? Life is hard enough. Katakuri is still expressionless, and Lockdar's performance can't make him have the slightest emotion. Go to hell, Desert Vajra Saber. K-Lock-Dar waved his arms, and the surrounding sand suddenly condensed together, forming 4 huge crescent-shaped sand blades to chop at Katakuri. The Desert Vajra sword is sharper than the Desert sword, it can cut through extremely thick rock walls in an instant, and splitting steel is like splitting tofu. Chop cut rice cake. Katakuri's arm turned into a rice cake and swelled, and instantly transformed into a mace with sharp barbs all over it. Hardened with armament Haki, this is more powerful than a real mace. Boom! Katakuri smashed the Desert Vajra sword with a stick, splitting the 4 swords in an instant. The huge mace smashed Clockadar head-on in the face, smashing him into the ground. Rumble! The shockwave erupted, the desert was chopped up, and huge cracks appeared. K-Lockdoll spurted blood wildly, and has completely lost consciousness. Ha 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 ha, Shishibukai is really vulnerable, too weak. Dare to challenge Katakuri, big brother, this is the end. Charlotte Owen came up behind Katakuri and laughed. Okay, let's take him away too. Katakuri's right arm changed from a mace to an arm, and said in a deep voice. Why? Just kill it. Their mission is to bring back Nico Robin, and it's the easiest way to kill everyone else. Captain Lucifer can recycle devil fruit, he is a Logia-capable user, and has value. Logia sand fruit is also very powerful. Since Katakuri saw it, he would naturally not let it go. In addition to catching Nico Robin this time, he didn't intend to let Lockdoll go. It makes sense, I understand. Owen nodded and waved his hand. 2 pirates came up and locked Kelkator tightly with seastone chains. Subsequently, the group left Alabasta. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku sat on a chair, frowning, and was handling the road. The clicking sound from his ears was so harsh that it made his brain ache. Garp, how many times have I told you not to eat senbei in my office? Don't you have an office yourself? Why do you want to come to me? Ha 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 ha, the old man's office is not as big and luxurious as yours. Garp sat back on the couch, laughing, oblivious to Sengoku's anger. Damn BD, can't you give me some peace? The old man still has a lot of things to deal with, don't bother me. Lucifer's actions in New World caused an uproar, enough to shake the balance of New World. Marine must prepare. 5 elders had no effect on Lucifer's killing order, and Marine had to find another way. There's also the 7 warlords of the sea vacancy to fill. A bunch of troubles came together, and Sengoku was physically and mentally exhausted, and his hair and beard almost turned white overnight. If Mr. Tony, the exclusive barber, was not skilled enough, his old appearance would be exposed. Is the candidate for Shishibukai still undecided? Crane Vice Admiral sat aside, asked calmly with his chin in his hands. No, these pirates are not strong enough, and their deterrence is not enough. If they become Shishibukai, I don't know who will defeat them. If you lose again, the majesty of the 7 warlords of the sea will really be gone. Sengoku looked at the pirate candidates sent by his subordinates, none of them were satisfied. I have a good candidate here, but it's a pity he's in West Blue, not Grand Line. Oh, who is it? It doesn't matter if you are not on the Grand Line, as long as you are strong enough to deter the pirates in the world. Sengoku took a piece of information from Crane Vice Admiral, and when he opened it, he saw a familiar face. Green Pepper, is that him? The Green Pepper of the Cone, the pillar of the 8 treasure navy, was a big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million in its heyday. You know, that was 500 million a few decades ago. Converted to the present, the bounty for green peppers will be even higher. Although it has retired, the prestige of Green Pepper is still very loud, enough to deter the pirates in New World. Regardless of strength or influence, he has the qualifications to become 7 warlords of the sea. Green Pepper? It's really an old acquaintance. Garp leaned on the sofa biting a piece of senbei, recalling the distant memory. Back then, it was he who dented the all-head that Qingjiao was so proud of with one punch, which made Qingjiao wash his hands and retire. Garp's iron fist shocked the world, and the cone head of the Green Pepper was also a victim of Garp's iron fist. Send someone to make contact, and if he agrees, let him fill Shishabukai's vacancy at once. Sengoku said. I understand. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. After solving a difficult problem, Sengoku was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and then a Marine Rear Admiral pushed the door and entered. No, Marshal Sengoku, Clock DAR has been defeated. What did you say? Sengoku stood up from the chair with a jerk, eyes widening. Garp. Crane. The two looked at Sengoku, whose expression changed drastically, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Having struggled to find a suitable candidate who qualifies as Shishibukai, not quite sure yet, this is another downfall. Is 7 warlords of the sea really that weak? Sengoku felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping past. He didn't want him to live. Who did he provoke? God wants to do this to him? Who did it? Has the murderer been found out? Sengoku asked with a frown, covering his forehead. It's Charlotte Katakuri, a member of the New World Ghost Pirates. Is it Lucifer again? Sengoku gritted his teeth. It's him again. This man is here again? The riots in New World have not completely subsided, and now they are making troubles in the first half of the Grand Line. That man, what exactly does he want to do? Sengoku originally thought that letting Lucifer into the New World would make him more stable, but Marine is now in a state of distress. Is Locke Dar dead? Sengoku asked. I don't know, but someone saw that K-Locke was taken away by Katakuri and his group. The only thing that is certain is that Lucifer did not come in person. Marine Rear Admiral reports respectfully. Well, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lucifer isn't here. Although Charlotte Katakuri and his party are strong, Naval Headquarters can still suppress them. How do we deal with this now? Crane Vice Admiral looked at Sengoku, waiting for his decision. Clock Kedar was a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and news of his defeat could not have been concealed. This incident will spread quickly. At that time, the majesty of 7 warlords of the sea will be hit again. Moria, Doflamingo, and Locke Dar, the fall of Shishibukai one after another, is bound to make the pirate Jinwuhei fear. If it is not dealt with in time, 7 warlords of the sea will completely lose its deterrent effect on pirates. At that time, the 7 warlords of the sea will exist in name only, and the balance of the world's 3 major forces will become a joke. Sengoku was silent. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Lucifer is behind Charlotte Katakuri after all. Once he makes a move on Katakuri, Lucifer will definitely not let it go. Marine hasn't found a way to defeat Lucifer yet, so Sengoku doesn't want to fight Lucifer yet. Send me the order to let them. Sengoku was about to speak when the phone bug rang. Boo blue blue, blue blue blue. It's the 5 elders. This is a special phone bug for Sengoku to communicate with the world government. The only person who can get through this phone bug is 5 elders. What are they calling here at this time? Feeling puzzled, Sengoku picked up the phone and answered. Hi, I'm Sengoku, what's the matter? Did you know the news that Clock Kedar was defeated? A low voice came from the opposite side of the phone bug. Yes, I just got the message, Sengoku said. That's good, now convey the order of the world government, immediately intercept the murderer, and arrest all criminals. Now, why? The loss is nothing more than a clock. Is it necessary to fight Lucifer? 0 for flowers. You should know that once Marine makes a move on them, Lucifer won't be indifferent, right? We know, but it's an order. You don't have to ask so many questions, just do it. I will send people from CP to assist Marine to carry out this mission together. After finishing speaking, the 5 elders hung up the phone directly. It seems that things are not easy this time. Whether it is Tsuru Vice Admiral, Garp, or Sengoku, they all know it well. It's impossible for the 5 elders to make a big deal out of Lockdoll, unless there's something behind them that they don't know about. Moreover, CP was also dispatched in this operation, which proved that World Palace attaches great importance to this mission. I have no choice but to do it. Ask Aokiji to meet me. Sengoku gave the order. Yes, Your Excellency the Marshal. Marine Rear Admiral saluted respectfully, and hurried down to deliver the order. Soon, Aokiji led the Marine fleet to C-0. On the bow, Aokiji yawned, still looking awake. Captain Lucifer, Nico Robin has been captured. On the pirate ship, Katakuri connected Lucifer's phone bug. If you catch it, bring it back. This time the task was done well. Thank you, Captain Lucifer. Katakuri is very humble. Lucifer smiled faintly. It's too early to be happy. If I'm not mistaken, Marine's people have already taken action. Catching people is not a skill, but bringing them back is considered your skill. Be careful, the opponent is likely to dispatch Marine Admiral. Yes, I see, Captain Lucifer. After hanging up the phone, Katakuri's expression was serious. Katakuri big brother, Marine Admiral really? Charlotte Owen was a little worried. Although their strength is strong, they are still far behind Marine Admiral. If they really come into direct contact with Admiral, they will definitely lose. Katakuri glanced at the sea in front of him, and suddenly gave an order, change the course. Yes. Many pirates listened to the order and quickly turned around, causing the pirate ship to deviate from the original channel. The sea is very big. If they really want to hide, Marine will not be able to find them for a while. It seems that this is the difficulty of this mission. Katakuri finally understood why Lucifer entrusted him with this mission. One is to fancy his strength, and the second reason is to test him. There is no more dangerous test than Marine Admiral's personal capture. Once Katakuri can pass this test, Lucifer will trust them completely. When the time comes, members of the Charlotte family will no longer be in danger. I will definitely complete this mission. Katakuri's eyes shone with determination. In order to protect his family, Katakuri will do his best and pay all the price. In New World, the Nether rushed out of a stormy sea, and Lucifer was on his way back to the Sea of All Nations. Captain, can Katakuri and the others escape Marine's pursuit? Cavendish came behind Lucifer and asked curiously. Lucifer smiled lightly, blowing the sea breeze. It depends on Katakuri's ability. He is a smart person, he should be able to understand my deep meaning. Also, even if he gets caught, it might not be a bad thing. Coo. Suddenly, a group of seagulls flew overhead, and a newsbird came to the Nether. Captain, here are the latest papers. Baby 5 bought a newspaper and sent it to Lucifer. Lucifer opened the newspaper and flipped through it, and a reward order fell out. Oh, already out to sea. The photo of Ace is on the reward order. Fire Fist Potter cast the Ace, offering a bounty of 50 million Baileys. He has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Has this time come yet? Unknowingly, Lucifer has been in this world for more than a year. Now 303 is Sea Circle Calendar 1517, and Ace has also gone to sea. This posthumous son of the One Piece King Luoji showed his great strength as soon as he went out to sea. Not only did he acquire the ability of Logia Marimara fruit, but the first bounty was as high as 50 million Baileys. You know, this is still in East Blue, where the average reward amount is only 3 million Baileys. With a bounty of 50 million Baileys, East Blue is already the 10th. With Ace's potential and strength, he must be able to break into the new world soon. The sea is really getting more and more exciting. Lucifer had a smile on his face and was in a good mood. At this moment, Enel suddenly exclaimed, Captain Lucifer, an unknown island appears in the sky. Everyone raised their heads when they heard the words, and they saw several islands floating at an altitude of several kilometers. And the island is still moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for the storm just now that swept away the clouds in a radius of tens of miles, it would be impossible to see this scene from the sea. Hey, is this also Sky Island? Cavendish was shocked. The same goes for Baby 5, Geisa, Jack and others. This is not Sky Island. My Sky Island is completely different from these islands. For Sky Island, Enel is the most familiar. He could tell at a glance that these islands were not Sky Islands because there were no clouds at the bottom of the islands. I didn't expect to meet that person here. It's God's will. Lucifer looked at the island in the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and his eyes shone coldly. Enel, Cavendish, and others are familiar with such eyes, which are the eyes of Captain Lucifer when he saw the prey. Someone is going to be unlucky. Enel, Cavendish, and others had this idea in mind at the same time. Captain, do you know what's going on? Cavendish asked. Of course. This is the Flying Islands created by Golden Lion with his ability, and he is the only one in the whole world who has this evil taste. There are very few people who can control the flying of islands, and the only person who can control more than a dozen flying islands at once is the Golden Lion. Golden Lion. The great flying pirate, Golden Lion. Hearing this name, Cavendish, Baby 5, Geisa and others were shocked. What? Is that guy named Golden Lion famous? Enel was at a loss. Of course. Cavendish rolled his eyes, no longer knowing how to complain about Enel's ignorance. The flying pirate, Golden Lion, is one of the great pirates of the old era, and he is the one who can stand on equal footing with One Piece King Luoji and Whitebeard. However, after he escaped from Impel Down, he has been missing for many years. There are even rumors that he died. I didn't expect to appear here. Cavendish looked at the archipelago suspended in the sky, and his eyes couldn't hide the shock. Let's go and meet this Golden Lion. Lucifer smiled faintly, and activated the ability of Enlightenment Fruit to control the speed of darkness to fly into the sky. Captain, are we going to war with the Golden Lion? Enel was very excited, his body flashed with lightning. Of course. Lucifer smiled coldly, how could you let him escape when you met such a big prey? Golden Lion's whereabouts are unpredictable, let him slip away today, it will be difficult to find him. Now meeting in the sea can only be said to be the guidance of fate. Huh. The howling wind whizzed past, and the nether flew rapidly, and soon flew up to an altitude of several thousand meters. As you get closer to the floating sky island, the size of the island is getting bigger and bigger. Golden Lion's ability is really terrifying, it can control so many islands at the same time, no wonder it is as famous as Luoji and Whitebeard. Looking at these floating sky islands, everyone can already imagine how powerful the Golden Lion is. There is no need for anything else, just using the trick of hitting people with an island, not everyone can catch it. His destructive power and lethality must be extremely terrifying. Don't be nervous, Golden Lion is strong, but we are not weak. Lucifer sat on the bow, his expression calm, without any waves. Golden Lion is very old. He escaped from Impel Down. He cut off his own feet and suffered serious injuries. Combined with the injury Luoji left him, his current strength must have been weakened beyond recognition. And even if Golden Lion is still at its peak combat power, we don't need to be afraid of him. Few people knew these secrets more than 10 years ago. It was the first time for Enel, Cavendish, and others to hear them, and they all listened carefully. Following Lucifer's explanation, the ghost poison also came to an island floating in the center of Sky Island. There are many palaces on the island, and the buildings are very elegant. In the center of the palace, Golden Lion is leading his group of pirates to hold a banquet. Although it has disappeared in the sea for more than 10 years, Golden Lion still secretly contacted a large number of pirates. As long as the name Golden Lion is released, countless pirates will be willing to take refuge in Golden Lion and work for him. 0. Oh, there are a few small bugs crawling up. The Golden Lion at the banquet suddenly grinned. He was sitting on the main seat, with a cigar in his mouth, his posture was wide open, and he exuded a haki invisible. Although he is old, his prestige is still there. People like Golden Lion, even if they are about to die, their power is extremely powerful. Is there an enemy invasion? Impossible, this place is in the air. Nothing is impossible, nothing happens on the Grand Line. All the pirate captains laughed, no one took these intruders seriously because they were the subordinates of the Golden Lion. Boss Golden Lion, let me solve it, it will be over soon. A pirate captain finished a glass of wine and left the banquet hall with a group of younger brothers. Not good, Jason took the lead, it's too cunning. I also want to serve Captain Golden Lion. Damn it, if Jason makes a move, we won't have a chance to perform. A group of pirate captains shook their heads helplessly, and then continued with the banquet. They didn't pay attention to the intruders, they just regarded them as a few young people. Rumble? Soon, there was a loud noise outside the hall, followed by the sound of fighting and several screams, and then all the sounds disappeared. The whole process didn't take more than a minute. Is it solved? Should be. It's just a few trash fish, Jason, and the others. Boom! A black shadow broke through the palace gate and smashed into the banquet hall, interrupting a group of pirate captains bragging. After seeing who the black shadow was, the arrogant expressions of the pirate captains all froze on their faces, and all the words in their stomachs were stuck in their throats. A group of people seemed to be ducks with their throats strangled, making a hoarse quacking sound. 3.3. How can that be? Jason is very strong, how could he be defeated so quickly? Isn't the intruder a miscellaneous fish? Lying on the ground was the pirate captain Jason. It's just that compared with the high-spirited a few minutes ago, now he has become a dead fish. Gee ha 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 ha, it's getting more and more interesting. Seeing that his men were killed, Golden Lion was not angry but happy. Go out with Laozi and have a look. Where did the little reptile come from? It's so bold that it dares to run wild on Laozi's territory. Golden Lion got up and walked out of the banquet hall. Two long swords were stuck on the ground, making a bang 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 bang. After breaking his feet, Golden Lion replaced his feet with his two famous swords. Anyway, he has lion fruit ability, can fly, and it doesn't matter if he has feet or not. When Golden Lion walked out of the palace, he saw corpses all over the floor. The people brought out by the pirate captain Jason are all dead. At the same time, Golden Lion finally saw Lucifer and his party. Golden Lion finally saw Lucifer and his party. The arrogant man holding a golden stick had an electric light on his expression. A handsome blonde man, holding a rose in narcissism, looks like a fool. A smoking maid, and a smoking man. In addition, there is a giant man with a crescent beard and a naginata in his hand. Golden Lion thought he saw Whitebeard when he first saw Babel. There is also a dog and a cat. The lineup is very wonderful. There is really everyone. And the leader of these people is a handsome boy, looking at him with a half smile. Finally out? Golden Lion. Sorry, the person you sent to pick up the guests was not very polite. I taught him a little lesson. Gee ha 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 ha. How dare you say it, brat? Laozi hasn't seen such a brave brat like you for a long time. What? Are you trying to challenge me? Or are you trying to take my head? Golden Lion laughed obscenely, bursting out with a powerful force. Although he is old, the majesty of the lion is still there. However, compared with the domineering Golden Lion, the group of pirate captains behind him were already frightened. They had already recognized Lucifer's identity, and they all turned pale and trembling with fright. The way, Lucifer, a pirate captain, was the most unbearable. His legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground in fright. Why, you know him. Golden Lion's face darkened, and Ten suddenly burst out with killing intent. It's too embarrassing for his subordinates to be frightened like this. What he, the Golden Lion, wanted were brave and fearless subordinates, not soft bones who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Boss Golden Lion, they are not ordinary people, they are the Nether Pirates. A pirate bravely tried to explain the identities of Lucifer and others to the Golden Lion. The leader is the demon Lucifer, who is now the 4 emperors of the New World, who killed Big Mom with his own hands not long ago. Kaido was also seriously injured by him and fled. He's very powerful, he's a monster through and through. Oh, killed that old woman. Golden Lion was a little surprised. He never reads newspapers, and never pays attention to the news at sea, so he doesn't know anything about Lucifer. In the eyes of Golden Lion, only the old era is the real era of pirates. Pirates in this era are just a group of children playing house. He doesn't like them at all. But he still knows Big Mom and Kaido. After all, he once stayed on the same boat. Little ghost, I admit that you have some strength to kill that old woman. But if you want to challenge me, you are still too far behind. Golden Lion looked at Lucifer, his eyes widened, and the Conqueror's haki burst out instantly. The majestic momentum formed a tsunami wave, instantly covering Lucifer and others. Golden Lion's Conqueror's haki is golden, like a group of mighty lions, exuding bursts of roar. The sky changed color, the clouds surged, and the sky was turned upside down for a while. So strong, this is the Emperor of the Golden Lion. Enel tried his best to resist the impact of the Golden Lion's conquerors. His eyes widened and his blood boiled. Cavendish, Baby 5 and others also tried their best to resist the conqueror's impact, and no one fell into a coma and lost consciousness. Under Lucifer's hellish training, their strength has been greatly improved. This level of conqueror's impact can't make them unconscious. Conqueror's haki, I have it too. Lucifer's pupils shrank, and Conqueror's haki also burst out. The red haki blasts out and meets the golden Conqueror's haki head-on. The collision point of the 2 strands of haki sparked red-gold lightning, crisscrossing like a lion majesty. Golden Lion, is that all you have? Lucifer instantly increased the strength of Conquerors, and the power of the red aura surged. Rumble? A loud bang shook the sky as Lucifer's Conqueror's haki shattered Golden Lion's haki. The endless aura hit Golden Lion and his pirate subordinates like a tsunami. Bang, 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 bang. A large number of pirates lost consciousness and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Golden Lion was left standing alone. Everything is as Lucifer expected. The Golden Lion's strength has declined seriously, and I don't know how much worse it is from its peak. His conquerors were no match for Lucifer at all. If it is the Golden Lion at its peak, the power of Conqueror's haki is not limited to this level. And Lucifer's Conqueror's haki has already set foot in the field. Even if the Golden Lion at its peak is here, it is still not his opponent, let alone now. The Conqueror's haki was broken, Golden Lion's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When he looked at Lucifer, his eyes were fierce, bursting out with endless killing intent. Little ghost, you have 2 tricks, but if you want to defeat me with this strength, it's still too far away. If you want to beat Laozi, you are still 110,000 years away. Slash wave. Golden Lion raised his foot and kicked. The long sword pierced the sky, splitting out a half-moon-shaped sword aura with big eyes. Sword chi is very similar to Tempest Kick in Marine 6 styles, but its power is much stronger than Tempest Kick, enough to easily cut through the entire sea. Golden Lion was an out-and-out swordsman before he broke his leg, and his swordsmanship was comparable to the current Hawkeye. Although he is now using his feet to perform sword skills, his power is still at the level of a great swordsman. Coupled with armament haki, the power can be imagined. The wall of vacuum. Lucifer raised his palm, and a transparent wall automatically appeared in front of him. Rumble? The slash hit the wall of vacuum, and a powerful shock wave erupted in all directions. However, this move didn't make Lucifer take a step back. Sure enough, you are already too old, and the power of slashing is nothing more than this. Wind blade. Lucifer waved his hand, and a tornado suddenly formed in the surrounding void. The tornado howled and roared, forming 4 rounds of huge wind blades and shooting towards the Golden Lion. Brush, 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 brush. Wherever the wind blade passed, it cut open the ground of the island, leaving 4 bottomless huge ravines. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Accompanied by the roar of the Golden Lion, a heaven-shattering sword energy pierced through the dust and emerged out of nowhere. The sword energy is like a stream of light, and it is like falling Hanabi, carrying the supreme killing sword intent, colliding with the wind blade head-on. Boom! A hurricane broke out, Lucifer's wind blade was broken, and Golden Lion's sword energy was completely dissipated. Gee ha 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 ha, brat, I admit your strength. Come be Laozi's subordinate, follow me, and you will have the opportunity to rule the world with me in the future. The golden lion was suspended in the sky, and the sound rumbled, shaking the sky. To be your subordinate. Lucifer laughed, mockingly. Golden lion, you are old and can no longer see the world clearly. Now you have already been eliminated by the times. It's just a sick cat lingering on its last breath. How can it have the confidence to ask me to be its subordinate? Lucifer raised his hand and pressed it down, and the demon's low growl suddenly sounded, one crush. As soon as the words fell, the golden lion suspended in the sky suddenly fell into the sky and hit the island heavily. The island was smashed into a large human-shaped crater, and the golden lion lay at the bottom of the crater, unable to move. Lucifer came to the edge of the pothole, looked down at the golden lion from a high position, and said indifferently, "You thought it was my best just now. I'm not serious at all, but you are so proud, don't you think it's ridiculous? Golden lion, you are so pathetic." Lucifer shook his head, eyes indifferent, with naked disdain. Golden lion's face changed wildly, revealing unprecedented anger. He has been in the sea all his life, arrogant, and only puts Luoji and Whitebeard in his eyes. When has he ever been despised like this? Arrogant brat, don't be too arrogant. Slash wave. A sword chi erupted from the bottom of the pit, slashing at Lucifer head-on, and a powerful shock wave erupted. At the same time, Golden Lion also flew up from the bottom of the pothole. He counteracts gravity with the power of lion fruit. Lucifer did not dodge or dodge, blocking slash wave with a vacuum wall. At the same time, he raised his finger and shot a laser beam. Call out? The speed of the laser rays was extremely fast, and before the Golden Lion could react, it was already pierced through the shoulder. You. Golden Lion stared at Lucifer, only to find that Lucifer had disappeared. Where are you looking? A cold voice sounded from behind Golden Lion. Just as Golden Lion wanted to make a move, his back was hit hard. Lucifer's pitch-black fist hit Golden Lion's back, and there was a crackling sound of bones breaking. Not only was the bone broken, Golden Lion felt his internal organs were displaced, and blood spurted out uncontrollably from his mouth. Boom! The Golden Lion slammed heavily on the island, and there was another human-shaped pothole on the ground. Universal pull. Lucifer aimed at the pothole and grabbed it hard, and a powerful gravitational force pulled the Golden Lion up. Golden Lion roared wildly, and launched a counterattack after breaking free from the shackles of gravity. Little devil, go to hell. Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. The Golden Lion grabbed it with a big hand, and the entire island shook violently. The whole ground was lifted up, and hundreds of thousands of tons of rocks condensed into a dozen huge lion heads biting Lucifer. Roar. More than a dozen lion heads roared wildly, and the roar tore through the sky, causing the sky to tumbling violently. Facing the attack of the killer move, Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge, just raised his hand lightly. Go back. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen lion heads rushing towards Lucifer suddenly turned around and bitten towards the Golden Lion. Golden Lion's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly used the ability of lion fruit to control the giant lion. But unfortunately, Lion Head has lost control, and his abilities are useless at all. Lucifer's control ability of speech fruit is far above lion fruit. Rumble. A dozen huge lion heads hit the Golden Lion, and one of the lion heads swallowed the Golden Lion in one gulp. The ground rolled, and hundreds of thousands of tons of rock and soil rolled violently, forming a tower of rock, and the topography of the island was completely changed. In Lucifer's hands, Golden Lion was pitifully weak and was crushed the whole time, almost never fighting back. Boom, 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 the rocky tower rioted and exploded, and the Golden Lion escaped. However, the current Golden Lion is covered in cuts and bruises, dripping with blood, as if he was fished out of a sea of blood. Although he can still float in the sky, his figure is already a little floating, and at the same time he is still coughing up blood from his mouth. Is it only to this extent? With such a mere strength, how can you talk about ruling the world? Golden Lion, you have been lingering on your last breath for more than 10 years, and you have already fallen behind the times. Let's not talk about ruling the world now, you can't beat any Marine Admiral. Lucifer shook his head and said, Arrogant brat, stop talking nonsense. If you want to kill Laozi, come here. The Golden Lion became ruthless, and actually pulled out the two swords on his feet. Since breaking out of prison, Golden Lion has replaced his feet with swords. Over the years, the sword and the Golden Lion's flesh and blood have grown together, and the two are inseparable. Now that Golden Lion has pulled out his double swords, it is equivalent to cutting off his feet again, and the pain cannot be described in words. However, the pain of being separated from one another didn't change Golden Lion's expression in any way. Die, brat. Golden Lion unleashes both swords together, chopping out two huge flying slashes. The same trick, but the power is completely different. Golden Lion is a two-sword swordsman, so he can exert the greatest authority in his moves. The sword energy emitted by the feet is not even a third of that of the hands. Lucifer looked at the sword chi coming from him. He didn't dodge or dodge, he just raised his hand lightly. Disappear. As soon as the words fell, the 2 rounds of huge flying slashes disappeared without a trace, leaving only a breeze across Lucifer's cheek. You. Golden Lion's eyes widened, dumbfounded. Didn't your man tell you? Lucifer smiled slightly. I am a person with the ability to speak the fruit of the spirit, and I can turn everything I say into reality. My word is truth, and what I say is red. From the moment you met me, fate has been doomed. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Lucifer pointed to the sky with one hand and landed with a crash. The color of the sky changed, and thunder was lit up in the endless black clouds. Countless electric snakes wandered and condensed in the black clouds, and finally turned into a thick thunderbolt and crashed down. The speed of the thunder and lightning was so fast that the golden lion was hit the moment he saw the lightning, and there was no time to react. Enel, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw this move and trembled with excitement. Lucifer's lightning moves are much more powerful than him, and the two cannot be compared at all. This is the true strength of the captain. It is so terrifying to use the power of a natural element casually. Enel was fascinated. Sooner or later, my lightning will reach this power, or even surpass it. Boom! The thunder and lightning hit the golden lion, pierced through the island under his feet, and finally hit the sea thousands of meters below. Rumble! A huge hollow with a diameter of more than 100 meters was punched out of the sea. The huge amount of seawater evaporated in an instant, and the reverberation and vibration spread for dozens of miles around. When the thunderlight disappeared, the figure of the golden lion had completely disappeared, and a large hole appeared on the island where the palace was located, and the rock had been melted into magma. Ding! Host killed the pirate golden lion and got 100,000 killing points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament haki, domain. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 306,000. With the harvest during this period, plus killing the golden lion this time, the total number of Lucifer's kill points once again exceeded 300,000, reaching 306,000. 100,000 is not a small number, but Lucifer was a little dissatisfied. The golden lion at its peak is definitely more than that. It can only be said that there is no good end in this world. Moria was defeated by Kaido and hid in the Devil's Triangle Sea to become an otaka, so her strength declined severely. Lockdoll was defeated by Whitebeard and hid in Alabasta as an otaka, so his strength declined seriously. The same goes for the golden lion. He was defeated by Marine, and after escaping from prison, he hid in the sky as an otaka, and his strength declined severely. A mere 100,000 killing points proves that golden lion's current strength is not even 1/3 of its peak. It's a pity, a legendary pirate, because I wasted more than 10 years of time as an otaka. Lucifer can imagine if the golden lion did not choose to hide after escaping from prison, but continued to roam the sea. Today's status and strength are definitely more than that. But now, golden lion has disappeared for more than 10 years, and almost no one in the sea knows his existence. Now he was killed by Lucifer again. If Lucifer doesn't tell the truth, golden lion will disappear into the sea completely. The legend of the flying pirate has come to an end? The silent death of a legendary pirate is really the ugliest way to die. Lucifer shook his head and shook his hand. Reborn. An invisible force was captured by Lucifer, and merged with the fruit in Lucifer's hand. Soon, the fruit turned into lion fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole body of lion fruit is blue, which is the color representing the sky. Lion fruit, the top ability in Paramecia. Just manipulating the island to smash people is enough to traverse the entire Grand Line. The destructive power of lion fruit is also top in the world, which is Lucifer's biggest gain this time. Rumble. The floating islands made a sound and began to fall rapidly. Golden lion is dead. Lion fruit's abilities are gone. Get out of here first. Lucifer returned to the nether, and ordered the demon elf Xiaohei to control the nether to fly into the sky, away from the island where it fell. In the distance, nether is suspended in the sky. Lucifer and his team watched the floating sky island fall and collapse, and the view, well done, was spectacular. Who would have thought that the legendary pirate golden lion would die like this? Jack exhaled a smoke ring and said with some emotion, "We also met golden lion when we were young, and he was very high-spirited back then." That's right. He also invited Captain Luoji to join forces with him, but after being rejected by Captain Luoji, the two sides fought a battle. Both Inulan and Malmushiro have stayed in the Luoji pirates, and they also participated in the 8-Val Sea battle. That is, in that battle, most of the large fleet of the flying pirates was driven into the bottom of the sea, and most of Golden Lion's elite troops were lost. He himself was stuck in the back of the head by the rudder, leaving a serious injury that could not heal in his life. Without this rudder, presumably the Golden Lion's strength would not have declined so severely. The sea preys on the strong, and Golden Lion will die today, which only proves that he is too weak. If you want to live, you can only keep getting stronger. Lucifer said calmly. Okay, let's go, it's time to leave the factory. Xiaohei, set sail. Yes, master. The demon elf Xiaohei controlled the nether to fall towards the sea, and soon disappeared. In the endless sea of Wangyang, a warship is patrolling the sea area, chasing and killing pirates. The Hawk faction Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stood at the bow of the ship, holding his sword in his left hand, exuding a chilly air all over his body. They noticed the thunder and lightning phenomenon in the sky earlier, so they came to check the situation. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, the situation is found in the sky ahead. On the warship, a marine observer suddenly let out an exclamation, which attracted everyone's attention. The Marine and Vice Admiral Ghost Spiders on the boat looked forward at the same time, and found that several islands were falling from the sky. Islands falling from the sky. Rao was used to the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider who was used to strong winds and waves, so he couldn't help being a little shocked at this moment. Although there are countless strange things in New World, this is the first time he has seen an island falling from the sky. Is this caused by the strong fighting? Or did Sky Island fall? When the ghost spider was thinking about the reason for the island's fall, an island in front had already crashed into the sea first. Rumble? The moment the island entered the sea, a loud noise erupted, and at the same time, a huge tsunami of more than 300 meters spread in all directions. The warship led by the ghost spider is also within the impact range of the tsunami. Send me an order, retreat first. The ghost spider immediately issued an order to retreat. A tsunami over 300 meters is no joke. As long as it hits once, it can smash the warship into pieces. The ghost spider is confident that it can block several waves of tsunamis, but this time there are more than one tsunami, and there are many more behind it. The ghost spider is a smart person, so of course he would not waste his energy on resisting the tsunami. The matter here must be reported to naval headquarters. There must be someone fighting 507 in the sky just now. It can cause the archipelago to fall, and the two sides in the battle must not be easy. The ghost spider looked at the sky above where the island fell, eyes as sharp as an eagle. Intuition told him that this incident was man-made, not a natural phenomenon. Really? I see, you're doing fine. You continue to patrol the sea area, and leave this matter alone. Naval Headquarters Marshal's office. Sengoku hung up the phone bug and let out a long breath. What's the matter, Sengoku? You have an ugly expression. Be happy, come on. The old man bought a new senbei. Garp sat on the sofa, still looking like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. Okay Garp, I don't have time to fight with you. Something has happened. Sengoku said seriously. What's wrong? Garp also froze for a moment. Did Lucifer mess up again? During this incident, Sengoku will show this expression every time he hears Lucifer making trouble. The golden lion has appeared. Sengoku looked at Garp and said in a deep voice, Golden lion. Garp's pupils shrank, and he involuntarily squeezed the senbei into powder with his fingers. That's right. The ghost spider told me that I saw floating islands falling from the sky in the waters of Mr. Blue in New World. You should know what it means. Sengoku and Garp can only think of one person who can control the archipelago, and that is the golden lion. The two of them are very familiar with the golden lion. Back then when the golden lion broke into naval headquarters alone, it was the two of them who jointly defeated it. That old guy has disappeared for more than 10 years. What is he doing now? Perhaps the plan has been completed and he is about to start acting. Crane Vice Admiral next to him said suddenly. You all know what the golden lion is. He can spend 10 or even 20 years on a plan. This time he finally reappeared after disappearing for more than 10 years. Presumably there will be a big move soon. We have to be careful. That's right, I think so too. Sengoku nodded heavily. Maybe he was defeated, maybe, ha 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 ha. Garp suddenly laughed. Seeing that Sengoku and he didn't believe it, Garp smiled again. This old man is not talking nonsense. His floating sky island is the proof. If the golden lion is intact, how did his floating sky island fall? There is no target for him below. Garp's words made Sengoku's eyes shine. Although Garp is usually unreliable, his intuition is very accurate. Thinking about it carefully, Golden Lion is really not the kind of person who will casually reveal his whereabouts. Otherwise, naval headquarters would not have searched for more than 10 years, and could not find any traces of him. Even the floating sky island fell. Golden Lion probably encountered a strong enemy, and all his energy was used to fight, so he couldn't maintain the floating sky island. If the imagination is bolder, the golden lion may even have died, and the lion fruit will lose its function, causing the floating sky island to fall. Would that old lion die so silently? It would be great if that's the case. Sengoku has already been overwhelmed by Lucifer and doesn't want another golden lion to mess around at this point in time. Blue blue blue, blue blue blue. Suddenly, Sengoku's phone buzzed. Sengoku picked up the phone and connected, and the snail turned into Aokiji. Hi, I'm Sengoku. I'm Aokiji. The snail yawned and said, I've caught the person, but I haven't found any suspicious person. Really? Just grab it and send it directly to Impel Down. You don't have to go back to the headquarters for a short time. You stay in Impel Down first. I understand. After hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku's face was a little dignified, as were the Chief Staff Officer Vice Admiral and Garp. Lucifer will hear soon, and he won't let it go. Garp's tone was a little more serious. He and Lucifer had fought head-to-head. Although it was only a few moves, Garp was deeply impressed by Lucifer's strength. There is nothing we can do about the order from the government of the world. We can only strengthen our troops to guard it. I've already asked Aokiji to guard there. As long as Lucifer makes a move, naval headquarters can send troops to support in time. The key is this mission, adding that no suspicious person was caught. It's a lockdown, and the 5 elders won't make such a fuss. Is there any fish that slipped through the net? Sengoku's conjecture is correct. Aokiji only caught Katakuri and K. Lakidar's group during this trip. The real target, Nico Robin, has been snuck away midway by Charlotte Owen. Your target isn't Lockdoll? Lucifer won't be interested in him. Can you tell me what your purpose is? On a warship at sea, Aokiji mutters to a piece of ice. Sorry. Although I really want to know, but I think you can't answer it. What a hassle. Aokiji yawned, scratched the back of his head and shook his head. In the ice in front of him, Katakuri has been frozen, severely injured, and unconscious. In this case, no one can answer his question. On the other side, the escaped Charlotte Owen contacted Lucifer in New World. Hey, what's the matter? On the deck of the Erebus, Lucifer asked while holding a phone bug. Sorry, Captain Lucifer, we failed. Katakuri's big brother was captured by Aokiji. Charlotte Owen's voice came from the opposite side. Where's Nico Robin? She was also taken by Aokiji. No, she's still in my hands. Katakuri's big brother split up halfway, and asked me to take her away alone. Fishing in troubled waters, Katakuri is pretty smart. Lucifer smiled slightly. Owen said anxiously, Captain Lucifer, please save Katakuri big brother, I beg you so much. After Big Mom's death, Katakuri is the only pillar of the Charlotte family. If he died, all members of the Charlotte family would not know how to live. Don't worry, Katakuri is also my subordinate no matter what. I will naturally not sit idly by. Why? Find a place to hide first, so that Marine won't find out. Yes, Captain Lucifer, thank you very much. Then, Lucifer hung up the bug. Captain Lucifer, are we really going to save Katakuri? Cavendish came up behind Lucifer and asked. Of course, why not save? Katakuri is my subordinate, his life is mine, no one can kill him except me. Besides, I've wanted to go to Impel Down for a long time, and now is the time. Get ready, the battle is about to begin. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time, the final battle with Marine is really exciting. All the members of the Nether looked excited and full of fighting spirit, and no one was timid and afraid of fighting. Cavendish, this is for you. Lucifer stretched out his hand and threw the lion fruit into Cavendish's hand. Captain. Cavendish was slightly taken aback. Eat it, familiarize yourself with the ability, you can use it on the battlefield. Yes, Lucifer is here. Cavendish didn't hesitate, and ate the lion fruit directly. Originally, Cavendish never wanted to be a demon fruit power, but with the lion fruit in front of him, Cavendish Sue couldn't bear it anymore. After all, this is the ability of the flying pirate Jin Lion. To say that there are very few people in this world who can resist the temptation of lion fruit. Get up for me. Cavendish touched the deck with his palm and controlled the nether to fly into the sky. How? What's your ability? It's strong, and I feel like I can manipulate larger objects. Cavendish's own strength is already sufficient, and he has plenty of physical strength, so the ability to develop fruits will naturally get twice the result with half the effort. Controlling a nether was as simple as breathing for him. That's good, I hope you can become the second Golden Lion. Cavendish is Lucifer's first crew member, so Lucifer will not treat him badly. Has super sword skills, plus the ability of lion fruit. If Cavendish devotes himself to practice and evolves, he may really become the second Sky Pirate. Let's go back and gather the army, we're going to war. Nether 1 Luffy returns to the Sea of Nations. Once Lucifer's summoning order was issued, all the pirates in the entire sea area of the world gathered together. Swaggeringly attacking from the sea, the target is too big, and the speed is too slow. So Lucifer chose to attack from the sky, just to let Cavendish get acquainted with Lion Fruit's force zone. Impel Down, the largest prison in the world, is located on the calm belt in the first half of the Grand Line, and the security is extremely tight. The prisoners in the prison are all felons, and the inside is very eerie. There are all kinds of monsters acting as jailers, many of which are failed awakenings of Zoan Devil Fruit. The prison is full of videophone bugs for monitoring, and there are a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison as a natural line of defense, thus making Impel Down known as the Iron Wall. Since the establishment of Impel Down, only Golden Lion has successfully escaped from prison, but he still paid the price of his legs, which shows how tight this place is. Is this the Impel Down? The guards are really tight. Impel Down above the sky, the nether stands floating. At this time, the nether was more than 10 times larger than before. There are not only the cotters of the nether pirates on board, but also many members of the Charlotte family. In addition to the nether, there are 20 pirate ships floating around, all of which are members of the nether pirates. These more than 20 pirate ships are all controlled by Cavendish. Captain Lucifer, let's move quickly. Charlotte Cracker came behind Lucifer and said anxiously. This trip is to save Katakuri. Not only he is anxious, but all the members of the Gonlot family are also anxious. Wait first, don't worry. Lucifer smiled lightly, and turned on observation haki to scan the entire Impel Down in all directions. Sure enough, there are precautions. Lucifer's observation haki clearly captures a familiar vibe, none other than Admiral Aokiji. Is there only one admiral? You underestimate me. Lucifer pondered slightly, and then gave an order. Enel, Guy, Baby 5, give Marine a gift. Yes, Captain Lucifer. The three of them stepped forward immediately. Enel activated the Thunder Fruit ability, and the sky suddenly became dark and cloudy, gathering a lot of electricity. Guy sprinkled condensed gas energy, and blue light bloomed in his mouth. Baby 5 has turned into a gun barrel shape, and the muzzle energy is concentrated, which also exudes terrifying power. God's punishment. Gas laser cannon. Pluton cannon. The three of them made moves at the same time. Thick thunderbolts crashed down, hitting the warships on the periphery of Impel Down. With a loud bang, the three warships were immediately blown into ruins. The gas laser cannon penetrated the three warships in an instant, and also blew them into pieces. Baby 5's Pluton cannon is aimed at the entrance of Impel Down. With one shot, the large iron gate at the entrance of Impel Down was breached, and the wall collapsed, revealing a large hole. Little ones, let's go to war. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, the 21 pirate ships in the sky fell down immediately. Ice Age. Lucifer shoots a column of icicles down, straight into the deep sea. A terrifying cold burst out, instantly freezing the sea thousands of miles around. The battlefield is formed. Little ones, kill in. The pirates who are willing to take refuge will be free, and those who resist the unyielding will be killed without mercy. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Kill. Kill the marine. With Lucifer's order, the pirate army of more than 10,000 on 20 pirate ships was dispatched to kill the Impel Down ahead. Lucifer has long planned to capture Impel Down, and this time to save Katakuri is just a matter of convenience. It's the ghost pirates. Notify Kuzan Admiral, and Commissioner Magellan. Send someone to naval headquarters and tell them to send reinforcements over here immediately. On a warship outside Impel Down, a Marine Vice Admiral roared angrily. Looking at the army of pirates rushing forward, the Marine Vice Admiral couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. These are not parallel imports from the first half of the Grand Line, but pirates from the New World, all of whom are experienced and powerful. In addition, there is Lucifer, the most vicious demon in the sea. Damn BD, dare to invade Impel Down. Is Lucifer really going to war with naval headquarters? 0 for flowers. Marine Vice Admiral gritted his teeth. Inside Impel Down, Director's office. Admiral Aokiji was lying soundly asleep on an armchair when a Marine Colonel ran up and shouted in panic. Your Excellency Admiral, something is wrong. Lucifer has invaded Impel Down. Aokiji took off the blindfold. His eyes were still a little blurred, and he was a little dazed just after waking up. Alala, what happened? Lucifer invades Impel Down. Colonel Marine yelled again. It's really here. Aokiji scratched his head, feeling a little troubled. Aokiji had guessed this possibility when Sengoku ordered him to stay in Impel Down. But what he didn't expect was that Lucifer came so soon. Your Excellency Admiral, please hurry up, the guards outside can no longer stop you. Colonel Marine looked at Aokiji's procrastination, and couldn't help urging him. Admiral Aokiji, famous for being lazy in naval headquarters, this Colonel Marine has seen it today. The army of pirates has arrived at the door of the house, but Admiral can still keep his expression on his face and is not in a hurry. He is really worthy of the word lazy. Okay, don't rush, I'll go right away. Aokiji waved his hand and said. At the same time, Magellan, who had diarrhea, was also released by Deputy Warden Domino. Clutching my stomach and going to support with Aokiji. Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. What did you say? Lucifer really came. Okay, hold on for now, reinforcements will be here soon. Sengoku put down the phone bug, his face so gloomy that he could almost drip water. Sure enough, he is extremely arrogant, and he came so soon. Guards, go and inform Admiral Akainu and Kizaru, let them lead troops to Impel Down immediately for support. Garp, you go too. Sengoku looked at Garp who was sitting on the sofa, and said in a deep voice. 3 Admiral isn't enough. Of course not enough, I suspect that Lucifer's purpose is not as simple as saving Katakuri, he must have a greater purpose. There are too many legendary pirates in Impel Down, if Lucifer releases them, the consequences will be disastrous. I don't worry if you go in person. The name of Sengoku the resourceful general is not for nothing. In addition to his own strength, he is also extremely intelligent. He guessed Lucifer's real purpose almost instantly. The old man understands. Faced with such a big event, Garp stopped fishing and left the office after swallowing a bag of senbei. Soon, 20 warships departed from naval headquarters. Headed by the legendary Marine Garp, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and 10 Marine Vice Admirals, 3,000 Marine Rear Admirals. Marine's total strength exceeds 50,000? Compared with the strength of this time, the devastating Buster Call is very insignificant. Outside Impel Down, the sea is frozen, and the pirates and Marines are already fighting together. Lucifer led a group of cotters across the battlefield and approached the entrance. Lucifer, with me here, you can never go any further. A Marine Vice Admiral appeared above Lucifer's head and slashed at Lucifer head-on. Clang! The long knife was blocked by a shield, and Tianmin's was really Genlot Cracker. Master Lucifer, please go ahead, just leave it to me. I leave it to you. Lucifer left without even looking at the Vice Admiral. Marine Vice Admiral wanted to make another shot, but was directly chopped off by Cracker. Hey, Marine, I'm your opponent. You are not qualified to fight Captain Lucifer. Cracker then fought with Marine Vice Admiral. The Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral guarded outside Impel Down were all blocked by the cotters of the Nether Pirates. Lucifer made it all the way into Impel Down without hindrance. The breath in here is really eerie. The moment he stepped into Impel Down, Lucifer's observation Haki felt countless killing, despair, bloody, and evil breaths. It can be said that all the darkness and evil in the world are gathered here. Stop, don't come any closer. Damn pirates, don't even think about invading Impel Down. A group of jailers in uniform stopped in front of Lucifer, armed with weapons. Although these people were so frightened that their legs became weak and trembling, they still never took a step back. 30 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel raised his hand and hit a lightning dragon, which instantly devoured all the jailers in front of him. Accompanied by a miserable howl, all the jailers were electrocuted into coke. TCH, if you are so weak and dare to come up to stop us, it's because you are overthinking your capabilities. Enel shook his head, showing a hint of disdain. Bang, 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 bang. There was a sound of knocking on the fence in the cells on both sides, and countless pirates were roaring loudly. Let me out, I can be your subordinate. I am willing to serve you, please let me out. You are also pirates, and I am also a pirate. These pirates have been imprisoned in this dark prison for a long time, and there is no hope of getting out. Now that someone is invading Impel Down, they naturally ask for help. This is their only lifeline? Captain, are you going to let them go? Cavendish glanced at the cells on both sides, and asked softly, open the prison door. Although the strength is very weak, it still has some value as cannon fodder. Yes, Captain. Impel Down has a total of 6 floors, this is the first floor, and the gifts are a group of trash fish with no strength. But the advantage is that the number is sufficient. Although it is impossible to kill an elephant, it is still possible to kill a few hounds. Lucifer let them out purely as cannon fodder, to cause a little trouble for Marine. Continue to go. Lucifer led the people all the way down, and all the prisoners on the first, second, and third floors were released by Lucifer. Along the way, Lucifer also killed a group of people who were self-defeating and wanted to avenge their kindness, and barely gained a small wave of killing points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament haki, domain. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 366,000. The pirates on the first few floors are really worthless. Looking at the properties panel, Lucifer shook his head inwardly. Killing so many, but only getting tens of thousands of killing points, is not enough for a fraction of a big pirate. When Lucifer came to the 4th floor, suddenly an extremely cold air burst out from the depths of the tunnel. Along the way, the ground froze and the air temperature dropped rapidly below freezing. The 4th floor is blazing hell. The temperature on the whole floor is very high, like a huge iron pot, full of boiling pools and sea of fire. Aokiji's chill dissipates the scorching heat here, turning it into an icy hell in an instant. Lucifer, it's over. Admiral Aokiji walked out from the passage, and said with a cold breath, if you let you go on, Marine will really lose face. Aokiji, is it just you? Lucifer smiled calmly, you alone can't stop me. And I, the director of Impel Down, Magellan, came out from behind Aokiji. He had activated the poisonous fruit ability, and several poisonous dragons were suspended on his back. Lucifer, you don't want to go one step further, bet everything on my prison director, and stop you here. Boom! Before Magellan finished speaking, he was suddenly hit hard and was pinned down on the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Magellan's face was distorted. Admiral Aokiji was also smashed into a pile of crushed ice, and the complete human form could not be seen. Lucifer withdrew his palms, expressionless. The big talk is really strong, and the fight is nothing more than that. Universal pull. With Lucifer's palm grabbing, Magellan was immediately pulled back. Dragon. The 3 poisonous dragons behind Magellan came to bite Lucifer at the same time, and the poisonous gas filled the air along the way, and the walls were all corroded. With the help of Universal Pull's gravity, the Duran's attack speed is even faster. Shen Luo Tianzhang. A powerful repulsion erupted from Lucifer's palm and armament haki bombarded Magellan. The poisonous dragon was crushed by the repulsive force, Magellan's stomach was sunken on the spot, his whole body was bowed and shot backwards. The prison wall of Impel Down was smashed by him, and finally fell in the ruins. Ice Age. Aokiji regained his human form, and shot a cloud of extremely cold air at Lucifer, causing everything along the way dissipate. Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge, just a light word, completely dispelled Aokiji's cold air. The Spear of Vengeance. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed, a steel spear was instantly generated, covering armament haki and shooting out, instantly piercing through Aokiji's chest, smashing it into a pile of ice fragments. 0. Gravity Crush. A force of gravity enveloped the place where the ice fragments were, and the terrifying gravity directly crushed the ground, causing the ice fragments to fall into the blood pool below along with the gravel. 3 moves, 2 moves, simple and casual, Lucifer knocked out Admiral Aokiji and Magellan. Cough cough cough. Magellan climbed up from the ruins, clutched his chest, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and launched an attack instantly. Poison Giant Soldier Judgment of Hell. A large amount of poison was released from Magellan's body, forming a skeleton-shaped giant. Different from the purple poison that is usually released, this trick is a specially made bright red poison. Any substance that comes into contact with it will be infected and gradually spread to corrode everything. As long as a person comes into contact with the poison, it will gradually spread until death. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel swung the golden stick and hit a Brontosaurus, which pierced through the poisonous skeleton in an instant. Captain Lucifer, leave this place to us, you go down first. That's right, if we let the captain do everything, then we are too incompetent. Leave it to us, we will be responsible for stopping these 2 people. Cavendish, Vabel, Jack, Nekomashiro, and Inuarashi all squared off, facing Magellan and Aokiji who had recovered. Then leave it to you. Lucifer didn't look at Magellan and Aokiji anymore, and walked directly to the next floor. Don't even think about leaving, poison channel. Seeing that Lucifer was about to leave, Magellan immediately attacked. He sprayed a lot of poison to form a poison channel, and he quickly approached Lucifer through the poison channel. However, Magellan only advanced halfway, and the poison channel was interrupted by lightning. Hey, poisonous BD, your opponent is me, don't pick the wrong person. Enel has created lightning armor on his body's surface to defend against Magellan's poison. Likewise, Aokiji, who launched the attack, was also stopped by Vabel. Vabel's strong strength and 2.8 armament haki, even Aokiji can't beat him in a short time. Coupled with the assistance of Jack, Inuarashi, and Momomushi, Aokiji and Magellan could no longer take a shot against Lucifer. Just like that, Lucifer left the battlefield and went to the 6th floor of the basement. Blade Storm, Gravity Crush, Steel Gun. Lucifer went all the way to the 6th floor, all the jailers who blocked him were killed, and the corpses piled up the passage. The system's prompt tone kept ringing in Lucifer's mind. Ding, host beheaded the jailer and prison chief salutes, and got 6,500 killing points. Ding, host kills the warden City-chan and gets 6,700 killing points. Ding, host kills the jailer miscellaneous soldiers and gets 1,400 killing points. Ding, host kills the jailer and miscellaneous soldiers, and gets 2,500 killing points. The strength of the jailers in Impel Down is not very good, only a few leading wardens are strong, providing Lucifer with thousands of kill points. In total, it is worth about 30,000 to 40,000 killing points. Impel Down is on the 6th basement floor, the atmosphere is eerie, and the air is filled with the stench of blood, which is disgusting. Those held here are all pirates and criminals with bounties of over 100 million. Some criminals have been erased from history by the world government because of their heinous crimes. Hey, the movement above is a bit loud, did someone escape from prison? A muffled voice sounded from a cell. Impossible, the prisoners above are all a bunch of trash, how could they have the ability to escape from prison? There are also class stratifications in Impel Down, and the pirates imprisoned on the 6th floor generally look down on the people on the 5 floors above. Could someone have hacked Impel Down? It would be interesting if that's the case. A pirate said with a smile. What, you want to go out? Nonsense, you don't want to go out. If the intruder can let me out, Laozi is in a good mood to accept him as Laozi's subordinate. Ha 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 ha, you are so kind, if it were me, I would kill him directly. It is his honor to die at the hands of Laozi. Ha 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 ha. A group of pirates laughed arrogantly, showing the scum's ugly face vividly. Those imprisoned here are all villains and dregs who do all kinds of crimes, and revenge for kindness is commonplace for them. Boom! Suddenly a loud noise interrupted the clamor of the pirates, and the entrance gate of the 6th underground floor was broken. 10 footsteps sounded in the smoke and dust. Although the sound was weak, it exploded in the ears of all the pirates like thunder. There are really intruders. Laozi's chance is here. The eyes of many pirates shone, and they immediately shouted at the person who came. Hey, no matter who you are, let me out. As long as you let me go, Laozi can give you a lot of money. And me, let me go, I can take you as my subordinate. Laozi is a great pirate with a reward of 490 million. Let me out quickly, Laozi is going back to the sea. Damn Marine, dare to let me suffer such humiliation, I will definitely not let them go. Ho, 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 ho. Countless pirates knocked on the prison fence, roaring in waves. Shut up, you bastards. Lucifer shouted angrily, and a terrifying murderous aura immediately enveloped the entire 6th underground floor. The air temperature quickly dropped to freezing point, and countless pirates felt chills all over their bodies, feeling as if their blood had been frozen. Lucifer's current murderous look is no joke, it's so terrifying to ultimate. Even without the Conqueror's haki, just a burst of murderous aura is enough to scare people to death. The pirates on the 6th floor finally saw Lucifer's face clearly, and their eyes widened in disbelief. They didn't expect that the intruder would be a handsome boy. Shouldn't such little white faces be taken care of by rich women? How could they have such a terrifying murderous aura? With a blank expression on his face, Lucifer passed through many cells and came to the door of a cell. A few cold lights came on, and the fence of the cell was chopped into pieces. Hey, are you still alive? Fortunately, having Captain Lucifer come to my rescue is a shame. Katakuri walked out of the cell dragging his seriously injured body. Okay, I'm not just here to save you. This is the largest hunting ground in the world, I've wanted to come for a long time. Lucifer looked at the cages around him, the countless prisoners, his eyes glowed coldly, and his murderous intent increased sharply. To Lucifer, these were living killing spots. As long as he kills all the people here, his harvest will be unprecedentedly rich. Let's start with him. Flying Sword. With a hook of Lucifer's finger, a flying sword pierced through the air, piercing the heart of the person behind Katakuri. He is the comatose clock doll. Poor Logia ability user, who was mercilessly killed by Lucifer in a coma. Ding, host killed pirate Shacklock DAR, and got 30,000 killing points. It's only 30,000, which is too cheap. Lucifer was speechless. To kill so many Shishibukai, the price of K-Lockdoll is the lowest. Obviously, Lockdoll's baby boy life has made his strength decline too much. This also proves that otaku have no good end. Rebirth. Lucifer grabbed the sand fruit successfully. Anyway, it is also a Logia devil fruit, which is of great value. After system appraisal, sand fruit is worth 90,000 killing points, 3 times that of K-Lock-DAR. People are not expensive, but K-Lock-Doll is too miserable. Hey, this kid is not kind. That's right, Clock Doll said he would kill him. What is the origin of this guy? Not long after Lucifer became famous, this group of pirates on the 6th underground floor had no contact with the outside world all year round, so naturally they didn't know him. But K-Lock Doll they are acquainted. Lucifer killed Locke without blinking his eyes, coupled with the terrifying murderous aura. It made all the pirates sure that Lucifer was not easy to mess with. Although this man looks like a little boy, he is actually a monster? Okay, it's time to get down to business. Lucifer put away the sand fruit and walked to the inner cages on both sides of the corridor. Hey, trash, want to go out? Lucifer's voice echoed through the 6th basement. If only. Think, I want to go out, let me out quickly. And me, let us. Before Lucifer finished speaking, he was interrupted by several pirates. A group of pirates knocked on the fence of the cell, and there was a roar. Lucifer's face darkened, and he let out a low growl, blade storm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, the space split open, and countless flying swords shot out, instantly turning several pirates into hedgehogs. The 6th underground floor suddenly fell into dead silence, and many pirates looked at Lucifer with terrified eyes, trembling with fear. Lucifer is too cruel, moody, and kills people at the slightest disagreement, never giving a chance. I don't like being interrupted when I'm talking. If there are still people who want to court death, they can try it. Lucifer's face was indifferent, and his fierce and bloody methods shocked countless pirates. For a while, none of the pirates dared to speak. Ding, host killed the pirate Rostar and got 13,500 killing points. Ding, host killed the pirate Mordgeisa and got 10500 killing points. Ding, host killed the pirate Kazkarna and gained 11,000 kill points. The system beeped, but was ignored by Lucifer. His gaze was still on the countless pirates around him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lucifer, the captain of the Ghost Pirates. Impel Down has been breached by me, and now Marine Admiral Aokiji and Magellan are guarding outside. At the same time, Marine's follow-up troops are also on their way, and Marine and Admiral will all come. Is there any daredevil who wants to hang out with me? If you want, hang up my flag, and you can get Freedom 090 immediately. After Lucifer finished speaking, there were bursts of roars on the 6th floor of the basement. This time they were allowed to speak. Marine Admiral? How interesting. Let me go out. I am willing to rely on you. And me, as long as you set me free, I can do anything. I still have buried treasure outside, just let me out, and all my treasures will belong to you. Freedom is at hand, and no pirate is willing to give up. It's good to agree, but I don't need so many men. A trash without strength is not qualified to be my subordinate. As soon as the voice fell, Lucifer instantly opened the Conqueror's Haki field. The powerful Conqueror's domain instantly enveloped the entire 6th underground floor. The blood-red Conqueror's Haki condensed into substance, turned into countless weapons and launched a fatal move. Puff, 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 puff. In just a moment, countless pirates lost consciousness and fell into a coma, and then they were crushed into pieces by Conqueror's Haki, leaving no bones left. There are still a group of people who managed to block the imposing pressure of the Conqueror's field, but all of them were seriously injured and vomited blood profusely. Only a small percentage of pirates survive intact. What? What is this? It's Conqueror's Haki. How can it be so powerful? Can Conqueror's Haki still auto-attack? There are not a few pirates who have Conqueror's Haki on the 6th floor, but they have never seen such a terrifying Conqueror's field. Many pirates opened Conqueror's Haki to resist Lucifer, but their Conquerors were crushed as soon as they were opened. Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki is completely different from the Conquerors they know. They are simply two different calendar areas. Impossible. Forgive me. Stop it. We are willing to rely on you. Why do you want to kill us? A group of pirates screamed, and the next moment they were all mercilessly killed by the ubiquitous Conqueror's attack. Ding, host killed over 100 million bounty pirates and got 8,000 holy points. Ding, host killed over 100 million bounty pirates and got 9,000 killing points. Ding, host killed over 100 million bounty pirates and got 12,700 killing points. Ding, host killed over 100 million bounty pirates and got 15600 killing points. Ding, host killed over 100 million bounty pirates and got 17900 killing points. Ding, host killed over 100 million bounty pirates and got 16200 holy points. The system's notification sound kept ringing in Lucifer's mind, and the killing point balance rose rapidly at a terrifying speed. Those detained on the 6th floor of the basement are all pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Although the strength has been weakened due to the long-term detention, it can at least provide Lucifer with 8,000 killing points. The wave of ruthless killings ended, and Lucifer directly harvested more than 2 million killing points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, domain. Observation Haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, domain. Kill points, 245,6000. Looking at the properties panel, Lucifer's total kill points have reached 2,456,000. This is the highest kill point record since Lucifer started the system. And this is just the beginning. The ones who will be directly crushed to death by the Conqueror's domain are the middle and bottom ranks of the pirates with over 100 million bounties. Those pirates with a bounty of more than 300 million, as well as some legendary pirates, will not die so easily. Boom. Lucifer took back the Conqueror's Haki field, and the entire 6th floor of the basement was dead silent, only the thick smell of blood spread around. It's quieter now. Those who can survive are qualified to be my subordinates. Shatter. With a wave of Lucifer's hand, the doors of all the cells on the 6th underground floor were shattered. Afterwards, the pirates who had regained their freedom came out of the cell one by one. All the pirates looked at Lucifer with awe in their eyes. After the awe just now, they all knew that Lucifer was a terrifying monster that they could not resist. Some pirates quietly wiped the bloodline from the corners of their mouths. Although they barely survived Lucifer's ultimate move, injuries were inevitable. It's just that apart from these people, there are still a few people who haven't come out of the cell. Without exception, these people are all legendary pirates. What? Don't want to leave? Lucifer came to the door of a cell and said indifferently. I don't want to be someone else's subordinate. Although you are very strong, you are still a bit short of wanting Laozi to surrender. In the cell is none other than the Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet. He used to be a crew member of the One Piece Luoji, and has the same strength as Pluton Rayleigh. Since leaving the Luoji pirates, Bullet doesn't want to join others. Don't want to leave? That means you want to die. Lucifer was expressionless, with a cold light in his eyes. He doesn't have time to go now recover these unruly hard bones. There are only two paths for them, surrender or death. Ha 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 ha. Bullet smiled. Although you are very strong, you may not be able to kill me. However, if you can defeat me head-on, I would rather join your subordinates. Gravity crush. Lucifer didn't talk nonsense, and directly released the strong gravity to press Bullet to the ground. Bullet was hit hard and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. The spear of vengeance. Puff. Blood spattered, and a black steel spear pierced Bullet's belly. You're so arrogant, Bullet. I don't have time to waste time with you right now. There are a lot of people here. I don't need you. You don't have to think about it. Since you don't want to, then die here. The Sword of Judgment. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed, and a golden long sword had pierced through the air, piercing Bullet's head in an instant. Puff. Red and white things splashed. Bullet was completely beheaded. Ding. Host killed the pirate Douglas Bullet, and got 300,000 killing points. The system prompt sounds 10 bullets provide Lucifer with a full 300,000 kill points. Ranked second among prey killed by Lucifer, only behind 4 Emperor's Big Mom. Bullet's strength is very strong, but now he is restrained by sea stone handcuffs, and his combat power is out of 10. Lucifer can easily kill him. Lucifer is here to subdue his subordinates forcefully. There is no need to negotiate one by one. There are still a lot of legendary big pirates in the back. It would be a waste of time if they all had to fight and subdue them all. Sure enough, seeing Lucifer kill Bullet neatly, the faces of the remaining legendary pirates, Kizaru, and others changed drastically. Kill chickens and monkeys? They all understand that Lucifer is trying to make an example of others. Bullet would never have imagined that Lucifer's methods would be so straightforward, and he would directly kill him at the slightest disagreement. He's the chicken that Lucifer killed? After killing Bullet, Lucifer can accept Bullet's fruit ability. The combined fruit of paramecia can fuse the inorganic matter it touches with its own body. Not only can it fuse with the body, but it can also combine inorganic substances and rearrange them to create new weapons. Back then, Bullet used this ability to create inexhaustible weapons, and he alone was the greatest weapon-making expert. Big Harvest. It is indeed the world's #1 hunting ground. Although there is one less powerful subordinate, Lucifer is very satisfied with the harvest. The effect of killing chickens and monkeys is very powerful. All the pirates around are silent, sweating coldly from fright, and dare not make any movement. They know Bullet's strength best. He is a monster comparable to Marine Admiral. But now, Lucifer killed him without batting an eye. After this incident, many pirates know more about Lucifer's methods. If you want to survive under him, obeying orders is the only criterion. What about you? What are your options? After killing Bullet, Lucifer came to the second cell. Of course I chose to live. No one would be willing to die. Following a monster like you, I should be able to kill as much as I want. The speaker is Shiryuji, the former Impel Down warden, who was imprisoned because he liked to kill and tortured prisoners. His dream is very simple. He just wants to satisfy his desire to kill. Clang! A cold light came on, and Lucifer chopped the sea stone handcuffs on Shiryu's hands. Thank you, Captain. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar and let out a bloodthirsty sneer. Later, Lucifer visits some legendary pirates. The evil King Albalo Pizarro, the mysterious moon hunter Katrin Daime, the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, the big wine Basque Chode and others all chose to surrender to Lucifer. In the original book, the crew that Blackbeard wanted to recruit were all cut off by Lucifer. After that, Lucifer came to another cell, where the prisoner was not a living person, but a piece of ice. A tall pirate was frozen in the ice, and it was World Destroyer Berndy Waldo. Nosejou, bang. Lucifer shattered the ice with one palm, allowing Valdur to escape. How about it? Want to come with me? Lucifer looked at Valdur and asked. Although frozen, Valdo still has perception of the outside world and knows everything that happened on the 6th floor underground. It's okay to go with you, but I want to take revenge on the government of the world. If I can't realize my ambition, I will betray you at any time. Decades ago, the government of the world arranged undercover agents to unite with Marine and pirates to destroy everything in Waldo. Valdur's hatred grew more extreme as time passed. After getting out of trouble, there is only one thing Waldo wants to do, and that is to seek revenge from the world government. In the original book, Waldo did the same. No matter who he meets on the sea, pirates, marines, world nobles, without exception, they are all killed by him mercilessly. Even Admiral Kizaru said he is a mad dog who bites anyone. Lucifer said calmly, just follow me, you have a lot of chances for revenge. Then I'll wait and see, Captain. Wise choice. After subduing almost all the legendary pirates, Lucifer came to the deepest cell on the 6th floor of the basement. An old pirate sat in it safely, with his back straight, standing proudly. Although his beard and hair are white and his appearance is very old, his aura is still fierce. The Red Earl, Baloric Redfield, one of the legendary great pirates of the old era, is a terrifying monster who can stand on equal footing with Whitebeard and Luoji by himself. Ryder, do you want to leave with me? Outside the cell, Lucifer asked indifferently. Ryder opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, don't waste your efforts, brat. I'm different from those guys behind you. I never cooperate with others, let alone rely on others. If you want to conquer me, you are still 110,000 years away. After speaking, Ryder closed his eyes again and sat proudly alone. Ryder is not afraid of death, let alone threatened by others. Lucifer's methods can't scare him. It is better to choose death than to depend on others. Lucifer smiled coldly, waved the knife in his hand, and slashed with a cold light. Clang! The Red Earl's sea stone handcuffs were split. Lucifer not only did not kill him, but set him free. Little devil, what do you mean? It's not interesting, just think about it and do it. Don't expect me to appreciate you. No, wait until you can leave this Impel Down alive. Don't think that it's safe to escape from the cell. If I'm not mistaken, the Marine fleet has already arrived. Now the elite troops guarding the Marine are all over the place. Besides them, Garp will come too. Garp. Hearing this name, the Red Earl's pupils shrank suddenly. Noticing the change in the Red Earl's mood, Lucifer smiled lightly. This is what he wants. If you want to survive, you have to rely on your own strength. Only those who return to the New World alive are full members of the Nether Pirates. Do you understand everything? Lucifer's roar echoed in the 6 underground floors, causing countless pirates to roar. Go up and kill Marine. What are Marine admirals? We're not afraid of them. That's right, the current Marine admiral is just a few brats. Several children with runny noses, what are you afraid of? Just like that, Lucifer rushed out of the 6th floor with a group of lawless bastards. The sea for tens of miles around Impel Down has been frozen by ice, and the reinforcements who came from naval headquarters were blocked by the ice continent and could no longer sail forward. Sakazuki Admiral, the warship is blocked by ice, what should I do now? A Marine Rear Admiral comes up behind Akainu, asking how to get closer. Order all soldiers to disembark and head for Impel Down as quickly as possible. I'll go first. After speaking, Akainu's lower body turned into magma, rushing into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The magma pierced the sky and disappeared quickly. It's really troublesome, why are you in such a hurry? On another warship, Admiral Kizaru looked at Akainu rushing towards the battlefield, and shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to confront Lucifer. But now Akainu has already taken the first step. If he stays on the boat, it will be too embarrassing, and Sengoku and the world government can't explain it. Huashaishin, I will leave this place to your wisdom, and the old man will take a step first. After finishing speaking, Kizaru's body turned into golden light, and shot into the distance with a whoosh sound, and disappeared instantly. Ha 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 ha, young people are really energetic. Vice Admiral Garp stood at the bow of the boat holding the senbei, but did not act immediately. Old people are not the same as young people. Subsequently, several Marine Vice Admirals began to direct the troops to land. All soldiers obey the order, all disembark, and rush to Impel Down as quickly as possible. All soldiers obey the order, all disembark, and rush to Impel Down as quickly as possible. The loudspeaker bug communicated the order to every Marine soldier, and soon, 50,000 Marine soldiers began to run forward. Some powerful Marine generals use moonwalk, shaved or fruit abilities to rush to Impel Down first. The news of Impel Down calling for help came one after another, forcing the reinforcements to speed up. Boom, 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 little ones, light them up, destroy Impel Down. All Marines, not one left. The battlefield outside Impel Down has become intense. Pirates and Marines are fighting together, and there are casualties every moment. The pirates have won a big victory, and the defending Marine has collapsed and is almost powerless to fight again. The number of pirates brought by Lucifer already surpassed that of Impel Down, and there were still a steady stream of pirates rushing out of Impel Down. Marine Shifang's defeat is a matter of course. Not only the outside of Impel Down, but also the inside of Impel Down has been occupied by pirates. There were too many pirates imprisoned in Impel Down, and they were all released at this moment, and the guards couldn't help them at all. Toxic BD, all your men are going to die. Impel went down to the basement level 4, Enel swung the golden stick and split a Ultralisk to force Magellan back. His observation haki has enveloped the entire Impel Down and can monitor everyone's life breath at all times. They died for justice, and deservedly died. Bafj, I will avenge them and execute all escaped prisoners. Magellan released a large amount of venom, and the roaring dragon rushed towards Enel, leaving 3 large holes in the prison wall. Cavendish appeared behind Magellan, holding the famous sword and slashing out sword lights, smashing Magellan's poisonous dragon to pieces. At the same time, Cavendish's ridicule also sounded, you can't protect yourself, and you still want to execute us. Captain Lucifer will be back soon, and it will be your death day. With a big wave of Cavendish's hand, a boulder from the ruins of the prison burst out of the air, smashing Magellan hundreds of meters into the air. After getting the lion fruit, Cavendish's combat power surged, and now he is teaming up with Enel to completely suppress Magellan, preventing him from leaving the battlefield. On the other side, Fable, Inuarashi, and Nekomashishi join forces to fight Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji is very strong, but it is obviously unrealistic to solve Fable, Inuarashi, and Malmashi in a short time. Alala, it's really lively here. Suddenly a voice appeared on the battlefield, and Lucifer appeared from the passage. Behind him, there are also legendary pirates such as the Evil King, Waldo, and Swanyu Hunter, as well as countless criminals with a reward of over 100 million. Shiryu, you came out too. Seeing Shiryu of the Rain following behind Lucifer, Magellan's face changed drastically. Aokiji on the other side also had a serious face. The guys in front of him were tough enough, but now with a bunch of awesome guys and Lucifer, Aokiji had no hope of winning. With him alone, whether he can leave alive is a question. Shiryu, are you going to betray the world government? Magellan yelled. Shiryu of the Rain smiled indifferently, spit out a smoke ring, and said with a sneer, that's right, Magellan, this is no longer my home. I found a new target, I can kill as much as I want in the future. Damn BD. Magellan's eyes swept over Shiryu, the Evil King, Waldo, and others, and his heart sank to the bottom. No one knows the horror of these guys better than him. Now all jailbreaks will bring a devastating disaster to the world. Damn it, even if I risk my life, I won't let you take a step towards Impel Down. Magellan roared. A massive amount of venom erupted from his body, and the size of the poisonous skeleton giant became several times larger again. At the same time gather 9 poisonous dragons to shoot at Lucifer and his party. Hey, who are you fighting? I am your opponent. Lightning flashed, and Enel's lazy voice came out. The endless thunder and lightning bombardment hit the poisonous dragon, destroying it in an instant. Enel is suspended in midair, has turned on the form of Thor, and his huge body is no smaller than Magellan. Captain, let's do it. Yeah, I've missed that BD Magellan. I have been in prison for so many years, and I have received so much care from him, I have to give it back to him. A group of legendary pirates are about to move, and at the same time burst out with cold murderous aura. Lucifer glanced at Magellan, then focused on Aokiji. Aokiji, I can give you a second to escape. Whether you can survive or not depends on your ability. As soon as the voice fell, Aokiji disappeared directly in place, turning into a cold air and flying towards the upper floor. At the same time, another voice came. Magellan, retreat first, join the army and find a chance to counterattack. To retreat in time is not to fight timidly, but to assess the situation and look for opportunities to turn defeat into victory. There are too many monsters here, Aokiji knows, he will die if he stays and fights to the death. Magellan is also a smart person. When he saw Aokiji evacuate, he also fled quickly, only a small step slower than Aokiji. Watching the two flee, Lucifer smiled slightly. He didn't make a move, but a group of monsters behind him had already caught up. Magellan, you BD, don't run away, aren't you going to catch Laozi? Come here. Momo 100 times cannon. Run away, no matter how much you jump, you won't be able to jump out of our palms. Having tortured Laozi for so many years, I will let you taste it today. Shiryu of the Rain made the fastest move, with a wave of the big sword thunderstorm, he slashed a huge slash to catch up to Magellan. Valder shot out a small stone covering armament haki, and the small stone swelled in the wind, instantly becoming 100 times larger. There are also monsters such as the Evil Government King and the Swanyu Hunter, all of them display their killer moves. Compared with Admiral Aokiji, Magellan obviously attracts more hatred, and all killing moves are aimed at him. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the entire Impel Down was shaken violently. With so many monsters attacking at the same time, it is really a question of whether the prison can hold up. Come on, we should go out. Presumably the elite marines are already waiting outside. Lucifer smiled faintly, raised his feet and walked up. Countless pirates followed behind him. There are dead bodies everywhere along the way, and Impel Down has been destroyed to nothing but ruins. When Lucifer came to the second floor, Magellan, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was thrown at Lucifer's feet by Shiryu of the Rain. Sorry Captain, Yang Aokiji escaped. Lucifer smiled indifferently, it doesn't matter, the result is the same anyway. Now it's just an appetizer, the real decisive battle has not yet begun. After speaking, Lucifer waved his hand, and a flying sword pierced through the air, piercing Magellan's throat. The unconscious Magellan twitched and lost his breath. Ding, host beheaded Magellan, director of Impel Down, and got 200,000 holy points. Magellan is a quasi-admiral. His poisonous fruit matches the terrain of Impel Down, making him almost invincible, comparable to Marine Admiral. But Magellan's comprehensive combat power is still weaker than Marine Admiral, so there are only 200,000 kill points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament haki, domain. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill points, 295,6000. Harvesting this wave of killing points, Lucifer's total killing points reached 2,956,000, just short of the last point to break through 3 million. Rebirth. Lucifer grabbed Magellan's corpse with a big hand, and the poisonous fruit was reborn in his hand. Seeing Lucifer's ability, Shiryu of the Rain, king of evil government and others beside him felt their hearts beating wildly. Although I have seen it several times on the 6th basement floor before, I am still shocked. How about Magellan's poisonous fruit? Anyone want it? Lucifer looked around the crowd with the fruit and asked calmly. No, this fruit is not suitable for me. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head. I don't need it either, give it to me when I have other abilities. Don't want. Eating poisonous fruit will only cause diarrhea, ghosts want to eat it. A group of legendary big pirates are full of disgust. Seeing poisonous fruits is like seeing a pile of shit. Magellan, are you polite? Fortunately, Magellan is dead, otherwise he would be peed off by these guys. The ability of the poisonous fruit is actually very strong, and it is even more powerful when combined with the special terrain. But unfortunately, it also has great side effects. After eating the poisonous fruit, people will have diarrhea for more than 10 hours a day, and most people can't hold it at all. And in the future, he will eat highly poisonous food, so he will not be able to get close to outsiders. If a man eats this fruit, he will basically bid farewell to a happy life. Okay, I'll take it first if no one wants it. If you see any ability, bring that person back. Follow me. Among other things, the mighty devil fruit can have whatever he wants. Captain, is Marine Admiral's ability also available? The evil king suddenly asked. There are many powerful abilities on the sea, but the most coveted are the abilities of 4 emperors and Marine Admiral. Lucifer looked at him and smiled coldly. As long as you can catch him, his abilities are yours. Roar. A group of pirates cheered loudly, their eyes shining brightly. With the ability of the captain, there will be no shortage of powerful fruit abilities in the future. Let's go out first. The final decisive battle is about to begin. Lucifer took the lead, heading for the Impel Down exit. Countless pirates followed behind, and endless murderous aura, evil spirit, and malice condensed together, as if forming an ancient giant beast, roaring ferociously. The people who were fighting outside Impel Down sensed this breath at the same time, and all looked towards the exit of Impel Down. There are beasts coming out. What to do, Kuzan Admiral, we are going to fail. On the battlefield, a Marine Vice Admiral roared loudly. In the next second, he was kicked away. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Marine Vice Admiral's face was instantly pale as paper. The battle has continued until now, and almost all the jailers in Impel Down have been wiped out, and more than half of the thousands of Marine soldiers guarding here have also been killed or injured. Today Marine is on the brink of collapse. Don't worry, reinforcements will be here soon. Aokiji releases icy cold air, instantly freezing thousands of pirates. But in the next second, Vabel fell from the sky. At the same time, the evil government king, Daju Jote, and others also rushed to the battlefield and besieged Aokiji. Being dragged by these monsters, Aokiji couldn't rush to the battlefield, and could only see his marine soldiers being slaughtered by pirates. 0 for flowers, 0. Meteor volcano. Suddenly there was a sound of anger and then an explosion from a distance. Countless volcanic bombs fell from the sky and landed on the icy battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. A series of bombings followed one after another, and hundreds of pirates were blown to pieces in an instant, leaving no bones left. Admiral Akainu has finally arrived on the battlefield. It's Sakazuki Admiral. For that, reinforcements are finally here. Damn pirate, die. Seeing the appearance of Admiral Akainu, the morale of the remaining marine soldiers immediately rose. At the same time, another golden light appeared in the sky, followed by Kizaru's obscene voice. Ah la la la, there are so many pirates, it's really scary. 8-foot Kainguyu. Dense flash bombs fell from the sky and fell towards the icy battlefield. Countless pirates looked at the ultimate move falling from the sky, and their bodies shivered with fright. Just when the flash bomb was about to hit the ground, Lucifer's voice suddenly sounded. Disappear. Although the sound was very weak, the bullets spread throughout the icy battlefield. Ripples appeared in the air, triggering the power of rules. In an instant, all the flash bombs disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. Kizaru, what's the point of dealing with a bunch of scumbags? Contest with me if you have the ability. Lucifer walked out from the gate of Impel Down. Behind him was a crowd of people, all of whom were legendary pirates. There are also countless pirates pouring in from behind Lucifer, rushing into the battlefield viciously. Ah, it's troublesome now. Kizaru looked at Lucifer and the many legendary pirates. His pupils shrank. With such a lineup, even Marine Admiral can't help feeling tricky. What's more, there is still a terrifying demon Lucifer. Kizaru felt that Lucifer was targeting him. When Akainu shot, he did nothing and let the volcanic bomb fall on the battlefield, causing a massacre. But when it was his turn to make a shot, Lucifer showed up. Kizaru feels wronged. I didn't kill anyone. Why are you looking at me? Akainu has killed so many people and is very aggressive. You should go to him. The old man just wants to be a salted fish and paddle here. Lucifer, dem kid, go to hell. Compared with Kizaru, Park Dog is much more irritable. Without a word of nonsense, he directly launched an offensive against Lucifer. Meteor volcano. Countless volcanic bombs shot out from Akainu's arms and bombarded Lucifer. How can you dare to make an axe if you have a small skill? Lucifer looked at the dense volcanic bombs above his head and raised his finger. Let's go back. As soon as the words fell, all the falling volcanic bombs changed direction and fell head-on towards Akainu. Boom, 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 Sakazuki Admiral. Countless marine soldiers shouted in alarm. Lucifer doesn't understand what they're worried about? A group of weaklings who can't protect themselves, to worry about a marine admiral? No matter how you look at it, it's a bit funny. Akainu is a Logia-capable person, so naturally he won't be hurt by his moves. But other marines on the battlefield were not so lucky. A wave of volcanic bombing killed hundreds of marine soldiers, leaving no bones left. As Akainu did when he came to battle, Lucifer now pays back. Lucifer is very vengeful to return the hand to the other. Little ones, give me all tide. Don't miss any of the marines here today. Lucifer gave the order, and the voice boomed, spreading across the battlefield. Roar. Countless pirates obeyed the order and rushed towards marine aggressively. Now that marines' reinforcements haven't arrived yet, the pirates' strength is far superior to marines in terms of numbers and combat power, and the battle is almost one-sided. It's a bit difficult to handle now. 103 Polis Alino, how far are the reinforcements from here? Aokiji appeared next to Kizaru, and asked anxiously. I don't know. After all, the ice continent you created is too big for warships to pass through. Seeing the ice continent, Aokiji's first reaction was Aokiji. This behavior is clearly a pit for naval headquarters. Kizaru looked at Aokiji teasingly. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. I didn't expect you to be an idiot. Kizaru claims to be a salted fish, but he never cheats his own people. This behavior of Aokiji made Kizaru admire him. Hey, I didn't cause this, don't look at me like that. Aokiji doesn't want to be blamed. Don't forget, that man can do this kind of thing too. Aokiji looked at Lucifer in the distance, secretly shocked. I heard that Lucifer can use ice power, but now it seems that Lucifer's ice power is not weaker than him. Each of the 3 admiral abilities that Lucifer uses rivals them. Combining all kinds of factors, Lucifer is the strongest enemy they have ever encountered, and there is no such thing as one of them. Okay, you two stop talking nonsense. It's important to eradicate the enemy. Akainu stepped out of the flames with a ferocious expression, surrounded by hot murderous aura. He doesn't like Aokiji or Kizaru. A salty fish, there is no gesture that Marine Admiral should have. In Akainu's view, combating all evils, eradicating all evils, and completely cutting off future troubles is what Marine Admiral should do. Neither Aokiji nor Kizaru fit this point. After saying this, Akainu rushed directly into the battlefield, killed a group of pirates, and charged towards Lucifer. Capture the thief first and capture the king first. Lucifer is undoubtedly the culprit in this war. As long as he is dealt with, Marine will naturally win. Is this directed at me? Seeing Akainu rushing towards him, Lucifer smiled faintly, neither dodging nor avoiding. Call out? A black shadow swept out from behind Lucifer, blocking Akainu's killing move. Akainu, let me be your opponent. Shiryu of the Rain holds the famous sword Thunderstorm, and the blade meets Akainu's magma fist head-on. Only you? Go away, you traitor. Akainu let out a roar, and the lava fist exploded directly, forcing Shiryu of the Rain back. Sure enough, Shiryu of the Rain wasn't enough to fight Akainu. Lucifer shook his head inwardly, he had expected this. Die, Lucifer. Great eruption. Akainu punched Lucifer, and the lava fist swelled in the wind, and the volume soon exceeded tens of meters. Since you want to play, let's play with you. Lucifer also fights with fists. Great eruption. Lucifer's fist also turned into lava, but its volume was twice that of Akainu's lava fist, which was more than 100 meters. It is also covered with armament haki at the peak level. Just after the ultimate move appeared, the strong murderous aura has already erupted. Boom! The two fists collided, and a powerful shock wave erupted and swept all directions. Countless eyes on the icy battlefield looked at this side, thinking that the two would be evenly matched. But I didn't expect that the victory and defeat would be decided in an instant. Lucifer landed with one punch, smashing Akainu's lava fist instantly. The power of the punch remained undiminished, and he continued to move forward, hitting Akainu's body with one punch. Compared with Lucifer's huge fist of more than 100 meters, Akainu's size is undoubtedly much smaller, like an ant. The huge fist was like an out-of-control train, hitting the ant head-on, and the result can be imagined. Akainu was punched flying, his body was shot backwards, and he vomited blood in midair. His physical body couldn't bear Lucifer's huge force, and countless cracks opened, and blood shot from all over his body. Rumble! Akainu slammed into the ice continent, and the ice shattered along the way, leaving a 1,000-meter-long ravine. Lucifer withdrew his fist and smiled indifferently. It seems that your fist is not very good. Red Dog. Universal Pull. Lucifer grabbed Akainu with a big hand, and a strong gravitational force erupted immediately. Akainu, vomiting blood, was pulled from the ice debris and flew towards Lucifer. Meteor Volcano. Akainu counterattacked, blasting out hundreds of lava bombs again. Under the action of gravity, this wave of volcanic bombs is faster. Use my moves to deal with me? Is it too arrogant? Shen Luo Tianzhang. Lucifer struck with one palm, and the shock wave formed by armament haki's release whizzed out with a powerful repulsive force. With a loud bang, hundreds of lava volcanic bombs were instantly crushed. At the same time, the repulsive force and the armament haki shock wave also hit Akainu head-on. A few mouthfuls of blood spewed out again, and Akainu was sent flying again. 0. There are only two moves in the fight, but the level of strength between Lucifer and Akainu is already obvious. Lucifer was hitting Akainu at all, like a father hitting his son. The pirates and marine who were watching were dumbfounded. They've never seen anyone label Marine Admiral like this. Red Dog, is this the only strength you have? Lucifer pointed a finger at the sky and lowered it gently. The Sword of Judgment. As soon as the voice fell, countless steel long swords were formed in the sky. The moment the long sword was formed, it was covered with armament haki and fell down with a crash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The long sword carried a rapid breaking wind sound, almost forming a sonic boom, and the speed was extremely fast. Ice Age. Ice Age. Aokiji made a move at this time, and a burst of cold air broke out, forming an iceberg directly, blocking all the swords of judgment. Of course, the huge iceberg of the Sun Zodiac also shattered in an instant. Where are you looking? Aokiji backs up Akainu and reveals a small opening that gives Webble his moment. The Naginata slashed down angrily, splitting Aokiji into a pile of ice shards. The fragments regained their physicality, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Aokiji's mouth. Whitebeard too, it really is a monster. Even Aokiji has to admire Webel's strength and armament haki. No wonder he was compared to a young Whitebeard, well deserved. A large amount of water vapor erupted, and Akainu, covered in blood, came out from under the ice ruins and confronted Lucifer at a distance. What? Do you still want to fight? Lucifer smiled calmly. Red Dog, you are not my opponent. Should I get some help? That yellow monkey that fishes in soy sauce is pretty cool. Lucifer 2.1 looked to the other side of the battlefield, where thunder and lightning shone brightly, lightning and lasers intertwined with each other, and the battle was intense. Any leakage of lightning and laser light will cause a violent explosion. The surrounding marines and pirates have already evacuated far away, not daring to approach the battlefield. Kizaru is having fun with Enel at the moment, and the two are playing evenly. Hearing Lucifer's voice, thousands of mud horses galloped past my heart. MMP, I provoke you to provoke you. Kizaru, who has been making soy sauce, wanted to curse a little bit. Can't I catch fish? You beat yours? What are you looking at me for? Enel is naturally not his opponent, and their match is naturally the result of Kizaru's release. Kizaru is very clear about his position. As long as he doesn't meet Lucifer, he can completely guarantee his own safety. Akainu also saw Kizaru's fighting situation, and his face darkened immediately. MMP, this pig teammate, why are you selling me? When is this? Are you still putting salted fish in water here? What enmity do I have with you? Are you going to trick me like this? The old man was almost beaten to death, and you are still fishing for fish and water. What kind of hatred do you have with me? You want to trick me like this? At least Aokiji helped me once, what are you doing? Among the three admirals, the relationship between Akainu and Aokiji is the worst, almost incompatible. Aokiji and Akainu have barely spoken since the O'Hara incident. But Kizaru is wandering between the two, not helping each other. Even Aokiji tried to help him, but Kizaru let him go, which naturally made Akainu angry. However, Akainu wouldn't say anything about asking for help. His character dictates his behavior. Even in death, Akainu would not call out. Akainu looked at Lucifer. Hot magma erupted all over his body. Stop talking nonsense, Lucifer. Today either you die or I die. As soon as the voice fell, Akainu disappeared in place immediately, and a hot breath erupted on the left side of Lucifer. Dark Hound. Akainu's arm has turned into a big dog of magma, biting towards Lucifer's head. Extinguish it. Lucifer didn't dodge or evade, just said softly. The magma shot by Akainu suddenly extinguished and hardened, turning into stones that shattered and dissipated. Akainu's complexion changed drastically, his pupils were so round that they almost protruded. Snapped. In the next 10 seconds, he was slapped away by Lucifer. Hitting people doesn't slap people in the face, but Lucifer likes to slap people in the face. Call out? Before Akainu landed, Lucifer had teleported over. Snapped. It was another loud slap in the face, shot back because of disgust. Next, Lucifer gave Akainu a slap in the face. Lucifer moved quickly, teleporting and slapping Akainu's face again and again. Crack, 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 crack. There was a loud slap on the ice battlefield, which made the surrounding marines and pirates dumbfounded. A series of gasps sounded, and many people involuntarily covered their faces. Even Aokiji and Kizaru were a little sluggish at this moment, feeling their scalps tingling. Too miserable. Akainu is simply synonymous with miserable. Lucifer's set of attacks does not do much damage, but it is extremely insulting. Being slapped continuously by a pirate in front of tens of thousands of people, Akainu's face can be said to have been thrown at his grandma's house. The anger in Akainu's heart burned to ultimate, and he felt like he was about to explode. Of course he knew what was going on now. Lucifer was obviously humiliating him. Damn BD. When did Akainu suffer this humiliation? Not to mention becoming a marine admiral, even before admiral, he never did. Physical pain is still second, the key is dignity. Lucifer is killing people now, not only to give Akainu physical pain, but also to completely destroy all his dignity. Big. How big is it? Do you still think my slap is not big enough? Fool you. Akainu was about to launch Great Eruption, but was interrupted by Lucifer's slap. This time, Lucifer slapped him so hard that Akainu's head exploded. His body also exploded directly, turning into countless magma fragments and falling heavily in the distance. After the magma fragments combined, Akainu returned to his original shape, but at this moment he was so miserable that the onlookers were dumbfounded. I saw that Akainu's face was completely swollen, as if he had been stung by a wasp. Blood flowed, and even several teeth fell out. Readers without pictures imagine Usopp after being slapped by Vivi. Puff. Suddenly a titter sounded, and countless eyes looked at one person at the same time. No, sorry, I can't help it. Marine Admiral who was beaten into a pig's head, I really haven't seen it. The pirate touched his head, a little embarrassed. It's okay, I haven't seen it before, today is really an eye-opener. As he spoke, he also burst into tears. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Laugh if you want to laugh, I want to laugh too, ha 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 ha. Actually, I don't usually smile. I've been trained professionally, unless I can't help it. Poof. All of a sudden, countless pirates laughed loudly, and it spread throughout the entire icy battlefield. It's hard to imagine that this is the battlefield of an all-out war between Marines and pirates. Some pirates looked at Akainu who was beaten into a pig's head and laughed heartily. Some even laughed so hard that they lay down on the ground and beat the ice. Pig Akainu, this is an eye-opener. Shiryu of the Rain also showed an uncontrollable smile. That's right, Akainu, don't use this name in the future, use the pig's head instead. Akainu doesn't sound like a dog, a pig's head is more suitable for you. Marine Admiral's pig's head will definitely go down in history. From now on, you are the legend of Marine. The whole world will know your name. Ha 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 ha. Shiryu of the Rain, Burndy Waldo, King of Evil Government, Hunter of Swanyu and other legendary big pirates add fuel to the fire one after another, murdering people. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, and suddenly felt that Akainu was a bit pitiful. Kizaru was afraid for a while, but at the same time he was a little grateful. Luckily Lucifer didn't have the means to deal with him in previous fights. Among the Marine 3 admirals, he is the one who has the most contact with Lucifer. The injuries he received were also the heaviest. But now it seems that Akainu is 10 times and 100 times more miserable than him. People hate you for your poor character. The old man's low-key behavior really pays off, Kizaru said secretly in his heart. At the same time, Akainu was already mad with anger, his eyes were red and bloodshot, as if he was going to eat Lucifer alive. BD, the butcher can't spare you. Go to hell. Akainu let out a roar, and his whole body quickly expanded and became bigger, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a magma giant with a height of more than 20 meters. With Akainu's charge, endless magma hit Lucifer like a tsunami. Oh, I'm angry. It's kind of scary. Yeah, the ability of Logia lava fruit is still very powerful. Shiryu of the Rain leaped, the thunderstorm pierced the sky, and made dozens of flying slashes. The slash hit the magma, splitting the magma, but missed Akainu's entity. The magma split healed quickly. I'm coming too, Yuan 100 times cannon. Burndy Waldo snatched the spear from a pirate next to him, and fired several times. The bullet swelled against the wind, and instantly became 100 times larger, punching out several large holes in the magma tsunami. Unfortunately, Akainu's body was still not injured. After the volume becomes larger, the entity of Akainu is hidden in it, making it more difficult to capture. Okay, let me do it. Lucifer took a step forward, raised his palm and waved lightly, and the magma tsunami in front of him was instantly exploded. The magma tsunami split open and was divided into two. Akainu's screams came from the magma, but 750 Akainu still didn't appear. Aren't you out yet? Lucifer narrowed his eyes and felt a chill. Blade storm. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed at the sky, the space split open suddenly, and countless flying swords and long knives were shot out. The sword is pitch black, already covered with the highest density of armament haki. Strangle. Under Lucifer's control, the blade storm hits the magma tsunami, splitting his face. After rushing back and forth several times, the magma tsunami was completely annihilated, and Akainu finally appeared in reality. The Sword of Judgment. A huge long sword was generated in the void, and as Lucifer's palm fell, the huge sword slammed into Akainu's body. Puff. With one sword falling, all gods and forms are destroyed. A severed arm flew into the air, and Akainu's screams resounded throughout the icy battlefield. Page. Akainu clutched his shoulders and retreated quickly. The pain on the face of the pig's head was hard to hide. Everyone looked at it, and saw that Akainu's right arm was broken at the shoulder, and the blood sprayed 3 feet high. Sakazuki Admiral. Impossible, how could Akainu Admiral lose? Lucifer, is that demon so strong? Stop him quickly. Suddenly an exclamation erupted, and everyone saw that Lucifer's second ultimate move had fallen again. The first sword has cut off Akainu's right arm, if the second sword is cut off, he will surely die because of disgust. Don't even think about it. Ice Age. Aokiji immediately turned into a gust of cold air and rushed towards Akainu. The extremely cold air condensed into an iceberg, trying to block Lucifer's killing move. Kizaru could no longer just sit idly by, and turned into a golden laser, and then fired countless flash bombs towards the giant's sword in the sky. 8 feet Kainguyu. Doomsday. Lucifer's ultimate move finally fell, and the huge iceberg created by Aokiji was split in an instant. The slash continued, and he slashed towards Akainu head-on. At the same time, Kizaru's laser bomb finally hit the giant's sword, and the continuous explosive bombardment caused the giant's sword to change its direction. Rumble. The giant's sword bombarded the icy battlefield, and a powerful shock wave erupted, directly splitting the icy battlefield. A huge crack runs through thousands of meters in an instant, and along the way, countless marine pirates fall into the bottomless abyss. Boom! A figure shot backwards from the ice fog, smashed heavily on the ice, and finally stopped rolling dozens of times. A large amount of blood was spilled, and that person was Akainu. Cough cough cough. Suffering serious injuries in succession, Akainu spit out a few mouthfuls of blood again. He felt that his internal organs were about to be displaced, and the severe pain was endless. Sakazuki Admiral. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider hurriedly ran to Akainu's side, wanting to help him. However, an indifferent voice rang in the ears of the two of them. Ready to die. At some point, Lucifer had teleported behind the two of them. Stop it, Lucifer. Don't even think about it. Aokiji and Kizaru's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed towards Lucy, the same Marine Admiral, although the relationship is not good, but they will not just watch Akainu die at the hands of Lucifer. Rumble? Thunder exploded in the sky, and a thick thunderbolt hit the flash, knocking out Kizaru's body. Enel fell from the sky and hovered in front of Kizaru, grinning wildly. Yellow monkey, where are you going? Your opponent is me. While Kizaru was blocked, Aokiji was also blocked by Babel and Inuarashi. And it was this second that made them lose the chance to save Akainu. The Sword of Judgment. Demonic whispers sounded, and a black long sword pierced the chest of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Lucifer aimed for Akainu, but Vice Admiral's ghost blocked the ultimate move with his body. Walk. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider vomited blood. He grabbed Admiral Akainu with his last bit of strength and flung him away, trying to save him from the battlefield. Oh, one life for another. Lucifer frowned, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the Ghost Spider is so loyal to Akainu and intends to save him with his life. Of course, as long as I'm here, you don't want to hurt Sakazuki Admiral. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider gnashed its teeth and roared, spurting blood wildly. Vice Admiral's vitality is very tenacious. Even if it was pierced in the chest, the Ghost Spider did not die immediately. However, at the next moment, a cold light lit up, flying the head of the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Lucifer is not in the mood to talk nonsense with a Vice Admiral, and his goal has always been because of it. Ding, host beheaded Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, and got 85,000 killing points. The system's prompt sounded, but Lucifer ignored it. Lucifer grabbed it with his big hand, and the gravity exploded to pull Akainu in the distance. Akainu has been seriously injured, and he can no longer fight back or break free from the shackles of gravity. The surrounding Marines could only watch Akainu being captured by Lucifer. Stop. Don't want. Sakazuki Admiral. Countless pirates wanted to come up to rescue, but they were blocked by the pirates. Ended. Lucifer's expression was indifferent, and his killing intent was firmly locked on. Shen Luo Tianzhang. With a palm strike, the powerful repulsive force roared out with the shockwave of armament haki, and hit Akainu with a bang. Wherever the shockwave went, a deep ravine was plowed out on the icy ground. Countless Marines hissed and roared, their eyes tearing open. The image of Akainu being knocked out by Lucifer has already appeared in his mind. Boom! At the critical moment, the same armament haki shockwave flew from a distance. At a distance of several thousand meters, the shockwave arrived instantly, colliding head-on with Lucifer's shockwave. Rumble? When the extreme moves collided, the shockwave erupted, creating a big hole in the ice battlefield, and countless ice fragments flew in all directions. Admiral Akainu was also blown away by the shockwave, but what hit him was only the aftermath, not the main force. So Akainu just vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood, and his life was not seriously affected. Finally here, Garp. Lucifer turned his head and looked in one direction, only to see that the marine hero Garp had appeared on the battlefield at some point. The marine soldiers around him didn't notice, and few people in the entire battlefield noticed his arrival. Not only Garp came, but also the elite reinforcements sent by naval headquarters finally arrived. Marines appeared densely behind the icy battlefield, with a total of 50,000 people. There was a burst of shouting and killing, and the sound tore through the sky. Vice Admiral Garp. Seeing Garp appearing to rescue Akainu, many marine soldiers immediately cheered and roared. Great, Vice Admiral Garp is here. The strongest sailor, with Vice Admiral Garp, will definitely defeat Lucifer. Our reinforcements have also arrived, a total of 50,000 people. This time we will definitely kill Lucifer. Not one of these vicious pirates can escape. Marine, who had already collapsed, immediately boosted his morale, and his momentum in turn suppressed the pirates. What about Sakazuki Admiral? How is he? Several marine soldiers hurried up to rescue Akainu. After seeing Akainu's injuries, they gasped. It's just that Akainu's injury is too serious. His right arm was severed shoulder to shoulder, his chest was sunken, his head was swollen like a pig's head, his body was as limp as tofu, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. With such a terrifying injury, an ordinary person would have died 100 times long ago. Akainu is still alive and conscious, which is very rare. Garp, you're such a spoiler. It would have been fun if you hadn't come. Lucifer looked at Garp and said calmly. Interesting. Garp frowned and roared, Lucifer kid. Is it fun to do evil and kill people, in your opinion? No, I'm talking about beating Akainu to a pulp, which would be a very interesting crime. Gravity crush. Lucifer raised his hand to shake Akainu in the distance, and a force of gravity suddenly exploded, pressing on Akainu. What? Accompanied by a scream, the dozen or so marines around Akainu were all crushed by gravity, their bodies exploded, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Akainu was also pinned to the ice, but with his last breath he used the armament haki defense to barely protect himself. Stop. Garp threw a punch in the direction of Akainu, and the powerful armament haki formed a shock wave that directly shattered Lucifer's gravity area. Little devil, your opponent is me. Garp's figure flashed, and he teleported directly to Lucifer's side, hitting Lucifer's head with his pitch-black fist. Call out? Lucifer flickered, dodged the fist, and appeared more than 10 meters away. Garp, your opponent is not me. I have an old friend who wants to meet you and catch up with you. Lucifer smiled lightly, and said coldly, aren't you coming out yet? As soon as the words fell, a red figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield and came to Garp in an instant. Clang! A huge slash erupted, instantly hitting Garp and sending him flying hundreds of meters away. The sudden attack shocked the surrounding marine soldiers. They didn't expect that there are hidden, how good, monsters here, which can force Garp back. Long time no see, Garp, do you remember me? The Red Earl held a long sword and said calmly, Ryder, I didn't expect you to come out. Garp looked at Ryder, his face serious. The surrounding marines looked at the old man who appeared suddenly, and looked at each other with doubts on their faces. 99% of marines don't know him. That's the Red Earl, Lonely Rider, the legendary day of the great pirate of old. It is said that at his peak, he could keep pace with One Piece King Luoji and Whitebeard by himself. Garp's aide-de-camp explained. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding marine soldiers gasped. What is a monster? That's right in front of them. One person can sit on the same level as Luoji Whitebeard. Just by listening to it, you can know how strong it is. How many monsters are imprisoned in Impel Down? Garp, haven't we seen each other in decades? Where's Sengoku? Isn't he here? And Kong, the butcher misses him very much. The reason why the Red Earl was arrested was because of Kong and Garp. The Red Earl and the former Marine Marshal Kong singled out and won, but after the battle, their physical strength was exhausted and their combat strength was weak, which led to being picked up by Garp, and then they were caught in Impel Down. This level has been closed for decades. Now that he has come out, of course he wants revenge. Sora is already the commander-in-chief of the entire army, and Sengoku has also been promoted to the rank of Marshal of the Marine. Ryder, it's not our time anymore, why do you still have to go through this muddy water? From Garp's point of view, it's impossible for Ryder to join Lucifer. And with his strength, it is easy to leave this battlefield after getting out of trouble. There is no need to stay and fight with Marine. This old man is not the kind of ungrateful pirate. I owe this brat a favor, and of course I have to pay it back. Also, I'm looking forward to seeing images of your Marine fiasco. Stop dreaming. As long as the old man is around, Marine will never lose. Oh, really? The Red Earl smiled playfully, causing Garp's expression to change instantly. He turned his head and found that Lucifer had disappeared at some point. Not good, Sakazuki. Garp reacted instantly, but it was too late. While Garp was talking nonsense with the Red Earl, Lucifer had already made his move. Bang, 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 bang. A mass of flesh exploded, and Lucifer appeared behind Admiral Akainu. He was lying on the ice, panting. His breath was already weak to ultimate. Lucifer. Akainu's eyes are blurred, but he can still see the face of the person in front of him clearly. Old man, won't. 277 Okay, I don't want to hear your last words. Go all the way. Lucifer looked indifferent, and with a wave of his big hand, a long black sword had already pierced through the air. Stop. Sakazuki Admiral. Sakazuki. Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru's expressions changed wildly, and they roared angrily. But it was too late for them to save people. They could only watch the deadly sword fall. The Sword of Judgment. Puff. The long sword entered the body, pierced through the chest and heart, and blood spurted out. Akainu let out a scream, and his body twitched violently. His eyes fixed on Lucifer, and he didn't close them until the breath of life was completely cut off. Ding, host kills Marine Admiral Akainu and gets 350,000 kill points. The system's prompt sounded in Lucifer's mind, completely announcing the fall of Admiral Akainu. A total of 350,000 killing points made Lucifer's total killing points increase by a large amount. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 23. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit. Physique, hell devil. Armament haki, domain. Observation haki, pinnacle. Conqueror's haki, domain. Kill point, 3391000. With this harvest, Lucifer's total kill points have reached 3,391,000. The harvest of killing an admiral is really rich. Lucifer put away a crimson, bafk, devil fruit without any trace. It was Akainu's Logia Lava Lava fruit. Killing the Akainu harvest kill point is just one of them. Logia Lava Lava fruit is also a huge harvest. Hey, aren't you coming back? Is that a lie? Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru both stopped and stared blankly at the corpse at Lucifer's feet, sweating profusely and eyes filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that Akainu died like this. At this moment, Aokiji and Kizaru also felt a sense of sadness in their hearts. That's right, Admiral is also a human being. Why doesn't he die? As long as it is human, it will die. They used to be called invincible because they didn't meet stronger people. As long as you meet, even Admiral may be killed. Watching the young and handsome Lucifer, Aokiji, and Kizaru give me chills. This young man is a true demon. In front of him, no one dares to call himself invincible, no one dares to say he is invincible. Damn Lucifer, I killed you. Garp's roar spread throughout the battlefield, and the whole person turned into a mass of black shock waves and rushed towards Lucifer. A terrifying aura surrounded him, forming a ferocious roaring beast. The Red Earl stepped forward to stop him, but he punched him back. Garp went on a rampage all the way, and finally killed Lucifer. Armament Haki Field. Lucifer punched Garp head-on. The fists of the two slammed together fiercely, and a powerful shock wave erupted and swept all directions. The ice surface under the two of them shattered inch by inch, and the invisible shock wave formed a strong wind, blowing the people around them upside down. Get out of here! Lucifer shouted angrily, and his strength and armament haki suddenly increased by a level. With a loud bang, Garp was directly punched by Lucifer, smashing a group of Marines to their knees. It was the armament haki field just now, it's just not fully opened. Is it because I'm getting older and my strength has weakened and I can't use it? Or, Lucifer is sure that Garp just used the armament haki domain. This power Lucifer is familiar with, he can use it himself. Only armament haki who has reached the domain level can have such power. It's just that Garp didn't fully open the domain, so he didn't exert the full power of the armament haki domain. As for why he didn't use it, Lucifer didn't know the reason. The biggest possibility is that he is old and weak, and haki is weakened and cannot be used anymore. Someone in the previous life said that Garp's strength would not weaken with age, but that was just a joke. It is normal for human beings to become old and weak in physical strength, and no one can be an exception. Although Garp is a monster among monsters, he is no match for the power of time. The icy battlefield was dead silent, and all Marines and pirates focused on Lucifer. Or rather, focus on the corpse at Lucifer's feet. That is Marine Admiral Akainu, the world's top powerhouse, a terrifying monster that makes countless pirates fearful. But now, he was dead, a cold corpse lying at Lucifer's feet. Originally there were 50,000 troops joining, and the momentum of the Marine side was very fierce. But at this moment, Marine's aura instantly fell to the bottom. Sakazuki Admiral he was killed by Lucifer. Impossible, he is Admiral, the highest combat power of naval headquarters. How could Admiral lose? Even Admiral is dead, can we beat Lucifer? Impossible, we can't fight that monster. Hehe, we are dead, we are dead. Countless pirates froze in place, their eyes glazed over, their fighting spirit completely lost, and they didn't even notice that the weapons in their hands had dropped. Admiral is the highest combat power of naval headquarters, and is the existence that all Marine soldiers admire. In their eyes, Marine Admiral is synonymous with invincibility and will never fail. It is because of Admiral that so many Marine soldiers are able to fight bravely. However, there are pros and cons. Marine Admiral can bring morale to Marine. Once he dies, this morale will collapse instantly. Akainu's death directly hit Marine's morale and made tens of thousands of Marine soldiers despair. Lucifer grabbed Akainu's body with a big hand, and roared, "Little ones, kill me, kill Marine, leave no one behind." Lucifer's roar spread throughout the battlefield, and tens of thousands of pirates roared one after another, boosting their morale. Kill, kill Marine. Captain Lucifer is the strongest. Even Marine Admiral is dead, what do we have to fear? It's a win. Marine, your end is here. Quack quack quack. Tens of thousands of pirates laughed ferociously and rushed towards Marine. One side's morale is greatly increased, and there is no fear of death, while the morale of the other side is greatly reduced, and the heart is afraid. One can imagine the outcome of the battle. With just one impact, Marine is showing signs of breaking down. It seems that I followed the wrong captain, this is very interesting. Shiryu of the Rain grinned grinningly, turned into a black shadow and charged into the Marine camp. As the knife flashed, a large number of Marine soldiers were killed and fell in a pool of blood. Ha 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 ha, I'm coming too. Decades have passed, and I've been waiting for today. Burndy Waldo's movements were no slower than that of Shiryu of the Rain, and he rushed into the Marine army at 100 times the speed. Momo hundredfold slash. Burndy Waldo snatched a scythe, which instantly became 100 times larger. With a single slash, countless Marines were chopped off in half. The evil government king, Swanyu Hunter, Daju Jote, San Juan the Wolf and other legendary pirates also used their own methods to kill Marine. Don't be afraid, justice is undefeated. Evil can never triumph over good. The vice admirals on the Marine side stepped forward one after another, blocking these legendary pirates, and at the same time began to improve the morale of the army. We still have Vice Admiral Garp, and 2 admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. A mere group of ghost pirates will never be able to defeat justice. That's right, as long as this old man is here, Marine will never be defeated. Garp took a leap and jumped to the front of the battlefield. The turbulent armament haki erupted from his body, and instantly condensed into a set of armament haki armor. At the same time, there is also a large amount of armament haki dissipating into the surrounding air, forming an armed color haki field. The moment the domain erupted, hundreds of pirates around them exploded instantly, leaving no bones left. The surrounding Marines and pirates widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Even Aokiji and Kizaru are no exception. This was the first time they had seen Garp display such power. Finally used? Armament haki field. There was awe in Aokiji and Kizaru's eyes, something they wanted too. But unfortunately, they have not reached this level yet. Lucifer thought Garp was old, so he was wrong. but now it seems that he is still very old and strong. Little Lucifer, even if I risk my life today, I will kill you here. Die. Boom. The shockwave exploded, and Garp turned into a train roaring towards Lucifer. Clang. A round of huge slashes came through the air, and it was the Red Earl who made the move. But it's a pity that the moment Slash touched the shockwave, he was annihilated in an instant, and he couldn't even stop him for an instant. Well done. Lucifer also burst out, and the endless armament haki field roared out, and also condensed the armament haki armor to open the armament haki field. Boom! Two groups of pitch-black shock waves crashed into everything. Endless shock waves whizzed out in all directions, covering a radius of several kilometers in an instant. The icy ground was cracked inch by inch, and countless marines and pirates were blown away by the shock wave. The entire icy continent was shaking violently, the sky changed color, and the deep clouds were directly punched out by the shockwave of armament haki into a large hole with a diameter of more than a kilometer. He's also in the armament haki field. This is impossible. The many marines and pirates who watched didn't know what it meant. They only knew that the battle here was too terrifying, so they fled one after another. Only Aokiji and Kizaru stared wide-eyed. In the field of armament haki, only by cultivating armament haki to the limit of the limit can it be possible to break through the shackles and successfully open it. Talent, hard training, chance, life, and death crisis, all are indispensable. It can be said that the person who can open the armament haki field is 1 in a billion, and it is hundreds of times and thousands of times rarer than the awakened conqueror's haki. Naval headquarters is full of strong people, with a complete cultivation system, and there are not a handful of people who have opened the field over the years. All 3 of their marines and admirals were monsters, but none of them reached this level. But Lucifer has reached. He is only 24 years old this year. Monster? What kind of monster is he? Kizaru and Aokiji stared blankly at Lucifer, who was fighting fiercely with Garp. A sense of powerlessness emerged in both of their hearts at the same time. What kind of monsters are they compared to Lucifer? It's just a yin yang. Boom, 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 boom. The armament haki fields of Lucifer and Garp are intertwined and colliding with each other. Both armament haki attacks can be said to be ubiquitous, and the attack density cannot be calculated. Beastmaster Fist. Lucifer punched Garp in the chest, and the armament haki shockwave directly penetrated Garp's body and burst out from the back. Fist Bone Meteorite. Garp responded with his fist as well, punching Lucifer in the chest. At this moment, Lucifer didn't use the power of the fruit of words. After finally meeting a monster who also opened the armament haki domain, he also wanted to experience a fist-to-body fight. Although the two only used the simplest fists to attack, the power of each punch was terrifying. Even Marine Admiral can get hurt by a frontal punch. Bang, 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 bang. Lucifer and Garp's punching speed soared to ultimate, and their arms had become after-images. At a glance, the two of them had hundreds of fists attacking at the same time. Abandon defense, only return? Such a fist-to-hand fight is the purest strength of armament haki. Whoever's haki is weak and can't hold it first will lose. Boom! Lucifer punched Garp in the chest, cracking his haki armor. Garp can't hold it anymore. Lucifer laughed ferociously, and the offensive surged again. Stop talking big, the old man won't catch his breath even if he fights for another 10 days and 10 nights. Little ghost, you can't hold it anymore. Garp also increased the speed of his punches. However, his fist did not break Lucifer's armament haki armor. Lucifer didn't take a step back, but Garp's feet had already slid a trail of ice. Under Lucifer's onslaught, Garp has shown signs of decline. Not good. Do it. Ordinary people with weak strength can't see the specific battle situation, but Aokiji and Kizaru are different. They have discovered that Garp is at a disadvantage. The two looked at each other from a distance, and at the same time launched an attack behind Lucifer. Although it is said that the sneak attack method is very dirty, but the two of them can't care so much at this moment. Garp must not lose, otherwise Marines' morale will completely collapse. At that time, the tens of thousands of Marines here will be completely hopeless. They can't let the situation develop to that point. 8-foot Kainguyu. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. Countless flash bombs and a huge ice bird burst out of the air, attacking Lucifer's back. 200 million volts, the roar of the angry dragon. 0 for flowers. Splitting void. Crack the air. Momo 100 times cannon. Just when the attack was about to hit Lucifer, Enel, Shiryu of the Rain, Burndy Waldo, Vabel, and others shot. The roaring Brontosaurus, the huge flying slash, and the huge cannonball blocked all the attacks of Aokiji and Kizaru. Marine, that's despicable. Will Marine Admiral sneak up on you too? Enel is suspended in the sky, has turned on the Thor form, and the thunder light is shining all over his body. Sure enough, Marine. Aokiji, I misread you. Yellow monkey, you are too arrogant. Enel, Shiryu Rain, Burndy Waldo, and Vabel stepped forward at the same time, and used a 2-on-1 lineup to face the two Marine Admirals of Aokiji and Kizaru. In the center of the battlefield, Lucifer smiled ferociously. Garp, it seems that Marine is nothing more than that. Original true fist. Lucifer punched out, dazzling light bloomed on the pitch-black fist, it was the purest armament haki, the density was almost 100%. 0. Boom! Lucifer punched Garp in the chest, and Garp's armament haki shattered. The powerful armament haki shockwave hit Garp's chest, and with a bang, his chest was dented immediately. Garp's complexion changed, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he shot backwards. The powerful shock wave plowed open the icy continent, leaving a deep ravine. Marine and pirates who had no time to dodge in the distance were hit by Garp and exploded with a bang. Before he could react, he was already dead. Boom! Garp crashes into an iceberg, and the massive iceberg collapses, completely burying it. Vice Admiral Garp. Countless marine soldiers exclaimed and shouted, their faces changing wildly. Even Vice Admiral Garp was blown away. Is Vice Admiral Garp no match for Lucifer? We can't win. The morale of the marine side fell again, and some marine soldiers were already timid and began to flee the battlefield. And at this moment, Lucifer's murderous intentions resumed. Mahamudra of the Sage. A huge palm is condensed in the sky, covered with the highest density armament haki, and the pattern of the heart is clearly visible. Rumble! The huge palm slapped against the ruins of the iceberg where Garp was, causing the entire ice continent to tremble. Vice Admiral Garp. Tens of thousands of marine soldiers were in despair. They want to go up to save people, but at the moment they are unable to protect themselves, and they have no ability to save people at all. It's not over yet. Sage Mahamudra combo. Lucifer slaps Garp's location with a huge palm continuously. Boom, 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 boom. A loud bang shook the sky, making the surrounding pirates dumbfounded. Hey, isn't the captain too cruel? Shiryu of the Rain and other legendary great pirates watched this scene, the corners of their mouths twitching. No one expected that Lucifer could beat the marine hero Garp to 3. Marine hero Garp will fall today. The outcome has been decided. Garp's undefeated legend is shattered today. Everyone knows that Garp's death is already a matter of time. Garp, you're done too. Among the many pirates, the Red Earl had complicated eyes and muttered to himself. He looked at Lucifer floating in the sky. For a moment he didn't know what to say. This kid is really scary. After watching the battle between Lucifer and Garp, the Red Earl has to admit that this is a real monster. Even in his prime, he may not be Lucifer's opponent. Are all young people in the sea so fierce now? Aokiji and Kizaru left the battlefield and immediately flew towards the bombardment place of the huge reward. 8-foot Kainguyu. Ice Age. Kizaru wants to use a flashbang to shatter the Sage Mahamudra, and Aokiji creates an ice fortress to protect Garp. Lucifer looked at the incoming attack and didn't stop it, just said a word softly. Disappear. As soon as the voice fell, Kizaru's flash bomb 710 and Aokiji's chill disappeared instantly. And in the eyes of many, Lucifer's huge palm has fallen again. Boom! Hit with one palm, all gods and forms are destroyed. The ice continent finally shattered, and a huge palm print appeared, with huge cracks stretching in all directions. Lucifer gave a big grab, stopping the crack from spreading, while creating a gust of wind to disperse the flying ice shards. Hey, Garp, you're not dead, are you? Lucifer descended from the sky, hovering above the palm prints, looking down at the ruins under his feet. In the induction of observation haki, the breath of Garp under the ice ruins still exists, but it has been extremely weak. Like a candle in a strong wind, it will go out at any time. Universal pull. Lucifer clawed and pulled Garp up from the rubble. I saw that Garp looked very miserable, not to mention bloody. His whole body was almost exploded, and his bones were all broken, making his body soft like a ball of cotton. After receiving such horrific injuries, Garp still didn't lose consciousness, staring at Lucifer with bloody eyes. Little devil, you will not succeed. A few broken words came out of Garp's mouth. Is this your last words? Lucifer smiled coldly. Now that I've finished speaking, I'll send you on your way now. Sensing Lucifer's murderous intent, Aokiji and Kizaru rushed over at the same time. Stop. Lucifer, don't even think about it. The speed of the two soared to ultimate, but Shiryu and others appeared again and intercepted them. Although Shiryu of the Rain, Babel, and others are not the opponents of Aokiji and Kizaru, they can still block their actions. What's more, there is a stronger Red Earl joining, which completely cut off Aokiji and Kizaru's plan to save people. Die. Just when Lucifer was about to strike, a sharp long sword suddenly appeared between Lucifer's eyebrows and stabbed at his head. Lucifer's body reacted instantly, teleported 100 meters away, and dodged the sword. Whoosh! Countless flying swords appeared out of nowhere, piercing Lucifer's vitals. The appearance of these flying swords has no warning and no rules, as if they all appeared out of thin air, somewhat similar to Lucifer's creation in the void. What is this? Lucifer raised eyebrows. His peak observation haki didn't notice the murderous intent immediately. Smash them all! Lucifer shouted angrily, and all the flying swords that were shot were shattered and dissipated. But at the same time, Garp, who was held in his hand, was suddenly taken away by a force, and he was teleported 1,000 meters away. Ripples appeared in the distant space, engulfing Garp like a current of water. Want to save people? Dream. Crush me. Lucifer raised his finger, and the ripples in the distant space disappeared immediately. Universal pull. Lucifer raised his hand and grabbed Garp again. What about those with space abilities? Want to save someone in my hands? Daydreaming. Lucifer squeezed hard with his big hand, and with a click, he directly cut off Garp's neck. Ding! Host kills the marine hero Garp and gets 500,000 holy points. The system prompt sounded, completely announcing Garp's death. The value of the marine hero Garp is really extraordinary, directly providing Lucifer with 500,000 killing points, breaking the prey record. Lucifer, you are too arrogant. You will pay for your actions sooner or later. An extremely indifferent voice sounded in the void, but no one could be seen. Lucifer's observation haki enveloped the surrounding void and detected hundreds of auras at the same time. But the strength of these breaths varies, and it is impossible to determine the real hiding place of the person who shot. Cost. A mouse that hides its head and shows its tail. What right does it have to bark in front of me? Get out. As soon as the voice fell, the void around Lucifer suddenly shattered. One after another figures fell out of the space. Blade storm. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, countless flying swords and long knives shot out of the air, beheading all these people. But these people are too weak, they are obviously substitutes. He is not the one who shot before. Retreat, we have lost this war. The indifferent voice sounded again, but this time it was from the rear of Marine. At the same time, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, swallowing Marine soldiers one by one. Want to go? Space confinement. Lucifer gave an order, and the surrounding space froze. A mouse that hides its head and shows its tail, wants to save people in front of me without even showing its face, isn't it too arrogant? Gravity crush. A terrifying gravity explosion instantly enveloped a battlefield ahead. 0. Countless Marine soldiers screamed and were directly crushed into a pulp by gravity. 8-foot Kainguyu. Kizaru cut Enel flying with a sword, and fired countless flash bombs at Lucifer at the same time, helping the mysterious man rescue the Marine soldiers. Aokiji has also frozen Shiryu and Vabel at this moment, creating an iceberg to divide the battlefield and blocking the way of the pirates. Break. A roar came from the void, and the surrounding space shattered inch by inch, swallowing tens of thousands of Marine soldiers into it. There were tens of thousands of Marine soldiers on the icy battlefield, half of whom were quickly rescued by him. Mountain of knives and sea of fire. Lucifer, who was suspended in the sky, yelled angrily, and countless sharp swords grew instantly on the icy continent, piercing Marines one by one. At the same time, flames were born in the void, burning Marines one by one to ashes. In just an instant, tens of thousands of Marines died in the hands of Lucifer. Lucifer, this isn't over yet. Your end will come soon. The indifferent voice sounded from the void again, and at the same time, a space crack appeared behind Aokiji and Kizaru. Neither of them resisted, allowing the space crack to engulf them. Just like that, the aura of Aokiji and Kizaru disappeared completely. The war ended suddenly, catching many pirates by surprise. Shiryu of the Rain, Vabel, and others escaped from the ice Yamanaka. Looking at the empty ice battlefield, their faces were a little dignified. They thought they could completely destroy the Marine elite when Lucifer beheaded Garp, and their morale increased greatly. But a mysterious space ability user came out from nowhere and rescued Aokiji, Kizaru, and half of the Marine elite. Although in this war, they wiped out nearly 30,000 Marine soldiers, which was an unprecedented victory, but I always feel a little bit unwilling. Is there such a strong space system ability user in the world's government? It's really interesting. Lucifer was suspended in the sky with a playful expression. The person who shot just now is definitely Admiral-level combat power, and his space ability has definitely been awakened, otherwise he couldn't use his ability to save so many people at the same time. Is it a space fruit ability user? Or is it just a branch? Lucifer didn't know the answer, but he was in no hurry. Now he is in opposition to the government of the world, and sooner or later he will meet. Lucifer fell from the sky and landed on the ice. Enel, Shiryu of the Rain, Vabel, and others gathered from all over the place, each with wounds on their bodies. How is it? Are you all right? Lucifer looked at Enel. It's okay, that yellow monkey can't kill me yet. Enel shook his head. Among them, Enel's injury is the most serious. There are more than 10 blood holes all over the body, and there is a big gap in the chest, and there are faintly visible bones. The blood flow almost stained him into a blood man. Kizaru let the water go at first, so Enel was able to hold him. But then Akainu was killed, Garp was killed, Kizaru got serious, and all the fighting power broke out. Enel took the brunt of the blow and was hit directly by Kizaru. Burndy Waldo, Inuarashi, and Nico Mamashi, who joined forces with him, also suffered moderate injuries. Shiryu and Vabel, who teamed up against Aokiji, also had multiple frostbite injuries. But the injury was less serious than Enel's. In terms of pure lethality, the flash power is indeed stronger than the ice. Eat this, it's good for the injury. Lucifer throws a fruit to Enel. Enel took the fruit and ate it, and saw that the hole in his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the large rift on his chest also healed quickly. In no time, Enel was back to his prime. This is a healing fruit, worth 200,000 killing points. After eating, it can instantly heal all injuries. A fruit costs 200,000 killing points, which is very expensive, but now Lucifer has plenty of killing points, so naturally he won't be stingy with just 200,000. At the same time, Lucifer bought several small healing fruits to treat Shiryu, Vabel, and others. A total of 800,000 kill points were spent. Okay, you guys bring your own people to clean the battlefield. If anyone is found alive, all 10 will be resolved. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Enel and others, recovering from their injuries, stepped back and led tens of thousands of pirates to clean up the battlefield. Some Marines who were not rescued in time and injured Marines were mercilessly killed by pirates. This all-out war ended with the overall victory of the Nether Pirates. In this battle, Lucifer's harvest is undoubtedly huge. Just the harvest of killing points is a huge number. Even after spending 800,000 kill points, Lucifer's kill point balance is still high. System, open the Properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 24. Devil Fruit, Word Spirit Fruit. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, Domain. Observation Haki, Pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, Domain. Kill points, 346,3000. Lucifer now has 3,463,000 kill points left. If counting the 800,000 kill points consumed, Lucifer's total kill points have exceeded 4 million and reached 4,263,000. Impel Down is indeed the world's #1 hunting ground for One Piece, even the Four Emperors pirate group can't compare here. Of course, not all of these killing points came from killing pirates. Killing Magellan, Admiral Akainu, Hero Garp, and tens of thousands of Marines gave Lucifer more than 2 million kill points, accounting for half of the total harvest. System, by the Observation Haki Field. Ding, the Observation Haki domain has been purchased successfully. After deducting 800,000 kill points, the remaining loading points are 2,663,000. A force poured into Lucifer's body, and Lucifer's Observation Haki evolved and reached the domain level. With a thought, Lucifer instantly opened the Observation Haki Field. The Observation Haki Field is invisible and has no earth-shattering visions like the Armed Color Field or the Conqueror's Haki Field. Lucifer now opens the Observation Haki Field, and outsiders can't find it at all. But it is strong because it is silent, treacherous, and unpredictable. The attack on the surface can be avoided, but the invisible attack cannot be avoided. Lucifer instantly expanded the field, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. As long as Lucifer is willing, with a thought, he can block the Observation Haki of everyone within this range. Their Observation Haki will be sealed directly and cannot be used. After losing the assistance of Observation Haki, a person's combat power will be greatly weakened. In this way, facing Lucifer is even more desperate. At the same time, when Lucifer opened the Observation Haki Field, he also automatically awakened the ability to predict the future. The picture of the future flashed in Lucifer's mind. Lucifer can be omniscient and omniscient. The fruit of the Word Spirit brings omnipotent power to Lucifer, plus the omniscient power brought by predicting the future. At this moment, Lucifer really felt that he was a real god. Omniscient and omnipotent, everything is under control. Now, I have only one last shortcoming. Without hesitation, Lucifer quickly found the ability he wanted in the system store. The awakening of the fruit of the Word Spirit. The price is 2 million killing points. Note, the awakening of the fruit needs a buffer time, and there may be abnormalities. Please host to choose the awakening time and place. Haki power Lucifer has reached ultimate, only the awakening of the spiritual fruit. Lucifer has developed the fruit of words very well, but there is still a long way to go before the awakening stage. There is no way, it has only been more than a year since he ate the fruit of words. The stronger the devil fruit, the harder it is to awaken. Word Spirit fruit is not powerful, but heaven-defying. The possibility of awakening is extremely slim. It can even be said that it is almost impossible to awaken. It takes Lucifer a long time to practice and develop continuously before he can reach the state of awakening. That would consume a lot of time and energy for Lucifer, and Lucifer couldn't afford to wait, so he could only use the system. It's just that if you want to use the system awakening ability, the price is very high. 2 million killing points, that's really expensive. The corners of Lucifer's mouth twitched, and his teeth ached. Killing a Garp only gets 500,000 killing points, and awakening the fruit of the Word Spirit requires 2 million, which is equivalent to 4 Garps. If it weren't for his huge gains this time, it would be impossible to raise 2 million killing points. The Impel Down campaign cannot be replicated, only this one chance. From this we can also see how difficult it is to awaken the fruit of words. Awakening needs a buffer time, let's talk about it later. Lucifer gave up on buying the awakening ability immediately. Call. Lucifer flapped the wings of the devil and came to the sky above Impel Down. The largest prison in the world is now empty, only corpses are left inside. From today, Impel Down no longer exists. Gravity crush. Lucifer clapped the palm of his hand, and Impel Down was completely sunk into the sea by the explosive force of gravity. Starting today, Impel Down has completely disappeared from the world. Naval Headquarters, an ice lobby, and Impel Down are the 3 major fortresses under the command of the world government. Today, only 2 of the 3 major fortresses remain. After cleaning the battlefield, Lucifer used the power of the fruit of words to create hundreds of pirate ships, and left Combelt with tens of thousands of pirates. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Soldiers Training Ground. Boom! Cracks appeared in the space, and countless Marine soldiers fell out of the space cracks. All of them looked terrified. Many Marine soldiers sat on the ground with their legs limp before they recovered, and some even peed their pants in fright. For this kind of person, no one will laugh at him, because at this moment, all the Marine soldiers have nothing but fear in their hearts. 717 Devil Lucifer, that man is terrible. As long as they think of him, tens of thousands of Marine soldiers will feel chills all over their bodies, tremble all over, and despair. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures shot out from the space crack. They were Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru. At this time, the 2 of them also looked depressed and embarrassed. Aokiji's face is only angry and remorse, and there is no trace of laziness. There was no obscenity on Kizaru's face, but a trace of fear. In this battle, not only tens of thousands of Marines were beaten to pieces, but the 2 of them were also beaten to pieces. The feeling of being powerless to watch their companions die tragically almost drove the 2 of them crazy. Tens of thousands of Marine soldiers suddenly appeared on the training ground, and they were all in such a panic, it immediately shocked the entire naval headquarters. The headquarters hospital immediately dispatched medical soldiers to rescue the wounded. What's going on here? How come there are so many wounded? Even Huashaishan Vice Admiral and Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral were all seriously injured. Did they just lose a battle? Some Marines don't know why, but most Marines already guessed the truth. After all, it is not a secret that Lucifer invaded Impel Down, nor is it a secret that naval headquarters and the Nether Pirates broke out in an all-out war. It's just that the result of the war is not what they want to see. Naval headquarters was defeated, and the field soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Impossible, this battle is led by the three admirals himself, how could it be defeated? That's right, the three admirals joined forces, and Vice Admiral Garp also went, so it should be pretty sure. Where's Vice Admiral Garp? Why didn't you see him? And Sakazuki Admiral, isn't he here? Where's Vice Admiral Garp? Why didn't you see him? And Sakazuki Admiral, isn't he here? Many Marines talked about it, and they had a bad premonition in their hearts, but none of them wanted to believe their guesses. On the other hand, Marshal Sengoku has summoned Aokiji and Kizaru to his office. In the entire naval headquarters, only Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral knew the outcome of this battle in advance. What happened? Why did it happen? Three Admiral teamed up, and Garp, how did you lose so miserably? Sengoku's expression is gloomy and distorted, and if you look closely, you can see that his shoulders are trembling. He already knew the results of the war casualties. Not only Admiral Akainu was killed, but even Garp died. He and Garp have been comrades in arms and brothers for decades, and the relationship is even closer than brothers. Sengoku nearly went mad when he heard the news that Garp's life card was burned to ashes. He used his only rationality to forcibly suppress the impulse and anger in his heart. Now, he just wants to know everything. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After a long time, Aokiji sighed and said, "It can only be said that Lucifer is too strong. We are not opponents." Too strong. That's right, too strong. Kizaru nodded. Saying the enemy is too strong in front of three admiral and marine heroes sounds like a joke. But at this moment, this has become the purest reason for their defeat. All because Lucifer is too strong. In war, Lucifer used no intrigue, no tactics. Everything depends on his fists and mouth. Strong strength, crushing combat power. Playing Marine Admiral is like a father beating a son. Lucifer single-handedly beheaded Marine Admiral Akainu and Marine Hero Garp, defeating 50,000 elite Marines. The dignity of Marine Hero and Marine Admiral was shattered by him. Thinking of Lucifer's terrifying combat power, Aokiji and Kizaru's heart beat wildly, as if they were suffocating. Is Lucifer really that strong? Sengoku sat down on the chair, muttering to himself, a little in disbelief. Yes, he is strong. If I'm not mistaken, he has already opened the armament haki field. Sakazuki was completely crushed in front of him, and he lost miserably with just one move. Only Vice Admiral Garp, who also opened the armament haki field, can compete with him, but in the end, Vice Admiral Garp also lost. Garp, you are getting old after all. The Crane Vice Admiral sitting next to him sighed softly. Of course she knew that Garp's failure was due to old age, which led to the decline of physical strength and armament haki, and the field was naturally inferior to the young man Lucifer. Sengoku also looked old, as if he had lost all energy in an instant. Armament haki field, this is the realm that only the most powerful can set foot on. In the old days, only those who stood at the top could open it. All of those people have left a rich page in history. Both pirates and marines in the old days have strong players who have set foot in this field, so they can compete against each other. But in the new era, no one in marine has stepped into this realm. What makes Sengoku secretly happy is that no one among the pirates has set foot in this realm, so the balance can still be maintained. But at this moment, Lucifer broke the balance, so marine lost a lot. In one war, marine directly lost two pillars, Admiral Akainu and Hero Garp. Marine's highest combat power was almost half lost, and its combat power fell into an unprecedented state of emptiness. Sengoku looked at Aokiji and Kizaru, and gave an order, you two, strictly guard naval headquarters during this time, don't leave even one step. In addition, recruit troops from all over the world to fill the vacancy in the headquarters, so as to prevent Lucifer from directly threatening naval headquarters. Yes. The two received the order, turned around and retreated. Are you afraid that Lucifer will directly invade naval headquarters? Tsuru Vice Admiral looked at Sengoku and said, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, we can't afford to bet. Sengoku shook his head, with a look of extreme sadness in his eyes. Go and issue the reward order, the news this time cannot be concealed. You are responsible for dealing with the subsequent public opinion turmoil and headquarters turmoil. I'm going to the Holy Land. Sengoku's pupils were filled with endless coldness and murderous aura. It is good. Everything was said without words. Sengoku, needless to say, Tsuru already knew what he was going to do. It's just that Garp could also know Sengoku's mind before, but now he is gone. Garp, Sengoku, and Crane have fought side by side since they were young, and have experienced decades of ups and downs. Garp was killed. Not only Sengoku was sad, Tsuru Vice Admiral was also sad. After Tsuru Vice Admiral left, the tears in Sengoku's eyes finally couldn't be suppressed and rolled down. Garp, don't worry, I will avenge you. Whatever it takes, I'll send Lucifer to be buried with you. Boom. A burst of Conqueror's haki shattered the walls of the marshal's office. Countless cracks spread out, densely covered like spider webs. That's right, Sengoku is also a Conqueror's haki awakener, and his level is not low. He can directly cause substantial damage to surrounding objects. Sanctuary Marijoy's Panga Palace. Boom! The whole body of the tea table made of gold was smashed into pieces, and the fists of the curly-haired 5 elders were pitch black, exuding a strong murderous aura. Like him, the other 5 elders also burst into murderous aura. The palace was shrouded in murderous aura, and the temperature was as low as an ice cellar. Even the guards standing guard outside Pango City felt the murderous aura and fell to their knees and trembled in fright. That BD Lucifer, did that really happen? That's right, both Sakazuki and Garp are dead. In front of 5 elders, stood a CP agent wrapped in a coat and wearing a mask. The murderous aura that 5 elders erupted could not shake him at all, and his voice did not have any emotional fluctuations. He is the Ghost, the highest officer of the generation of CP organization. Whether it is CP9 or CPO, as long as they are CP agents, they all obey his orders. He is also the strongest killing machine controlled by the government of the world, a true admiral-level combat force. Have you fought him to make sure he's reached that level? Asked the blonde 5 elders in a deep voice. It can't be wrong. Phantom said in a deep voice, I can only say that his strength has surpassed admirals by far, and I am no match for him at all. If my spatial fruit hadn't been awakened, it would be impossible to save someone from him. The government must be ready, Lucifer's killing will not stop, and his ambition will continue to expand. Sooner or later, he will come here and take the world. He can't think about it. Arrogance. No one can take the world. The world government has been established for 800 years, and the background cannot be shaken by a pirate. A mere brat will be crushed to powder sooner or later. All the 5 elders were furious, hissing and roaring, but their trembling fists and shoulders betrayed the fear in their hearts. The news brought back by the ghosts was too shocking, and they had really felt the great oppression brought by Lucifer. The higher a person's status and power, the more he fears death, because he is reluctant to lose everything that Qianzhao has now. 5 elders are such people, they are reluctant to lose their current power and wealth. Lucifer's terrifying strength has already made the 5 elders very panic and fearful. At this moment, a marine hurried over to report, Lord 5 elders, Marshal Sengoku is here. Let him in. Sengoku quickly entered the palace, seeing the anger of the 5 elders and the fear hidden under the anger at a glance. Sengoku, how do you marines do things? You're so incompetent. It actually made the situation so serious, how are you going to explain it to the world government? If you, Marshal, don't want to do it, we can change at any time. Curly-haired 5 elders saw Sengoku coming, and cursed without saying a word. In short, it is to vent all responsibility and all fire on Sengoku. Who do you want to replace? Sengoku said blankly, indifferently. If you find a suitable candidate, I can abdicate at any time. What? The curly-haired 5 elders froze, and the other 4 also had a moment of godliness. They didn't expect that Sengoku, who used to be calm in the past, would directly anger them today. Sengoku looked at 5 elders and said, Marine has tried her best, and we have done everything we need to do. In this war, Marine casualties exceeded 25,000 soldiers, Commodore killed 27, Rear Admiral killed 9, Vice Admiral died 3, and Admiral Akainu also died. And Garp, he died too. Marine has paid so much, isn't it enough? What else do you want? Is it true that you have done your duty if the entire Marine army is wiped out? If this is the case, I can go back now and lead all the Marine elites to fight Lucifer to the death. Of course, if you want, you can also fight in person. Just to teach Marine, what is not incompetent. Sengoku's roar echoed in the palace of Pango City, and Sengoku's body burst out with a terrifying aura. It was Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku is Conqueror's Haki awakened, as explained in Oda's life card. In the face of this momentum, even the 5 elders were stunned. Marine Rear Admiral, who was kneeling on the ground next to him, buried his head on the ground, trembling with fright. He had never seen Sengoku throwing a fit before, it was just too scary. Even the ghost next to him couldn't help but take another look at Sengoku, and a hint of shock flashed across the indifferent expression under the mask. Sengoku has a good temper, and usually agrees to all kinds of rude requests and orders from 5 elders. 5 elders sometimes took out his anger on him, and Sengoku endured it. But this time is different. Marine suffered heavy casualties, especially with Garp dead. In this case, Sengoku couldn't stand it. Marine was right this time, they did their best, Sengoku couldn't bear to be accused of incompetence after their death. 153. That's an insult to the dead Marine. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku couldn't tolerate it. Even if you are angry at the 5 elders, you have to erase the word incompetence from their souls? The curly-haired 5 elders stared at Sengoku with cold eyes and clenched fists. Armament Haki had already covered his fists and would strike at any moment. Sengoku, who do you think you're talking to? What? Without the world government, what are you? Curly-hair 5 elders didn't expect that Sengoku would be so disrespectful to him. Damn guy, the old man is getting angry right now. Wouldn't it be good for me to scold him to vent my anger? Why resist? Why dare to resist? Who gave you the guts? It's just a Marine Marshal. Without the world government, you are nothing but a pariah. My husband is Celestial Dragons? Despicable pariah, damn it. Curly Hair 5 Elders' murderous intent surges at this moment. The 5 Elders, while sane, aren't as brainless as the normal celestial dragons. But they are also celestial dragons in essence, and they are also very proud and aloof. The contempt for ordinary humans is engraved in the genes and cannot be changed at all. That is, Sengoku is the marshal of the marine, and he has made great contributions to the world government. 5 Elders still looked down on him in his bones. In their view, Sengoku is just a tool, and marine is just a group of dogs they raise. Since it is a dog, it should be obedient. What the master says, they will do. If the master wants to beat him and scold him to vent his anger, they will suffer. Any dog that dares to bark its teeth at its owner deserves to die. Facing the murderous intent of the curly-haired 5 Elders, Sengoku was fearless and stared wide-eyed. Today Sengoku is going to fight for this breath? What about 5 Elders? He's not afraid. Okay, calm down. Suddenly a voice came, and Kong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army, entered the palace from outside. Sengoku, calm down, I'll take care of this. Kong patted Sengoku on the shoulder and said. Seeing Kong approaching, Sengoku took a deep breath and retracted his conqueror's haki. The murderous aura in the palace dissipated immediately. Your Excellency 5 Elders, I already know what happened. This time, Marine has really tried her best. Kong looked directly at the 5 Elders, and said in a deep voice, if a group of Marines fighting bloody battles are still incompetent, then there will be no capable army in this world. Having to suffer humiliation after death will only drive Marine away from morality, and it will not be good for the government of the world. That's right, everyone calm down. Blonde 5 Elders also stepped up to smooth things over. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. The top priority is to find a way to eliminate Lucifer. Yes, Lucifer's problems must be resolved. Now we are divided internally, which is not helping to solve the problem. Several 5 Elders spoke to persuade them, and finally the curly-haired 5 Elders withdrew their murderous intent. But the flickering cold light in the depths of his eyes still exposed his true inner thoughts. Sengoku made him lose face in public and has already made curly-haired 5 Elders murderous. Of course Sengoku noticed it too, but he didn't care as long as he didn't see it. Sora, since you're here, you must have already thought of a way to deal with Lucifer. Holding a sword, 5 Elders looked at Kong and asked. I'm sorry, Lucifer's strength is already too strong, and it's not something that can be done in a short time to eliminate him. Kong shook his head, and then said, I came here to let the world government issue an order to start the world conscription. This time the marine elite suffered heavy casualties, and the lost troops must be replenished as soon as possible. At the same time, in the face of the rapidly expanding nether pirates, our marine strength must be increased, so that we can compete with Lucifer. Of course, while replenishing our troops, we also need to find stronger combat power. Akainu died in battle, and the position of admiral is vacant. It must be filled as soon as possible, otherwise the pirates in the world cannot be suppressed. The details of this war will soon spread all over the world. Marine's current military strength is very empty. After hearing this news, pirates all over the world will definitely become more unscrupulous. Only by replenishing the combat power as soon as possible, Marine can suppress the world. Do you have a suitable candidate for the position of admiral? Asked the blonde 5 Elders. Kong said, Momuzagi and Chabu are already admiral's candidates, and they are already strong enough. This time Marine's combat strength is vacant, and it happens to be able to transfer the two of them back to naval headquarters. Of course, if there is a stronger combat power among the civilians, Marine can make an exception and directly give him the position of admiral. Why? Direct promotion to admiral. As soon as Kong said this, not only 5 Elders looked sideways, but even Sengoku was taken aback. Marine Admiral is an extremely important position, not only requires sufficient strength, but also must have a sufficiently clean background, so as to be trustworthy. So since the establishment of Marine, every Marine Admiral started from the grassroots step by step. Only by making great contributions to Marine for many years, with a clean net worth, and enough strength, can he be promoted to the position of Admiral. Airborne Admiral, never happened. A person who was not even a Marine before suddenly became a Marine Admiral, and the soldiers at the bottom cannot be convinced. This is also not in line with the system of military merit promotion. Sengoku can imagine that once Kong's views spread within Marine, it will inevitably cause an uproar. Kong, the position of Admiral cannot be given up casually. You should know that with Admiral's power, how many secrets can be known about Marine and the world government. Once leaked, it is likely to shake the whole world. 5 Elders hesitated, unable to make up his mind for a while. Both Marine and the world government are secret organizations, and only Admiral can know many secrets. These secrets are all existences that can shake the world. Leaking anyone at random may cause irreversible consequences. In the original book, Dynamite Rock is one of them. In order to fight Lucifer, such means are necessary and necessary. Now there is not much time to hesitate. Marine must immediately replenish the battle record. If you want to eliminate Lucifer, you can't do it with the current Marine alone. You must restore Marine's peak strength, or even let Marine obtain a strength beyond the peak. Kong's voice was so loud that it echoed through the palace and silenced the 5 Elders. Marine's strength has soared in recent years, which has already made the world's government fearful. In order to completely control Marine, the government of the world has used various means to restrict the development of Marine. Reducing military expenditures and calling admirals alternate Momuzagi to serve as guards in the Holy Land are all means for them to restrict naval headquarters. But now, because of a Lucifer, they must fully support the development of Marine. Because if you don't act quickly, Lucifer will threaten the rule of the world government. Five Elders has no doubt that Lucifer will launch a war against the world government, and Marijoyce who was flattened is a lesson from the past. That kid has no sense of awe in his heart? That's the only way to go now. The five elders looked at each other and made up their minds at the same time. Just do what you want, Steelbone. Holding swords, five elders looked at Kong and Sengoku, and said in a deep voice, the matter of conscription in the world is up to you. Only if the joiner is strong enough, naval headquarters can directly grant the position of rear admiral, vice admiral, or even admiral. Strengthen Marine at all costs. Military funds for conscription will be allocated soon, and we only have one request, to wipe out that BD Lucifer. Five elders burst into murderous intent at the same time, roaring word by word, we don't care what method you use, how many people you kill, and how much money you spend. We only want one result, kill Lucifer. Curly-haired five elders added at the end, if you can't do it, you too will die. Especially you, Sengoku. This failure, as the Marine Marshal, you have an unshirkable responsibility. If you fail again, it is not too much to apologize with death. The curly-haired five elders stared at Sengoku with murderous intent. Apparently, he still resents Sengoku for embarrassing him earlier. Sengoku looked straight at the curly-haired five elders, expressionless, if I fail again, I will not apologize with death. Because I will die on the battlefield and not come back alive. That's good, remember what you said today. In the first half of the Grand Line, the sea stretches as far as the eye can see. More than 100 large pirate ships passed by in a mighty manner, with an incomparably magnificent momentum. All those who saw the pirate flag, whether it was a merchant ship or a pirate ship, all fled. On the deck of the Nether, many cotters gathered and were having a banquet. Little ones, let's celebrate the complete victory of the Nether pirates, here we go. Lucifer raised a glass of wine and shouted. Ah, Enel, Cavendish, Shiryu of the Rain and others responded one after another, and the atmosphere was very lively. Halfway through the banquet, Lucifer took out more than 30 devil fruits and put them on the deck. These are the combat power items Lucifer harvested this time. Tens of thousands of people died in the war, and demon fruit power is certainly not the only one. After many of these ability users died, Lucifer had no time to recover their abilities, so they could only be wasted. If you want any of these devil fruits, just pick one. Of course, I don't know what the specific ability is. Only these few abilities, I know. Evil Wolf, this fruit is for you, it should be the most suitable for you. Lucifer throws a devil fruit into a nearby boat. The boat was very big, but only San Juan Wolf was on it. Before the wolf could react, the devil fruit had already fallen into his mouth. San Juan Wolf is a giant, over 180 meters tall, and of course has a big mouth. One devil fruit is not enough to fill his teeth. Captain Lucifer, what calendar is this? He had eaten all the food, and it was too late for the evil wolf to regret it. Paramecia stone fruit, combined with your huge size, the combat power is extraordinary. Well, it suits you well, right? Since killing Pika to get this fruit, Lucifer has not found a suitable candidate for it. San Juan Dire Wolf is huge in size and can fully exert its power after possessing the stone fruit ability, so he is the most suitable candidate. Captain, what are these? Shiryu and others were not interested in those dozens of unknown fruits. They don't care about ordinary abilities at all. These are my collection, the Logia blood fruit, which can manipulate blood, and I got it by beheading a CP0 agent. Logia sand fruit, obtained by beheading Clock Kadar. And Magellan's poisonous fruit, which you already know. This is the fusion fruit, obtained by beheading Bullet. The last one is Akainu's lava fruit. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of Shiryu of the Rain, the evil government king and others lit up. Logia blood fruit, lava fruit, sand fruit, and composite fruit. There are 3 Logia in 4, all of which are extremely powerful abilities. Their original strength is strong enough, if they get a powerful fruit ability, their combat power will definitely be able to rival Marine Admiral. In fact, Lucifer still has a soul fruit that he hasn't brought out yet. But that devil fruit Lucifer has other uses. I want the blood fruit. I like the ability to control blood. Shiryu of the Rain directly took the blood fruit and ate it every day. Shiryu's greatest hobby is killing, and his favorite is the smell of blood. The blood fruit seems to be born for him, and it is destined to belong to him. Then I'll take the lava fruit. The evil king reached out and held lava fruit in his palm. However, a hand was pressed on the back of his hand, preventing his next move. I want this ability too, Pizarro. It was the big wine jote who shot. His face was flushed, he hiccuped, and the smell of alcohol sprayed the evil government king Pizarro all over the face. Jot, are you going to rob me? The evil king Pizarro's face sank. There is only one lava fruit, and its power is well known in the world. Of course, Pizarro does not want it to fall into the hands of others. Of course I want a strong ability, but I can't take it away with a word from you. Dajuchote is not at all afraid of Pizarro's threats. Everyone has the same strength. Who is afraid of whom? Oh, want a fight? Lucifer didn't stop, but was more than happy to watch a good show. That's right, let's have a fight. Whoever is strong will eat lava fruit. The weak are not qualified to have such a powerful ability. Zero seeking flowers. Burndy Waldo sat aside, holding a wine bowl, laughing. Swanyu Hunter, Enel, and other fruit-capable users also sat aside to watch the show. They are already fruit-capable users, and they are destined not to be part of the devil fruit this time. But there are good shows for free, so don't watch them for nothing. Then it's decided, let's fight, Chote. Kizaru stood up, bursting into a powerful momentum. That's exactly what I mean. Jote, carrying a gourd of wine, also burst into a powerful momentum. Seeing this scene, the surrounding pirates roared angrily to build momentum for the two of them. I opened the market, is there any bet? A pirate yelled. I'll come, I'll bet Kizaru to win, and I'll bet 50 million Pele. I bet Chote wins, 100 million Baileys. FG 100 million Baileys, you just got out of prison, where did you get 100 million Baileys? I can't touch it from a dead body. Damn, touched 100 million Baileys? Are you daydreaming? I bet Kizaru. Jot. Tens of thousands of pirates roared and booed, and Kizaru and Jote's approval ratings were almost the same. As legendary pirates, their strengths are indeed on the same level. Only by fighting who is strong and who is weak will we know. Captain, who do you think will win? Shiryu of the Rain came to Lucifer and asked while puffing out smoke rings. Whoever is stronger will win. After speaking, Lucifer grabbed the sea in front of him, steel ring. As soon as the words fell, the huge steel arena in the sun seat appeared in front of everyone. The arena is square, more than 100 meters long, and the whole body is made of steel. Lucifer's creation of the void once again allowed tens of thousands of pirates to see the terrifying power of the fruit of words. Moreover, the steel arena is still moving along with the advance of the pirate fleet, and everything that happens on it can be seen by the people on the surrounding pirate ships. The battlefield is ready, you can fight on it. Of course, a guy who has confidence in his own strength can also take the stage. The chaotic war is over, and whoever is the final victor will own the lava fruit. Lucifer's voice rang in the ears of tens of thousands of pirates, causing bursts of cheers. I'll try it too. I'll go as well. Lava fruit, as long as I get it, I will definitely become a cotter. The pirates who come out of Impel Down are all lawless existences, and no one will feel weak unless they have personally fought them. This time, he won not only get lava fruit, but also be favored by Lucifer and become a cotter of the Nether pirates. No one will miss this opportunity. Right now, countless pirates jumped onto the ring to participate in this scuffle. A bunch of jumping clowns are actually robbing me? They're courting death. Kizaru, the villainous government king, stared at him with a hint of ferocity, and jumped onto the ring door in an instant. How dare a group of jumping clowns dare to fight me? Court death. Kizaru, the villainous government king, stared at him, revealing a trace of ferocity, and jumped onto the ring in an instant. With a punch, a group of pirates were thrown into the sea on the spot. Likewise, Big Wine Jote also jumped into the ring. With a single impact of the huge body, more than a dozen pirates were knocked off the ring. The strength of the two is indeed higher than others, and few people dare to face them head-on. But this is a big melee in the arena, and no one can guarantee that he will be the final winner until the end. The melee in the arena instantly became intense, and tens of thousands of pirates around watched the battle, cheering and roaring. On the deck of Nether, Lucifer and a group of cotters are also watching the battle, adding a little fun to the banquet. Ryder, aren't you interested in lava fruit? Lucifer suddenly looked towards the bow and asked. Ryder was sitting on the bow of the boat blowing the wind. He had no interest in the banquet, and was somewhat out of tune with Lucifer and the others. Hearing Lucifer's question, Ryder turned his head to look at the ring and shook his head. That's not the ability that the old 850 man wanted. Also, Lucifer, I haven't agreed to join the Nether Pirates yet, so it's just a ride for a ride. Even if the old man wanted it, you wouldn't give it to me, would you? Among the tens of thousands of pirates, only Ryder has not agreed to join Lucifer. Before the Impel Down battle, Ryder only joined forces with Lucifer temporarily. This lonely old man, even though he is old, is still lonely. Really? Lava fruit doesn't like it. What about this fruit? Lucifer suddenly took out another devil fruit. The whole body of the fruit was purple. The surface was covered with spiral patterns, very demonic. This is. When the Red Earl saw the devil fruit in Lucifer's hand, his eyes widened instantly. With his calm state of mind for many years, he couldn't help but feel a little short of breath at this moment. Zoan Phantom Beast Bat Fruit Vampire form. Lucifer smiled slightly. Now that he's going to Impel Down, Lucifer will of course be ready. So before the war, Lucifer went to Sleeping Ancient Town and got this Phantom Beast fruit. Red Earl Ryder dismisses all other devil fruits, but only this one is his dream. How? Am I sincere enough? Lucifer tossed the vampire fruit up and down and smiled faintly. It's just a devil fruit. If you want to use it to subdue the old man, it's still far away. Ryder snorted coldly, and immediately turned his head away, no longer looking at the fruit. However, Lucifer, Enel, and Shiryu of the Rain all saw that Ryder was just trying to hold on. His beating heart, rapid breathing, and trembling fingers all proved that he was desperate for vampire fruit. Even without observation haki, you can clearly perceive his changes. Surprised? Mount Tai collapsed in front of him without changing his face. Give me a break. It's just that you didn't find what you wanted. The Red Earl was arrested decades ago, and his peak years were wasted in Impel Down. Of course he was not reconciled. Now that he has regained his freedom, he naturally wants to rebuild his reputation. but it is a pity that he is already old and his combat power has declined seriously. With the current ability of the Red Earl, it is no longer possible to dominate the sea like he did when he was young. Only the vampire fruit can restore his youth and restore his peak combat power. Lucifer looked at Ryder and smiled playfully. No, then I'll give it to someone else. Vabel, eat it. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Vabel obeyed Lucifer's orders, and took the vampire fruit from Lucifer's hand as soon as he heard the order, pretending to eat it. Call out. A black shadow passed quickly, and the Red Earl appeared behind Vabel, and the vampire fruit had already arrived in his hands. Oh, didn't you say no? If you say no, your body is very honest. Red Earl, think clearly, eat this fruit, then you will be my subordinate. Lucifer looked at the Red Earl playfully, didn't try to snatch back the vampire fruit, just looked at him so quietly. The Red Earl's face was a little dignified, as if he was struggling, unable to make up his mind. If it were an ordinary person, he would have snatched the vampire fruit and ate it right away, no matter how much it was. But Lucifer is different. He had seen the strength of this monster with his own eyes. It also has the ability to recycle devil fruit. Ryder knew that if he ate the vampire fruit, he refused to join Lucifer. Lucifer will definitely kill him and recover the vampire fruit again. At that time, he will be the demon fruit power with the shortest lifespan in history. Lucifer, you're fine. A person like you is the first person this old man has ever seen in his life. Ryder gave Lucifer a deep look and sighed. Then, he ate the vampire fruit. This move of his also proved his decision. Lucifer smiled slightly, raised his wine glass and shouted, "Little ones, let's raise our glasses to celebrate the legendary great pirate Red Earl joining the Nether Pirates." Oh, a burst of cheers sounded, and the atmosphere of the banquet became more lively. Congratulations to Captain Lucifer, you have subdued another powerful force. Shiryu of the Rain took a deep look at the Red Earl, with fear in the depths of his pupils. Legendary big pirates such as Burndy Waldo and Swanyu Hunter are also very afraid of the Red Earl. They know the strength of the Red Earl best. At his peak, he was enough to keep pace with Luoji Whitebeard. Now that the Red Earl, who has obtained the vampire fruit, will soon return to his peak strength. At that time, his strength will only be ranked after Lucifer in the Nether Pirates, and he will be the veritable number 2 figure. Ha 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 ha, Laozi won. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter from the arena. 0. Lucifer looked up and found that only Pizarro was standing on the ring, and the big wine chote had been thrown into the sea by him. This chaotic battle was not a battle of life and death. Chote was thrown into the sea, so naturally he lost his qualifications. The evil King Pizzaluo became the final victor. Damn BD. The big wine chote floated to the surface, his face was very ugly. Just one move away, he loses one move and loses the lava fruit completely. Ha 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 ha, Chote, I can only blame you for being too weak. Pizarro, the villainous king, laughed out loud, very pompous and arrogant, with an expression that did not deserve to be beaten. Captain Lucifer, I have won. Pizarro jumped onto the deck of the Erebus and shouted, "It's yours?" With a flick of his hand, Lucifer threw the lava fruit into Pizarro's hands. Thank you, Captain Lucifer. Pizarro was very excited, and his hands holding the lava fruit were trembling. Logia lava fruit, the top devil fruit, exists that can be met but never sought. Pizarro never imagined that one day he would have such a powerful ability. At that moment, Pizarro no longer hesitated, and directly took a bite. The devil fruit tasted terrible, but Pizarro ate it with relish, and there was not a single bite left. Soon, lava fruit was eaten by Pizarro. At the same time, Jote, the big wine, also climbed up from the sea, his face full of decadence. Jot, it's embarrassing this time. That's right, it's a pity that I lost lava fruit. You probably drank too much fake wine and didn't fully display your combat power. How about quitting drinking from today? If you don't drink, can Chote still be called a big wine? Ha 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 ha. Shiryu of the Rain, Burndy Waldo, Enel, and others laughed and teased Chote one after another. Sailing 0.7 travel is boring, and they can only have fun like this. Lucifer also smiled slightly. Okay, Jote, the lava fruit is gone, I'll give you this sand fruit. Lucifer threw the sand fruit into Chote's hands. This is also Logia, and it's not bad to play it well. Thank you, Captain. Chote gave an ugly smile. Logia sand fruit is indeed a rare powerful ability, but compared with lava fruit, it is still a lot worse. He joined the Nether Pirates together with Pizarro, and now Pizarro gets lava fruit, but he only gets sand fruit. In the future, he will always be suppressed by Pizarro, which makes Chote very unwilling. What? Don't want it? Pizarro gave Chote a teasing look. If you don't want it, you can give it to others. There are still many people who want the ability of sand fruit. Pizarro glanced around and found that the countless pirates on the pirate ship were all looking this way. The pirates stared at the sand fruit in Jote's hand, showing greed and longing.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.